A happy morning to everyone. It's a wonderful day for some Valorant. Welcome to the Philippine Predator League 2025 Stage 3 here. The group stage is at hand. We're knee-deep in it. My name's Dedum. Here is Mochi. And it's going to be a day packed full of Valorant.
And indeed, yesterday we just witnessed some of the contending teams who actually showed how much they can offer onto the table. And boy, don't we have a buffet. Kasi biro mo naman, Dadum. Nang nakita natin itong si Balbacua, Old Stinky Cat, na as always as these guys, we already know that they are gonna perform well. But they performed much more than what we have actually expected because all they left us is a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do have to say, I was quite surprised. There's a bit of disparity comparing between the teams. Naos putting such a benchmark for everyone. But before we continue on with the games today, I would like to thank, of course, the Games and Amusement Board for letting Predator League Philippines 2025 a possibility. Predator Gaming is authorized to officiate Predator League 2025 as an official registered tournament under the approval of the Games and Amusement Board in the Philippines.
They're ensuring that everything's going well, legal, and of course, perfect. And grabe, Dedum, no? Parang kahapon lang nandito tayo. And we also saw some stars.
Wow.
But, of course, in order for our people to be familiarized, we have to check out our tournament explainer video. So, everyone, watch this one.
There you have it here, Mochi. We are knee-deep in the group stage. After today, there's going to be 2 teams advancing in that Stage 4 bracket. And we got 3 teams gunning for the spot.
Yeah, and so far, these dudes are just no mercy, of course. I mean, from yesterday, we had like a couple of 2-0s and a 1-1, or a 2-1 rather. We haven't been able to get a 2-1 so far kasi parang mabilis mong ma-identify if medyo malaki ba yung skill difference ng mga teams. But of course, before we even dive right into that, if kayo ay interested in getting any laptops from Predator Gaming, well, all you have to do is kumuha na kayo via our Acer store. PH Inc., I believe. Ayan, nandiyan pala sa baba ang ating website. And if you get a laptop, meron kayong libreng 3-month PC Game Pass, which gives you access to all of our AAA games. So, what are you waiting for? This is your sign. Months pa naman na.
Exactly. Isang ka pa, no? If you're looking for a laptop and you're looking for games, there's no other way to look but Predator. Guys, 3 months, absolutely free of charge if you get a Predator Gaming laptop right now. But let's go back to our games here, Mochi. Let's take a look at what transpired yesterday and what's going to happen today. In the upper bracket, we got Naos Esports after that impressive win against Oasis yesterday, 2-0. And now they're going to be fighting against Old Stinky Cats. This is a matchup that I'm really excited for. Whoever loses, gonna have to face against Oasis Gaming in an elimination best of 3. So this is gonna be, well, a trial for both Oasis and Old Stinky Cats, and a test for Naos Esports if they can keep their aheadedness.
Yeah, and what I am really interested with our bracket right now is when you look at the upper bracket, that's already like the finals match. We have Oasis, we have Naos, and a couple, 2 more, but now someone's already at the lower bracket. And things didn't necessarily show up as how we thought it would be, especially with all of the changes na nangyari between rosters.
Yeah.
The integrations may have actually done well and not well for both. And yes, what are we even waiting for, diba?
Yeah,
This is gonna be such of a interesting one. But if you guys are rooting for any of our teams, be sure to be prompted by our schedule. We have Naos Esports versus Old Stinky Cats as our first match for the upper bracket semifinals. We also have whoever's gonna lose there
Yeah.
versus Oasis Gaming on our lower bracket. And of course, our finals is to be discussed.
Yeah, all of these guys are best of threes. And yung hinanap natin dito, Mochi, no, is the top 2 teams to advance to that stage 4 last final slots, no. So that finals game, whoever gets to that spot, qualified na
Yeah.
sila. They're just fighting for priority in the seeding doon, no. So isa lang yung team na mawawala today.
Grabe, no? Which is sad.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that just means na, you know, survival of the fittest, kung sino mas magaling, yan na may iwan, or rather kung sinong mabilis mag-adapt. Because, bitin mo, yesterday, they've got tons of information about how each other plays, and they have overnight in order to tally those up and try to do something in order to combat those strategies that they have seen and the mistakes they have committed. So, all of these teams are gonna be required to invest.
Yeah.
Not that they haven't been able to invest kanina pa, but this is gonna be our map veto for today. We have a map pick from OSC. Of course, Ascent. Ano pa ba ina-expect natin? We also have Icebox from Naos, and as our decider, of course, it's gonna be Bind.
Yeah, I mean...
Samot-sarong ano, malamig, mainit, saktuhan.
Pero ano mo, lahat ng mapa na to are very comfortable for Filipino teams. Like, in particular for
that's
Naos,
true.
in Icebox, I believe that's the map where they've had the best performance in the tournament so far, no? In their opening match in Stage 2, Naos looked absolutely stellar in that map, no? And I believe Old Stinky Cat, they have a lot of work to do to catch up to the caliber that Naos is performing at.
True.
And more importantly, I think they need Skylar Vaughn at top form. I mean, he has been the spear of this comp for ever since Red League has started. When we talk about Skylar Vaughn getting shifted from his former squad to the OSC squad, feeling like a glove, and he finally found his drive, not playing the Cypher, but playing towards the duelist role. And he looked pretty good yesterday.
Right? I really do hope that they can realize out of the series that we have played yesterday that this dude is meant to be on the duelist role.
Yeah.
And hopefully that they can adapt onto that one alongside with the other team members as well. But for Naos, they're just being Naos. I don't know if it's just me, but it's been quite some time before we even saw Icebox being played, because there's like this specific amount of time where you cannot play Icebox. So yeah, this is gonna be something we're in for a treat, as I may say. But do you have any notes for the side of Naos? Because specifically, I really loved how every single one of them just stepped up. I'm not quite sure if you can say that as a skill death match, because once again, Oasis is on a new roster right now.
Yeah.
But with how much they've been able to play yesterday with just a Yoru and an ISO 2 during our first series, what do you have to say about Naos?
Well, for Naos in particular, right, it seems like they've got it figured out. I mean, after an early exit in Ascension, some people started having doubts as to the form of Naos. But we saw them play yesterday, we saw them play the other day before that, and they looked absolutely good, right? And it seems like they were on form, right? The last time we saw them on Icebox, as I said, it was one of the best performances we've seen all tournament long. And the one shining thing for me there is the squad, their trading is impeccable. I mean, that's the one thing I noticed from their game, and that means sure, they already are talented players. We all know that from the get-go.
Yeah.
But the trading from that map in particular was absolutely immense here. But let's take a look at the agents that both teams are going to be picking up here, what the compositions are going to be in Icebox. Will now play the same comp that they did the last time.
Wow.
They're going to go for a Sova KO combo. Nexi on the Sova. And I distinctly remember Nexi Sova being the biggest headache for their last opponent here. Old Stinky Cats. Oh, they're gonna go for a double controller here, Mochi, with Clove.
A double controller and their Clove as their main duelist. Not even secondary.
Yep.
And it is under the hands of Dritch once again. And we already saw the capacity of how Old Sticky Cats can play with this type of lineup in a different map. I remember that is Haven. But now that we are in Icebox, I feel like they are keeping in mind that Icebox is also pretty big in defaults, and as much as possible, you want to keep your eyes at the mid area too.
True.
So they might actually approach this pretty similar to how they did yesterday. But for Naos, since they are up on a better notch on the experience for this one, I wonder how this is gonna turn out.
Yeah, it's a pretty standard comp here for Naos Esports. No, it's been a composition that's been tried and tested. There's a lot of utility in the double initiator.
Yes.
I don't think Cat's innovating dito sa map na to. And it seems like they found their comfort comp in this map. They don't have a duelist. They're putting Dritch on that Clove. And yesterday, me and Chris, we were talking about Dritch being on that duelist role. It feels like hasn't really fit him as well as the team has hoped for. And this accomplishes two things here for the squad of OSE. Number one, they don't need that pressure. They put away that pressure of the duelist from Dritch. And for another, it gives them a ton of space, right? Double controller with a lot of flashes on the Sky and Breach combo. And it is gonna be an absolute banger of a match. A mistake, guys. It's actually Ascent we're playing first. Later na yung Icebox, no? But I am excited nonetheless. It's gonna be OSC on the attack here, Mochi, and Naos on the defense. But before we start the game, I want a quick rack of your brain, Dito Mochi. I want to ask your prediction in this best of three. Who's gonna win? What's the score?
I actually cannot put any predictions on this one, but all I can say is that Ascent map is going to be our testament in how the rest of the series will go. Because once again, this is supposed to be OSC's best map. And if ever that they'll be losing on this one, this might be a possible 2-0 for Naos.
Yo, okay. I think it highly depends on Skylar Vaughn, especially because he's playing the Killjoy today.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but are you saying that the team is dependent on Skylar Vaughn?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the team's success will depend on how good Skylar Vaughn performs.
Okay,
So
I see. Okay.
Wait, don't twist my words here.
So it's like whoever goes for the spearhead, everyone should follow.
I guess. In a
Okay.
manner of
So
speaking.
actually, I want to point out here is the prowess that is also being offered by Dignify here.
Oh yes.
Because they're always attempting to go for a really clean supporter on their club, but as I was saying that someone's gonna be one tapped at mid top. While they try and approach mid control, someone will just be gunning them down from the sidelines. And even a trade here from Skylar Vaughn. Some shots still be let out here. Mojer not connecting that entirely to kill them, and eventually will cut up in the ref. But eventually, everyone is just gonna be mowed down here. Mid area is gonna turn into a cemetery as they cleaned it up one by one.
Yeah, in the same way they started their previous Ascent maps, now also do it again with a ton of mid presence. This time Mojer taking the helm. And with an explosive start to this series, 2 1-taps in a row, and he just makes it look easy. Mojer here. I mean, well, granted, he's got a ton of experience playing with this roster, right? He's been in Naos for years now at this point. And that comfort really showing on the map now. Well, for the first pistol, Naos picks up, and it seems like Mochi, they're gonna be playing a little bit aggressively again. Look at A-Main.
You know what? I don't know if it's just me, but they didn't necessarily use too much utilities at that. It's just the pistols all alone. But Mojer, though, once again, will be getting one. They're supposed to be duelists, will be mowed down, and fortunately, though, Dignified attempting to offer trades, but unfortunately, it's not entirely gonna be a good case here for OSE as they are just being secured one by one. Eventually, Mojer will be gunned down by Scholar Bond. Next, though, onto a follow-up, and wow, that's an immediate round. I mean, not bad. They've secured a couple from their buys, so should be okay.
Yeah, a little bit of damage done by OSC dito, no? But now I think they're not too deterred by that, no? Because in the first place, they didn't really buy a lot of guns. As you can see, Eman there, naka-ghost lang siya, so a couple of the players should be able to reinvest back into this round if they want to.
Yeah.
But that's the thing now, right? They sometimes do that. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just full-on send it. And it seems like this time gonna go for a little bit of an aggressive push down in B. Pero walang tao dun sa ngayon eh. It's just gonna be one person holding the flank. 4 people in A lobby. Actually, 2 people in A lobby. 2 people in catwalk. And a slow creep up from OSC papunta dun sa may 3.
Hopefully this split actually works out because this is actually a good attempt in securing space. Like, couple of blinds together and one of their aggros at 3. Although Skylar Vaughn trying to keep his eyes on mid, and possibly anyone's gonna push from B main. But unfortunately, on the sidelines, A site, there's already some action going on here. Someone's gonna be secured, trade for a trade. And the thing here is, there is still tons of smokes that can be placed on her, even if that Viper is no longer here. But everyone here, just by playing around the generator area and his Spectre, he's gonna be able to get 3. Just being followed up by Nexi once again. A 3-0 clean slate here for now.
Napakalinis. Jack getting a 3K. And then the wraparound from Naos as well. And if you take a look at the map here, Mojer pushing up in 3. And they got all their bases covered. Now, Nexi also pushing up from heaven meant that Jack, even if he fell down in that post plant, there was going to be backup. There was going to be the response team that is the rest of the Naos squad. Thankfully, they didn't need that as Jack held the site by themselves. So Naos, it was a bit of a force buy actually, no? Bumili ng Vandal yung ibang players nila. But it was the Spectre of Jat that sank, put them 3 on the board in a row. Eman gonna be throwing out the KO knife.
Oh.
Gets a lot of information. Pero pag
You wanna
nag-teach
duo.
that is gonna be a lot of damage. Eman finds a couple. Disrupts. Peeking out, gets a kill, pero the fragment takes him down. The spike in the middle of A main. And Papi Chulo holding it down. Nice little flash coming on through. Put Milo on ice. That's Digny retrieving the spike, but last 2 players from OSC on this eco.
Not gonna lie, that paranoia was perfect. Everyone was blinded, and that is a free pass for them to actually peek and secure multiple kills here at A main. Although, we have a couple more remaining here on the side of OSC. Not quite sure how they can address this one. It's on the board already, but Papi Chulo alone!
Yep.
After his friend has fallen, he'll be able to get it back up.
And now it's looking on fire today, Dito Mons. You know, an explosive start, 4-0. And I love the versatility of their approach, Dito. No? Yes, it's all been aggressive, but sometimes they put that thunder down in that mid lane. But sometimes they just push down in A with a little bit of speed, just like that in that round. But either way, they nip OSC's aggress on the bud. And this time, it seems like they're gonna go for the same thing. Tignan mo yung B. Tatlong tao yun nandun.
Yep. I'm not quite sure if this is a stack, but I feel like medyo nakakaramdam ito sa Mojer kung nasaan ito si Skylar Vaughn. But all I want to say, if you are logically aware of all your advantages, then why not get it? Secure it! Pretty similar to what just Mojer did at the B main area. Although they will be forced to back out here, mid control already in the hands of Old Stinky Cat as they try to get out once again after being secured by the sentry at the B site.
OSC. At least they got mid control off of that, but at the cost of one of their players.
Okay.
Mortal Curry. That's Dritch actually peeking up. Wala pa siyang heal this time, no? Kasi wala pa siya na take down. But there is the Sky!
Oh,
UT, wow. Shuts down Papi Chulo. No more smokes. Eman caught pants down, and Mojer does go down as well. No more operator. And suddenly, Naos, dalawang tao na lang dito, Mochi.
I love the diversion that OSC has been able to do from mid to A. And they've been able to secure every single one here at the side of Naos cleanly. Although, Nexi, not quite sure if this is going to be a person with a really huge clutch potential, but let us see if you'll be able to prove us wrong with just him alone. Not quite sure if he is going to be taking the fights here and segregate them one by one. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case as he falls down as Dignified takes them.
Yeah, OSC, they catch the Naos squad pretty off guard dun sa may rotate nila. Put sa 3, no? They catch Papi Chulo, catch Eman, and Mojer lost that duel. That was really important for them to keep that operator, no? Keep a little bit of hold in that site, but because Mojer fell down, well, all sense of control for Naos was just dissipated in that A site. So OSC, a nice execute onto 3 rather, and well, ginamit nila yung Seekers doon, no? But effectively putting themselves on the board 1-4. Pero tinan mo naman yung Ika dito na Naos. May up na ulit si Mojer.
Yeah. Eco, pretty good here, to say the least, for now. But Operator, once again, he's not going to be seeing anyone at mid area as being smoked.
What?
The one way? Oh, and Cutie still decided to push that. And yeah, he just faced the consequences of his actions. But rest of the people here still at E lobby. They might actually try and pick this out together. And they will be able to secure M and FPS out. A good trade from both of them. So I guess not within their reach, and they can decide to move into a different area anytime soon. Although they really have to be wary of Mojer because he's so patient in holding that angle.
That's true. And remember, the spike still a little bit away, out of reach for now. May operator pa nga dito in play. That's Mojer holding down mid. That means that they can position 2 players down in the site. Their Killjoy down in B. So if they decide to push down this A execute, Nexi could have a field day. Lockdown gonna be invested. Nexi up close and personal. And I think Nexi is gonna risk it. Still gonna play inside of the site. Flash do come out, and here comes OEC about to push on through. Papi Chulo, TP at the ready. Aftershock used to force him away, and here comes Nexi getting a couple. Japa finds himself on the board, but it's all down to Mojer with the Blade Storm. OSC a nice execute, leaving Mojer now in a 1v2. OSC a post plant, low HP sila dito pareho, Moji.
Both people are low.
Oh, yeah.
And the not dead yet. He didn't necessarily take anyone out with that, and that's a free pass for Mojer to just rummage through the remaining person here with the Blade Storm. A clutch here by Mojer. I mean,
everyone's
man, that's quite unfortunate, no?
Yeah, naka-NDY pala nun as Sidrich, no? So time was ticking away, and Mojer just had to wait it out. Lockdown used, invested, OSC unable to translate because, as I said, Nexi, he had to have a field day, and he did. Got a double kill. Made it a little bit easier on the retake for Naos, and Mojer activating the blades just to make that extra assurance in that 1v1. So Naos, 4-round lead. At tinan mo, isang ult na lang, isang orb na lang. Apat na yung ult na meron sila dito, Moji.
That is so true. And anytime they can use this just in order to tip off OC than how they already were. And some people here mid-top once again. Dignify will just be taking down here multiple people here as they try and take mid-control. Unfortunately, that is not necessarily going to be happening on Naos' watch, preventing them in doing so. But still, numbers are equalized here. Some people having the time of their day, shifting their attention here onto the tree area. Ja, not quite sure if he's going to secure anyone here, but there's actually a really good off angle. Although he's going to be taking both of them. That's something we didn't necessarily expect because we thought that's going to be an immediate trade, but it didn't happen at all. Last person here, Owen QT, what are you going to do?
Yeah, the IGL. Owen. In a 1v2, Ja, after that nasty double kill, takes control of the spike. And ONQT has to clear this double swing. Ja, swing away, and Nexi there for the backup. Owen goes down, and Naos go 5 rounds ahead dito, Mochino. And napapansin ko talaga, Naos, their trading capacity and their dueling here is absolutely on point. Look at this, Ja, just dealing with that double swing. Sobrang effective. It's just, it's next level from Naos.
True. I mean, so far the movements of Naos alongside with their team members are just pristine. And so far, everyone is really quite aware that they've been playing so long. And as much as possible, there's minimal mistakes being committed by them. For the side of OSC, though, that is quite not the case, considering that they really have to be more decisive in taking their duels, especially if there are multiple people alongside each other. But some people here, tree area, saktong-sakto yung Hunter's Fury nilipag, while all the people here for the side of Naos will be having a time of day, obliterating our members here for the side of OSC. Just all of the action happened at the tree area.
Mojer getting a kill even before going down. And look at this. I mean, I completely agree with you, Moji. No, I think OSC are just not as decisive as Naos when it comes to taking these fights. I mean, Naos, they're rewarded for it constantly. And OSC, their own hesitance is becoming their kryptonite dito. No, Mojer, Papi Chulo both swinging out in uncomfortable situations, rewarding them big time that they didn't even need the whole squad to get there for the fight. OSC, however, they couldn't get themselves into the site fast enough. That's why they got pincered in that tree area.
Yeah.
Mojer just to get in and deny a little bit of that lobby control. As 4 people of OSC dito, Mochi, andun na sa may B main.
Lots of people, but I'm not quite sure if this is the good decision to go to. I mean, this would have the stuff that they haven't tried yet, so might as well, right? Because every time they try to offer mid, always being pushed out, and if they try to go for A, someone's always getting picked off. So not necessarily something that they would want for their team, but you can also say that so far Naos is in control here, and regardless of the abilities that they've been able to throw, it's always making OSC panic or be disoriented. Pretty similar to the Hunter's Fury that they have been able to get earlier on, but Mojer letting out some shots here, connecting onto Dredge, but right now, with just one tap here from this Robin, didn't necessarily expect that Papi Chulo will also be there at the same corner where he's at.
Nice shots from Dritch there, getting the tree opened. MNFS, though, still around the area. Naglapag na ng alarm bot doon yung OSC. Just take a little bit of control back as Skylar Vaughn finds Jat. That's the plant going down. And OSC a 3v2 in this post plant dito, Mochi. MNFS gonna go in for the double swing, gets the double kill. And it's all down to Skylar Vaughn. The MVP of yesterday's match just gets the tap, but doesn't get the trade. Nexi's the one to do so, and now again put themselves on the board 8-1.
That's crazy. I mean, I find it unfortunate here for also Kikata as well, because the lineup that they currently have, as much as it is unorthodox and it worked in other teams yesterday, it isn't actually the standard, as we may say. Because as much as possible, you want fast entry in these types of maps. I mean, yes, it's a classic, but still fast entry is the way to go. And considering that there is, or it is not a Cypher Haven, as much as possible, you want to capitalize around that. But they can't do that. But they have still the blinds, which is a good thing here to actually capitalize on. Skylar Vaughn, really good pick. And hopefully, this can be maintained for the long haul.
Pero yun nga, hindi sila makapag-quick push dito because they don't have a duelist. Wala silang pang push.
It's
They don't have a dash.
difficult.
They don't have a blast back or anything like that. No?
It's very conditional, right? Like the moment you get a pick off, that's just when you will have additional mobility, which is pretty difficult, especially if you're already addressing enough, which is Naos, and you're gonna add those types of limitations pa. I'm not quite sure how this is actually gonna turn well for you, right?
This time, they did take that first pick off. Rolling Thunder, ginamit agad dito ng OSC, but Nexi still in the site.
Okay.
Oy! Yung paranoia there was perfect, assisting Nexi to get the kill onto Dritch. Skylar Vaughn finds Papi Chulo, but Nexi still in the site. Finally getting dealt with, but Eman looking for the clutch. Doesn't find it. Skylar Vaughn is the one to pop off a 4K for the MVP yesterday. And I think someone's coming online dito ng Mochi.
Bro's still on Sentinel. What's happening?
Still, it's a 4K.
Yeah, it's still a 4K. Yeah, but well played here for Skylar Vaughn. I mean, we've been blabbering about this dude enough, or more than enough.
Yeah.
Because he's actually super good. What a good integration here for OSC. And I really do hope that they can address this more as a team, right? Especially their on attack. As much as possible, they want to keep each other close. This is one of their strengths previously. On the defense, they have to keep each other close, and there are always some immediate follow-ups with the utilities that they can use, specifically the blinds. But FPS and Mojo actually extending themselves here on the mid area, denying them control. And just before we even know it, they're trying to close up on them, but Dignified isn't letting them do so.
Mojer. Try niya mag-big dito. Ja gonna be using the judge, shutting down Owen. And that clears up that A side. Pero yung B, doon nagpunta yung OSC, Mochi.
Yup. And it's free. Free for everyone to take. Nexi, though, is just gonna be for the free fire onto Skylar Vaughn. One of their crucial players here already eliminated. Someone stepping up, though, Dritch. Taking out Eman. Someone still at min. They better be careful of about that one. Dredge, though, with a wide swing, is going to be taking him out. An immediate trade from Nexi. Nexi falling down with this drop as well. But now, Ja is going to be concussed. And he's going to be delayed further in trying to adjust the spike.
Yeah, a 2v1 OSC, favorable position, but it's Ja we're talking about. Kaya niya mag-flash, as we've seen him done a handful of times before. May lockdown pa siyang available dito, but time slowly ticking away. Digny up close, disrupt inside of the site, has to isolate the fights, but Ja is running out of time. That's a swing out from disrupt.
Oh, okay.
Dealt with by Ja, that's another on the way, but Ja is just gonna run away, dealing all the damage in the world. OSC win, but all of the squad dissipated. Pero Mochi, I love that play from OSC.
Yep.
With Owen Duty proving himself kind of like the sacrificial lamb he could. Sacrifice himself to the squad for the rest of the team to push down into A. And because of that, they got themselves the positions in that B site to go for that 2v1. And that's the important thing here for OSC, though. Just get themselves to that post plant. Tapos pag nag-post plant na, parang kayang-kaya na lang tapusin yung round eh.
And who would have thought that it should be this simple? Like, just go together into the site, right? And it's actually working so far, but hopefully they can get this last one before the first half ends, so that heading on to the next one, they're not gonna be, you know, struggling so much. But now they're gonna be resorting onto their default once again with their with Rich onto the link. Not quite sure what's going to be the play here, other than the fact that they're gonna play slow. But does Naos have money at all?
I think they have a lot of money, but it's a choice na nilagay nila si Mojer on that judge because he has that Blade Storm anyway. Tyler Vaughn up close. I think he's trying to eke out these corners. I think naamoy niya na merong jet dito sa corner na to, no? So he's not gonna be pushing up any further. Owen playing back a little bit more. And I think mid is gonna be the push here for OSC, Mochi.
Oh my, there's still a high risk for them to be sandwiched as if they are not quick enough in terms of their plays, but they're already preparing their utilities here just in case that they're going to be committing into a specific site, although everyone's already shifting their positions here for the side of Naos, hopefully in hopes for a retake, but some people here are already going down here. Nexi with the Guardian popping up with a 3K Papachula onto the support here, and just like that, they just disappeared like a bubble.
Wow, wait. We didn't even see Nexi. How did he get all those kills off of that?
I don't know.
Top frag na ngayon yung si Nexi, kuya mo Nexi, no? I didn't even know how that happened. And yeah, you were right. Now actually didn't have a lot of money to invest in that round, but somehow just a Guardian was enough for Nexi to win that round.
Right? They didn't even have all the best loadouts,
I
you know?
know.
Just by one taps. It's just crazy.
And now it's off of that. 6-round leads. Or a 6-round lead going into the second half dito, no, as they head onto the attacking side. A 3-2 approach, it seems like. Parang A-set yung gusto na i-push, pero may triple stack yung OSC. This could be deadly from OSC, Mochi.
This is actually deadly. And with the curse be active, it's a 9-3. Not quite sure. Would there be some hindrances here for the side of Naos? Not quite sure. But they can find out the blind. Not being able to secure anyone in the process. But now Dritch will be here onto the rescue. Revenge on their end. And hopefully they can keep this up. There's just 2 more people remaining here at the side of Naos. Naos really taken aback from the push that just happened here from OSC, but 2 more people quite low. Ja trying to be securing him now with a meet to trade here on the Skylar Vaughn. Although someone's pretty far here. Mojer from mid holding a sheriff. He has to take into account it's just 2 taps.
Yeah.
2 taps is all it takes. They're all pretty low.
Yeah. Pero siya din eh. 44 HP para dito kay Mojer. Has to eke out every single corner. But the good thing is, he does have decent amount of time to work with. 40 seconds. At least he can make his way towards that lobby position. Disrupt, nagpakita na nga the shoulder peek. Gets
He's
tapped
low.
a little bit, but Mojer
30
has
seconds
time
left.
to work against the double.
They're running.
Don't want to give Mojer the opportunity dito. And that should be the round for OSC. No, with 20 seconds left, I don't think Mojer has enough time to rotate towards that B side. This should be the round for OSC. And I love that play mula kay, mula kay Digny going in for that
10
Sky
seconds
Flash
left.
Yeah.
into that A lobby push. I mean, he didn't find any kills, but it got them enough space, got them enough kills to find the spike. And na-stuck na yung now, so they couldn't retrieve the spike, so they couldn't recover from that round. 4-9. OSC.
The plan is great, and Rich is there to get the job done. And all the while that is happening, there's also some stuff going on at mid. But what matters is that they've been able to once again closely work with each other because that's where they thrive. They've got lots of blinds on their end, and all they have to do is to use that to its fullest potential. But they cannot do that every single time. Go aggro and try to get the kills, but this time they can because they've got the buys. And rest of the people here are just gonna be accepting their fate. Like, yeah, everyone's gonna be struggling in trying to address these people at main. And before we even know it,
Next is all alone.
yep.
On my own. Pretending
karaoke?
she's beside. So next, pinapretend niyang may kasapi pa siya eh. Pero alam mo, Mochi kwento ko lang sa'yo. Nung nakausap ko si Chani Boy, shoutout kay Chani Boy.
Hi, Chani boy.
Sabi niya, hindi na daw 9-3 yung curse.
Oh, what's the curse now?
Yung bagong patch na daw, 10-2.
210.
10-2 na daw ngayon yung bagong curse. Hindi na daw 9-3. Pero mukhang,
That's true.
mukhang
I can see
outdated
that.
yung patch notes ni Chani kasi OSC. I don't wanna caster curse this.
No. The viewers already know. You don't have to say it out loud. You just drop them hints, and it's already up to them.
I'm just saying. I'm
Yeah.
saying it's gonna be 5-9 after this. So
Yeah. Cool.
Next in naka-headshot pa doon, but Skylar Vaughn picks up the round. OSC 5-9. This could be the start of some... Sorry, kumakanta ako. Masyadong maraming nainom na kape this morning.
Alam mo you didn't even drink any coffee.
It's caffeine. It's energy.
It's energy drink, okay?
Sorry.
Oh, by the way, everyone, I hope you guys are already having your breakfasts.
Nag-breakfast ka na ba, Mochi?
I don't do breakfast, actually.
Damn, that's so rough. That's so tough, you know?
Yeah.
That's like saying, I don't need to warm up bago maglaro sa tournament. That's like saying hindi ko kailangan mag-deathmatch bago mag-compet. That's like saying that.
Ramon is giving you the side eye, dude.
Shout out kay Ramon nga pala. He's watching from the sidelines.
Bro is like, huh, what is this dude saying? But time was active here for Naos. Good decision, by the way. And one of the best times for them to actually use that. And what's great here is this is going to be their chance to actually break the streak onto this one. I mean, it's not that much. There's still like a round interval in between those two rounds from OBC, but it's better to be secured, if I may say.
Yeah, of course. It's always nice to be secured, diba? Mahirap pag hindi secure.
Are you secured? The deep sigh, man.
Yeah, you can. Anyway, now they're looking secure. Diba dito? I mean, typically we wouldn't see a round 3 na timeout na pause dito, no? But they want to make sure, as you said, they want to be secure, but they're going up for a thunderous approach towards this market area. 3 people already pushing up, baiting Skylar Vaughn to play defensively. Dun sa may defensive side spawn. But for now OSC waits. It's a bit of a slow approach. Now ulit ngayon as Naos pull back. Hindi na sila nagpupush sa mid-Mochi. They're gonna pull back towards that fountain area. Flash is gonna come on through. Moji gonna lead the charge dito. They're drawing a lot of attention, but look at OSC. Walang gumagalaw sa kanila, Mochi. Steal composure sa B-side.
But it's a stack here at B-side. And I really like how they've been able to address this one. Like, yeah, they removed the alarm bot. They're letting out some shots. It's better for us to sack here at B just in case that they're gonna rush into here anytime. I feel like they're waiting for the 30-second mark onto this one, but rest of the people here just preparing all of their utilities here just in case that they will go for the move here. Nice. It's gonna be going in. Dash in here on the Mojer, closing the door as well, but Skylar Vaughn just gonna be chilling. Next year on the sidelines, so we'll be taking that one as well. Everyone's already at the site, and they are being eliminated one by one. Disrupt going for a possibly big play, but unfortunately not entirely the case. And before we even know, it's all up to Owen Cutie. How are you going to address this alone against 3 people playing together?
What a shot, right? That was mula kay Mojo. Timing! But Owen Cutie doesn't get his own. Mojer on the 3K, and Naos on the 10th round on the board. It seems like that timeout worked. They pulled away from any aggression, and despite the fact that they didn't get the reglide, they ran into 4 people in that B site. They still got the execute
work
going.
out.
Yeah, Disrupt got a couple of good kills, but Mojer shut him down
Enemy remaining.
and got the spike down. Basically unrecoverable from that spot now. 10 to 5.
Yes.
Can OSC recover, Moji? That's the question.
Possibly. Especially if they keep on doing the plays that they had earlier on, like setting up some people on both sites. And what a nice knife here. But some people here is going to be doing the same thing once again, other than the fact that there are going to be a couple of people at the main. Some information actually being leaked here. Digify will be forced to back out from that scenario, but will be standing their ground. Ja taking down one. Digify opting for the trade on this one, but rest of people here after all that action, shifting their attention here onto tree.
Yeah, now it's starting to push towards that area. As you mentioned, B site is not all a folly. You know, and QT catches Papi Chulo, punch down. Hold up, almost still got control of a main, but Mojer denies that for now. 3v3. As Naos get the spike down here in H site. Full on retake for OSC. They don't have a lot of utility, but what they've got is Skylar Bond and his aim. Mojer laying down from main. Next C is not needed as Skylar Bond is dealt with. 2v2 now. So OSC plenty of amount of time to work with. Next C gonna be activating the Hunter's Fury for now. Wala siyang tinamaan dito. But they can try and push up against Mojer. It's a double swing setup that Mojer can capitalize on. Nexi does as well. And the 3K from Mojer is just too much for OSC. 11 rounds here for Naos on the board.
Nexi and Mojer are just waiting patiently. Like, you know what? Go.
Yep.
Come at us and let us see who still has the advantage, because we're just cool, we're calm and collected, and we are confident we can do this. But not gonna lie, still want to applaud them because they managed to like even the numbers out despite of the powerful entry that's been executed here by Naos. Although it seems like that is not enough. 11-5, just one more round away here for the match point, everyone. And Naos, wow, they're being so methodical in this one.
Exactly. And you have to consider OSC. This is what many tout is their best map. This is the map where they innovate with this composition in particular. But they can't seem to find any space with their comp, even on the defense, where they could be favored if they just pushed up a little bit more, which is exactly what the IGL is doing right now. Mojer is about to spot him.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, Owen still gets the shot. I mean, yes, that's a trade-off. That's good for Owen. Gets a kill. But the bad thing is, OSC can't get an upgrade.
But bro, that was like a far flick, right? From Owen. Well, but he still managed to get that shot onto Mojer. Too dramatic it, but rest of the people here are gonna be shifting their attention here onto B site, which is empty, by the way. And they can take this any time of day. Except for the time pressure here that they're just gonna push forward, possibly from market. Rest of the people here to the side of OSC are just gonna try and set themselves up, hopefully for a good retake, but I feel like this is gonna be pretty difficult now that they only have sheriffs on the bunch.
Almost impossible. At least they have a fair bit of util.
Okay.
Nexi almost goes down as well. OSC somehow finding a glimpse of hope in this retake as Eman Tex back into that end of the site. Leading the charge, Skylar Vaughn here, just a sheriff, so confident. The Papi Chulo still in main, could prove to be the deadly assassin, hiding from behind the shadows. Papi Chulo is the one to do so, gets a 3K. And Eman
Disrupt
from
is low.
Boathouse Paranoia connects
He's
onto
so
Disrupt,
low.
and he's all alone, so low as well. And OSC was a nice start for that post plan, but now they take match point nonetheless.
Bro, all I can say, that could have been actually winnable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that they didn't necessarily expect that the Papi Chulo was just gonna be coming from main as well. Like, this dude has all eyes. He's omnipotent, if I may say. But why are you doing that?
Omnipotent. I'm praising.
Yeah, praise Eman. But
Wardell. No Curry.
What a Curry.
For 3!
He's, nah. He's not getting that 3 yet, but he might actually be able to do so. But never mind, dignified, both of them. Oh, they're just going on really good with the trades here. The crossfire is actually benefiting them well, but now just 2 more people remaining here with just one low. Never mind. Disrupt would be able to stop them on their tracks. Not letting an inch.
What was that shot from Dignified? Can we see that again? Grabe yung flick niya doon, no? Just holding on. Let's take a look at Dignified's position. Denies Mojo of that entry and then gets himself a kill as well. That's what made this possible for OSC. That hold from Digny. And I believe that was Kyler Vaughn right next with him. That got them that man advantage. They need more of that, Dito Mochi, no? And they need 6 rounds in a row. But OSC, that's the first step to coming back into this game, but they still have no room to work with.
And they're so quick as well in doing those rotations. Oh!
And ready. This
Lots
could
of
be the start of something
Of something new. Yeah. Possibly. Possibly, man. I mean, not that we want to jinx anything, but we're just saying. Like,
It could be.
it could be. Okay. That's gonna be good here. No one's gonna be sensed at the market area. People, though, at mid, pushing forward. Now, they really want this round for themselves, because if not, it is gonna be one heck of a hell situation for them.
Tough from here on out. Mojer, though, shuts down Skylar Vaughn. That's a pretty good start for Naos, taking away that mid control and that CT rotation has been cut off now. And Eman gonna try and do the same here in 3, but Dredge is just gonna shut down Mojer, so that's the head of the spear of Naos, just cut off. Gonna be playing up against dark cover as well. Eman got pants down, and Dredge just gets control of the spike. Papi Chulo gets a couple though, and OSC down to 2. Same could be said for Naos. 1 HP left for, well, one of the players here of Naos. Ja is going to be playing around the long way. Yung Viper Spit, anyone dito ng OSC, no? So this is going to be a guessing game of where the last 2 players of OSC are.
30 seconds left.
You know, like, everyone's falling down here from now, and Papi Chula was like, nope, I'm getting 2. We can't prolong this match. But ONQ wants that to happen, and they're just gonna be having the last person here. I wonder, where will he go? Running onto B side. Ja, 8 seconds left. Not quite sure if you have enough time. He will be forced to face them. And guess what?
They won?
Yeah, it's 12-8. It's a 12-8, David.
OSC won dito. Mochi, no, playing off the back of that aggression from Dritch. Getting a 3K, that's absolutely impressive. Kasama niya pa dito si Dignin, no, playing off of that smoke and only using the Viper Split. Remember, sinabi natin, 4 yung ult nila. This time, they still have 3. And it's 2 rounds in a row that they've done that. OSC, they need only 4 more.
And I feel like there's already a countdown going on, right? But I feel like it is really, really prevalent for us to witness that OSC is super, super strong during defense. It's because they can address and segregate them the most that they can, especially if Naos really wants to play this safely, be methodical, and be slower in doing their executes. And they feel like it's not entirely something that is plausible for them. Dretch with a free fire here at A main, just passing by and eventually passing away.
Very nice. Very, very, very well done, Mochi. She's very proud of herself, guys. Tumatawa siya dun sa tagiliran ko. Pero, Nexi's gotta be proud of that shot as well. Finally shuts down Digny, but they gotta clear out Dritch as well. Here in A Heaven, he's the one that's holding the fort here. Nexi getting that checks. No upgrade. Papi Chulo gets the headshot, but not the kill. It's Nexi to shut off Dritch, but OSC, this might as well be done and dusted in the bag with Skylar Vaughn picking up a 3K. 3 more, Mochi.
What's happening?
3 more, and we're going into OT.
Yo, OSC is handling this so good. I mean, I understand the motive of what Naos is trying to do, but with how they are addressing the sites that they want to go into, it feels like they're separate individuals. Or is it
Almost,
just the
yeah.
timing that they're being taken down one by one and there's no trades? I'm not quite sure if it's because of that or it's just like how really good in terms of locating OSC.
I mean, it kind of feels like it sometimes, right? Because
Yeah.
Now seemingly have lost all momentum. Owen also picking up an operator makes it even harder to find these 1v1s that Naos love looking for, right? This time it's going to be supplemented by a little bit of information from Nexi. It's not going to spot out the op yet, but Owen is
Oh!
not discovered. Ja
Not
could be in for trouble. If he peeks this, Owen's just
scared.
going to have an easy time of dealing with him, especially if the angle is just right.
Oh!
The timing, he doesn't get it. Owen gonna have to back off for now. Snake bite available, but the operator still in play. Disrupt can play around this cheeky angle. And Owen goes down. That's the operator down. OSC, this could be the start of their downfall as the Killjoy lockdown used up.
Killjoy lockdown use up and they already committed a mistake. Not entirely something that they would want in this one, but Ja's just gonna go and walk and spray. But everyone here, Skylar Vaughn just popping off, still not wanting this match to actually end. Two more people here. Dredge falling down and Nexi dealing the final blow.
Wow.
And what a match for our first series for today. This just makes us wake up.
Yeah.
Good morning.
But either way, now it's esports. They start off strong dito. Now, it took them a bit of time to close it off, but they still managed to do so against Old Stinky Cat anyway here in Ascent. I mean, it took some creative juices to get flowing, but it really was a hard attacking side for OSC dito. No? Hirap. When you don't really have that duelist, it's hard to create that space. And, well, I love the innovation of this composition, no? But really, when it comes down to just raw mechanics, Naos is just gonna outmaneuver them, it feels like. And on the attacking side, that was the most evident. Doon talaga nag-ipon ng rounds yung Naos.
But I really still want to applaud the efforts here for the side of Old Sticky Cat, and I can see why they always say that Ascent is my best map or this is our favorite map, because they do really do play well and towards the defense. Maybe there's just struggles in terms of attacking because of the constraints of their current agent lineup right now, but we still gotta give it to them that they are really did good in this map. It's just that now is much more on the balanced route rather than trying something new here, which would, playing out well for quite some time already.
And you know what, Moche? I actually have an answer for you now. You asked me at the start of this game if they need Skylar Vaughn. I think the answer is yes. I think they need Skylar Vaughn, definitely.
We have
because
him online.
as we saw here, I mean, yeah, it took a little bit of... There were some shining moments, but it wasn't the same Skylar Vaughn that was taking over the entire game as we saw in the past couple of days. But I think they need him on that forward position.
Yeah.
I think they need him...
He glows different on Duelist.
Yeah, I think they need him to be proactive, which is not necessarily as feasible of an option when he is on this Killjoy.
And everyone, this is going to be your stats, and pretty similar to what you have said, he is going to be their MVP at 26-17. Even higher than the MVP of now. I was like, dude, dude can outplay Naos people.
Yeah, exactly.
That's already a statement. The rest of the people here for the side of Naos, Nexi is going to be here, present once again, anytime, any day. And yeah, everyone's just contributing, which is the best case for everyone. And well played for Naos. Although, what I'm really curious about this one is what's gonna happen now that our next map is going to be Icebox. Like, there's nothing much left to be said other than the fact that, yeah, it's just because of the fundamentals that Naos already have and how long they've been able to work with each other, and especially how they are able to get every single nook and cranny clear because of Nexi. Not only the nook and cranny, but also eliminate or obliterate all the rest of the people here the side of OSC.
Yeah, seems like Nexi is not done from his hat streak from a couple of days ago. Still securing the match MVP para dito sa Naos for their first game of the day in Ascent. And I have a feeling, Mochi, that Nexi is going to have a field day again. Because the next map, as you said, it's going to be Icebox, a map that Sova's are generally, well favored.
Yes.
Especially with, how wide the map is and how much you can use the Hunter's Fury to clear up a lot of these spaces for your team. And we saw Naos on Icebox recently as well. And they looked good. Really good
Yep.
in that map as well. So OSC gonna have to work double time, especially in Icebox.
I'm curious about what OSC's lineup will be as well.
Of course.
Yeah.
Will they bring out something new para sa Icebox? No, same way they did in Ascent, albeit didn't work out as well as they hoped it would.
Yep.
But I say go for it. I say go for something that Naos will not expect. And as long as it's something that your players find comfort in, should be good.
That is so true. But of course, everyone's gonna be just chilling for a bit after that fiery match, and we'll be back after a quick short break. Once again, I'm Mochi and Deidu, and please stand by.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as 2 powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Predator League 2025 Philippine Qualifier. This is Stage 3. Coming up lang casters nyo for today. My name's Tatum. She is Mochi. And we just witnessed another explosive game from Naos dito. Can old Stinky Cat recover,
Yeah.
Mochi?
Not quite sure, especially this is something on the premises that Naos actually thrives by in the land of Icebox later on. But let's talk about the last game a little bit, right? Like, we saw that Skyler Vaughn, as much as possible, some of the team members are actually dependent on him. If he pops off, the rest will try to follow that. And as much as possible, even though that Naos already gave some rounds here for Old Stinky Cat heading on to our second half, there is still going to be these moments where they just break them off and for good.
Yeah. And I think the big issue with that Ascent map is that Naos studied. They knew exactly what Old Stinky Cat was cooking with their comp in terms of the
Yes.
macro, that mid control that was so important. So
They predicted
opposite dito ng Old Stinky Cat, no, Naos knew what was happening every time. And there was very little that Old Stinky Cat could do, as evident by that scoreline. Round 3 pa lang, no?
Yeah.
Hindi na naipanalo ng Old Stinky Cat, and that's just red flags para sa atin because they had a lot of prep going into that attacking side, and because it didn't work, hindi na sila naka-recover eh.
Yeah, that is so true. And once again, everyone, we are going to be heading into Icebox on here. but I was actually wondering if there is going to be additional agent compositions that's going to be cooked up here by the side of Old Stinky Cat, because most likely, I mean, not gonna lie, their lineup earlier can actually work out with Skylar Vaughn on the jet.
Yeah.
Even if they deny or don't have any Sentinels, I feel like there are a couple of initiators that play for contact play would do fine. But on the side of Naos, I feel like they've been here before, or even from the beginning, right? Of having Icebox on this one. So I am quite unsure if there be some knickknacks up for us to grab.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting one to predict. No, I mean,
Yeah.
Owen QT has been really creative when it comes to the strats and the compositions dito na nilalabas ng Old Stinky Cats. No, now I wouldn't be surprised if they bring out something new here in Icebox, but it is I want to say a little bit unlikely given that they already invest. I'm pretty sure they invest so much time in that Ascent composition. No, it's gonna take a little bit more investment to create something new for a completely different man. But as you said, their old composition could work here in Icebox, and I think it's gonna work on a two-prong approach, because as we saw dun sa mga rounds na nakahanap ng konting success dito si Owen on the Lurk, on the Viper, it is those few rounds as well that they have a big chance of converting, no? And I would argue that in a big map like Icebox, that Owen QT Lurk could prove to be even more useful. So let's see if they're gonna go for a different comp. Either way, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have an Icebox anyway. I mean, a Viper anyway here in Icebox, no? So I hope we see something new here for Old Stinky Cats. But either way, they need to bring out something new, right? If they want to stay in the upper bracket, if they want that surefire slot sa stage 4, they need to have something prepared for this now's Icebox.
Because there's already some clear winning conditions here for Old Stinky Cat. I remember enumerating those even yesterday. Like, once again, Skylar Vaughn, and hopefully that they have better lineups in terms of agents, because they're pretty much fixed here in the Ascent. And whenever there are some other lineups that they're being able to use in Haven, Bind, it's always quite of it gives mixed reactions, to say the least, because I feel like they invested a lot of time, like what you've said in Ascent, to the point that they haven't been able to polish themselves up in other maps.
Well, we can't say for sure, but let's see now if they're going to bring out something new in terms of the agent comps. Old Stinky Cats, they're going to be putting Dritch on the jet, Skylar Vaughn back on the Killjoy, and another double controller comp para dito sa OSC with Disrupt playing that Harbor. This is going to be interesting because, well, number one, it's not standard, but it's something that we've seen before, but it's going to be really hard to execute without that double initiator backup. Typically, when you have double controller, nakikita natin yung Sky, no, just to try and open up some of these spaces that are pivoted by the Harbor and the Viper. But with a Sova, it's going to be doable as well, but it's going to work as a double-edged sword. Like, maraming makakataklob dun sa Recon Dart.
Alam mo, the whole time, tinitingnan ko yung side ng Old Stinky Cats. Tinitingnan ko, asa si Skylar Vaughn? Oh no, nag-Killjoy pa rin siya. But the thing here is, both of them are playing a mirror matchup. So this is gonna be nice, because this is gonna be a clear indicator of who is gonna be playing better and who is someone that has to improve further.
Yes.
But Waveron, nandito naman tayo sa malamig na lugar at lupain, Icebox.
Yes. Nakahawa ka na ba ng snow?
No, not yet.
Ako
Though it's one of my dreams to
Nakahawak na ako.
Oh, where?
Dun sa freezer
ref.
nung friend natin kagabi.
Sa freezer.
Sa Fairview lang yun. Shout out dun sa friend kong tinulugan ko.
Shout out, Kuya Josh.
But here we go, map number 2. The upper bracket matchup between OSC and Naos. Yung mananalo dito, sure slot na sa stage 4 natin, no? So one of the top 2 na sila for sure. And Naos wanting to be that first team secure that slots. This time starting off on the attack. A mirror cup. Both teams going double controller. Harbor on each side. Dritch. Very cheeky corner. About to peek up. Pwede niyang mahuli if he peeks right now. Gonna be able to catch 1 and 2. Nice little timing there mula kay Dritch. Shuts down Nexi and Mojer. It's gonna make it a little bit hard for Dons to get back into this site. But at least you still have the spike control, Mochi.
So sneaky, and in turn, striking a couple here from now, is although Disrupt is just going to be holding this ground here after playing the Cascade. And also, there's just 2 more people here from Naos, and they are yet to get another
One
step
enemy
further.
remaining.
Never mind. The trade is still present here. Ja alone, being detected at the best time possible here. Digny will be taking him.
Yeah, there you go. A good start from OSC. And you gotta remember, Mochi, no, they started to make a comeback when they won the pistol in the second half ng last game. No, this time they get the jump in Icebox. This is a good thing for them momentum-wise.
One
And it's a good
enemy
thing as well
remaining.
that they're taking small advances in terms of aggressiveness. No, like I like it from OSC, and I think this is a trend that they should continue on.
Hopefully.
Naos get caught off guard in that one. They weren't expecting that for sure.
I mean, this is like the term of adjustment for them, and especially first round, as much as possible, you want to think of or cook something up that's not necessarily something that is gonna be predicted agad-agad, and so they did here for OSC. But Owen Cutie, a really good hold here at the B area. Not quite sure if he's gonna be spotting someone out. Yes, he did. Unfortunately, that shot would not be connected, and
Nice.
eventually will onto Mojer. One shot and he is down. They're gonna be forced to back out here. I mean, never mind. They have to push because they no longer have their entry, and they also don't have anyone here to look out if ever someone flanks.
That's true. People left. Pivot towards Owen dito, no? Overwhelming that Marshall as Owen does go down, but disrupt from up
Okay,
above.
the lineup.
Bulldog in hand could prove to be deadly. Nano Swarm gonna be used up as well. Lalapit na rin dito si Digny coming in from the middle area as Wardell
Ooh.
strikes. Disrupt finds them, and
Down B.
Papi Chulo finds a little bit of noise,
Okay.
but still
What?
goes down nonetheless. 3 people killed by Papi. Impressive, but
Yeah. He got 3, so what's gonna happen on their third round? But they still got the round regardless. As long as you get the round, you got the advantage, and that's better. Yes. I don't know why I'm switching onto his accent once again, but this is going to be our next buy round for Naos, and hopefully that they can make the most out of this one.
absolutely.
So far, I mean, their ultimates are not entirely being filled up yet,
Yeah.
so it's all gonna boil down to the existing abilities that they have, and knowing that they've got tons of smokes to actually work with. This is going to be a map of slices with tons of slices and space like divisions.
Perhaps.
What? Dude,
I gusto ko matry mag-cast on British accent. You ready?
no way.
Okay, here we go. Now, so actually using a little bit of that util to try and clear up a lot of that site. And Mojer, he's gonna be using some util to get a little bit of a tap dito.
The silence is
Sa
so strong on that
may
one.
C site, no? But OSC, a little bit of an adjustment. 4 people, andito na agad. Sabi, no? Quick rotate.
Yeah.
And now, if mag-push sila, could run into a bit of trouble.
And also, Ja is on a really great position on this one, just leaving him alone at A site and potentially clearing it. Not quite sure how he is gonna go back or go down from that position, especially that you don't want to leak any sort of information as much as possible, but everyone is just
30
trying
seconds
to
left.
make their way here onto our A site. Finally, an entry,
What?
but Drish will be connected. The shot into Ja, and eventually the other members of
Spike
Naos will be
planted.
following up with eliminations, hunting them down, possibly opting for a possible retake with the numbers advantage on their end. But 3 people, how would they be able to make this work out? The current bonus round that they currently possess, but 2 more people here for the side of OSC, even being caught off guard by Mojer. Disrupt is ended, and Skylar Vaughn as well.
Yeah.
Madly disoriented.
Yeah. Now, I mean, they pick up their first round here on the board. And I did say it, right? Pag nag-push sila dun sa B side, it could prove to be a big risk. And because they had that anchor in the form of Ja in A side, they could just rotate. Exactly what they did. Played slow, isolated the fights. I mean, it was a nice one-way from, I believe that was Dritch earlier that got the kill with the Outlaw, but that was all they got in the end. This time, though, OSC, they're going to be investing big into this round. The operator picked up for Dritch. And this could prove to be what stops Naos in this attack. B site. A lot of noise being made by Naos. Wardell Curry about to swing out and shoot
Dredge.
into the... Oh, it doesn't get the shot in quite yet. Yeah, they're gonna push up here either way. Walls do come out. It's the Cloud Burst for a little bit of a bailout, but Rich looking for more. The spam doesn't connect, but now they could just back off. They're gonna back off, Moji.
They baited it and
Again.
they did it again. And this is actually similar to what they did in the last round. Ja is just gonna put all his attention at A, and most probably they will be committing on the A side once again. An instant clear and an instant sign for them to commit onto this one. Rest of the people just gonna be laying down all their utilities, setting it up. And finally, Spike being commenced here at A side. Rest of the people here by the side of OSC trying to attempt and keep an eye onto anyone who would possibly extend here on the side of Naos, but I feel like that might possibly be the case. The Reckoning is already in as well.
Yeah. You take full commands, but Mojo finds a couple. Disrupt us go down. New Harbor destroyed, and Mojo still from up above in rafters.
Oh!
Swings out.
Oh!
Digny gonna be swinging away at Mojo. Zoen finds Emin as well. Mochi, can they recover from this? I don't think so. It's just Milo on Rise. It's Digny all alone. And time ticking away. Jai's just gonna take him down. Now, well, they pretty much did the same thing they did in the last round. Draw a lot of attention in B. Put Ja pushing in A all alone. And again, OSC, they fell for the exact same trap.
And the usage of the Reckoning as well, just in order to delay them further
That's
in
true.
trying to retake. And eventually, it's just corpses at the screens, and yeah.
Yeah.
It's sad, but once again, it's just a start. 2-2. And OSC will be forced to opt for a save on this, but once again, this is Icebox. They can do long range battles on this one. One tap, that is enough.
Here.
One tap. Can you get it?
Or the fake? I feel
Rich
like.
is up close and personal.
Oh,
Be forced away by the shock dart dito Mochino, but the execute gonna happen.
oh! Was he seen? Not
Not
quite sure.
I think he was
but,
recon. I think he was recon.
okay, he was reconned, and yeah, that is something they didn't want, especially. So they have no choice but to fight this off or fend them up. Disrupt, securing one.
Yeah.
A good thing, but Nexi will try to go in. The rest of the squad, before even put the spike down, everyone's already about to be eliminated here.
Man, I mean, they dismantled this A-side defense quite quickly. Now there isn't a lot of weaponry for OSC anyway. Didn't have a lot of utility too. Just one recon able to take down the enemy jet here. Now is gonna get the spike down. But let's see this attempt from Owen Q. Yeah, it's not gonna be much. Now us 3 on the board. And now OSC. I mean, this could be a proper timing for a timeout for them if they want to, but I don't think they still need to yet, right? It was just an eco anyway, so this wasn't supposed to be of much a big chance for turnaround for OSC yet. But they need to find a way to deal with that bait and switch. Now, kanina pa nila ginagawa yun, you know, they make a lot of noise in B.
Yeah.
Tapos si Ja finds the anchor in A. They need to find a way to either not rotate or find Ja and deal with him para hindi sila nalilito eh.
That's so true. And I feel like one of the best things that they can do on that one is to try and anchor, but they're trying to bring them out. Dredge would not be able to entirely play up what they are meant to do, and will be forced to back out. 2 people here at A.
You should run.
And even the lockdown being commenced here. Scarler Vaughn, they will be forced to back out. Hopefully, at the best time, they can try and time their push and attempt and secure someone, but Mojo already did here at the site. Will be securing this Rob just as he has been able to put the Reckoning down, but I feel like that is too late for that, and there's 2 more people remaining here. Owen, Cutie, and Dignify is still trying to fend them off and hopefully opt for the retake, but this is not entirely really good scenario to be in, especially that there's 2 people just waiting at the same spot. It now will be winning once again.
Yeah, 4 on the board for now. And they did exactly what they needed to do there. As I was saying, OSC, kailangan nilang i-shut down si Ja. And what they did, pinush nila with Dritch and one other person. But again, Naos get the read on them. Nagtapo na agad sila ng recon, which caught Dritch off guard. Which meant that walang flank na mangyayari this time because it's the whole team that's gonna be shutting down Dritch dito. Naos reading OSC every step of the way has been the key to their success dito, no? OSC again have to try something else, no? Otherwise, Ja is just gonna create that space again in A. Look, he's doing the exact same default, but at least Mojer is down.
Yeah, and it's all because of Skylar once again. But
Start to this round.
drone spotting out. MNFES. Okay, but Digny will be able to be quick enough to react from that. And what just happened?
Yeah, just wreaking havoc in a site, and now suddenly.
Oh, behind you. Oh no! They didn't see him. Nexi just passing by, not even aware that someone's at garage.
Oh no, Ja!
Oh no! Ja! Bucky onto your face, man!
Take flight. That's the upgrade for Owen as well. Makikita nyo sa Nexi activates the Viper's Pit. I don't think
Got the
Owen...
ultimate.
Yeah, he's gonna be found, but kaya ba nilang i-push to?
I feel like there can be a possibility. Hindi umabot yung shock dart sa kanya. Owen Cutie. Not quite sure he's gonna attempt a wrap around here. And there's actually a really good position for him to actually be in. Although
30 seconds left.
some limitations. Gotta be close. Nexi already pushing him out. And they're pretty quick in clearing up the whole pit. I mean, it's barely a small area after all, but Digny is still alive.
Yeah, Digny coming in from the flank. Nexi hindi siya prepared, but the timing, it works out for Nexi. And Digny, hindi pa nila alam kung nasan siya. In a very cheeky corner, this could work out for Digny kahit naka-sheriff lang siya dito.
You already got info.
Gotta connect the shots.
Okay.
Gets Papi Chulo, Bucky in hand.
Standing ahead.
Rico Dart gonna be used for a little bit of info. Nexi, it's the ring around the rosy. Walang info si Nexi. Nice, perfect timing! And
That's so
Digny!
big!
What a clutch! A sheriff and a Bucky gets the 1v2. What a flank from Digny.
Dignified.
Thrifty.
Dignified ka nga. Really nice thrifty round as well. I mean, imagine, Sheriff,
Yeah.
may makuha, tapos switch ka lang sa Bucky. Like, sheesh.
It's off the back of Owen's play. Gotta give credit
Yeah.
to Owen, no? Getting the secure on this spike. Ja activates the pit, gets the
The
upgrade.
pit is worth it.
Absolutely. And because of this, they were distracted for so long that Digny already made his way towards that attacker site spawn into garage. Na hindi mo nang napansin dito ng players ng Naos, no? So OSC, a nice thrifty round for them, a good breather for them. A round that I think they certainly didn't expect to win, but they got it. And OSC just one round behind Mojer, trying to catch any stragglers dito sa may B main. So QT, mukhang makikita ni Papi Chulo dito, Moji.
Although, nagkakarinigan pero hindi ba nagkakakitaan?
Paramdaman pa lang.
Isa, yep. They're just feeling each other out, but they're just keeping their eyes open for any possible takes and pushes here, especially when it comes for mid control. But Owen Cutie, what he is hoping for is not gonna happen. Eventually, he's gonna be facing his demise, but the operator not gonna be connecting here from Dredge. He's gonna be forced to back out here because of the reckoning to place the revive Naos once again. But despite being commenced at A site, pilot secured the objective. Hunter's Fury not entirely connecting to anyone here from the side of Naos. Couple of members already some damage, but there's multiple ultimates being expected of this one. We have the lockdown, the Hunter's Fury, and the Reckoning, but also being expended is Mojer's life because they'll be forced to back out from the lockdown that's just been placed, and an operator still present here in the hands of Twitch. They're trying to stick it in. It's already diffused on a half. Hunter's Fury not entirely connecting onto them, but there's just two more people remaining in OSC, and eventually it's not gonna be our retake on their end. It's been working out well for, you know, the first half, but unfortunately they haven't been able to end it the way they wanted to.
Yeah, well, it's all because Naos has an impenetrable fortress in that post plan. They have backup plans for backup plans. Yes, they couldn't break the Harbor Cove, but they had the Hunter's Fury, so they didn't really need to. And then they didn't even need to fight that operator because of that Hunter's Fury. And then they had the snake bite lineups as well, right? So
Yeah.
it was just too much for OSC here, that even though they got a retake going, that main position still had to be cleared because of the Sova ult. That now, OSC, wala na naman silang pera dito, Mochi. Skylar Bond trying to be unpredictable, but Naos, they could just straight up go for an A execute.
Yeah, there's no more diversions. There's no more someone holding A and waiting it for it to be empty, like what Jazz been doing for multiple rounds already. But was gonna be placed. Recon Dart not gonna be located, but Dredge will be. Oh, rest of the people will be following up though.
Wow.
And that's just by clearing the site out. They've been able to take 3.
Yeah, just a couple of pieces of util into the dash of Mojer.
Deploying
And the
drones.
site all cleared up
enemy
here for
remaining.
now. It's a squeaky clean take. It's all down again to the IGL. The control of the Viper. ONQT. What can he do with a Sheriff, eh? Hard to imagine, especially with Jap from up above and Nexi just ready for his angle. 6-3 now, starting to make a hefty lead, Dito Mochi. And their executes are particularly clean. I mean, take a look at this. They just shut down Dritch, shut down
One
Skylar
enemy
Bond,
remaining.
and they were ready for the flank as well. I mean, now it's
Yeah.
covering every corner.
I mean, on the macro level, it's pretty straightforward, but when you try to break it down and observe where they're looking at, every single angle is catered. And they are well aware of the advantages here in terms of the guns and the utilities lacking here for the side of OSC, and they'll be forced. Never mind, now is the one who
Whoa.
offered a timeout.
Wow,
Interesting.
interesting, yeah.
What do you think might be the reason for
I
this?
don't know. Maybe Amix is cooking something. I don't know.
Mix, shout out.
Boss.
What's up, boss?
Boss.
Boss pahingi, pansit
Anong
canton
luto
lang.
niya dyan? Baka yun pala yung niluluto.
Nanghingi.
Canton pala yung niluluto.
Uy, nakakamiss yung combo na yun. Tagal ko rin di nakakain ng pandesal for some reason. Laging tasty lang.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Nang pandesal. For some reason.
Promise. Like,
How does he make... Pansit canton and pandesal.
Yeah,
Pero
yeah,
alam
yeah,
mo,
yeah.
pansit canton hits different pag nasa comp shop talaga eh.
yeah, for some reason, it
Tastes
tastes different.
Yeah. Kahit na medyo overpriced siya minsan.
Yeah. I don't know.
Pretty good. Maybe yun yung ano, maybe doon
Mga
na
unanswered
pupunta.
questions.
Doon na pupunta yung extra 20 pesos.
Pa-drop sa comment, guys. Ano kaya yung dahilan ba't iba yung lasa ng pansit canton when you're eating it in a com shop?
Sweet and spicy. Good or not, Mochi?
Good! That's my fave. Calamansi, though.
Weird. You don't...
It tastes weird. What do you mean? Calamansi is like not calamansi at all. Like, what's the resemblance? Like, maasim lang and then that's it. Like, oh! Dredge, though. Habang nag-aaway kami dito, but which pancit flavor is actually good? Someone's already popping up here. One for each here. Also, Owen Cutie will be taking someone out. And there's just 3 more people from the side of Naos, despite of the fact that
There
we
you
said
go.
we thought that they are actually cooking. They're being cooked right now.
Yeah, there we go. That's what OSC has been needing. Find these fights, take the fight to the enemy, and they get themselves a couple of free kills. Make that 3 as Mojer does go down. Naos, bit of a slowdown after that pause. And Rich, playing up against the Harbor Smoke dito, Moji.
Yep. And I feel like this can be on their favor. Pretty similar to what just Papa Chulo has been able to do. Because if ever that he posts down, someone would be able to put it back
30
up
seconds
because
left.
Eman is also there. Now being
remaining.
followed by someone, but
Spike
disrupt.
down B.
That is quite of a horror rant moment.
Wait!
Skylar Bond. Skylar Bond nandito din pa though. Papi Chulo nakapta 3K fa doon ha. Pero there's 2 more people he has to face up against. Viper's Pit. And he's gonna go for the flag.
Placing
Yeah,
swarm grenade.
1v2, Papichulos out and a swarm! And Skylar Barn, the decisiveness is what OSC needed all along, and it's what Skylar Bond uses to end this round on a high note. 4-6. OSC back on the board dito. A real good start. I mean, they take these isolated fights very deep into B main. Rich and Owen both getting a piece. And I think this is a consequence of Naos kind of like a reverse conditioning dito, no? Kanina,
Yeah.
ulit-ulit nilang pinupush yung A side with all their full force. But now, they decided to go for a default, which ultimately led to their demise because that's what OSC, the adjustment that they needed.
I feel like they pulled out the timeout so that OSC could. I feel like it's been timed not that good on there. And Rich once again on the play, starting with securing Mojer. And I'm not quite sure if there's going to be additional follow-ups onto this one because they will be turning their attention onto A momentarily. Rushing them down, but Skylar Vaughn, before they even do and attempt anything, they will be securing someone as well. But Papi Chulo already attempting to charge here onto A side. Nexi opting for the mid area, catching this rep off guard. And Skylar Vaughn, despite of a really good swing here, is not going to be able to let out a single bullet.
And now, despite losing their anchor, their lurk here, they still get themselves into that A side and somehow find a man advantage. Make that double as Nexi shuts down Digny. At mag-isa na lang dito yung duelist ng OSC. Drich, all alone, gonna be coming in from mid. And this is gonna be a tough nut to crack, especially considering na half HP na lang dito si Drich, no? 3 people to watch out for. And I think it's time to minimize losses. Maybe Drich should just save this gun. And I think that's exactly what he's gonna do. Running back into that B site. Naos again on the board, 7-4. And I like the mid-round adjustment dito, no? They lose they're anchored in A, but somehow they were close enough to get the trade and then take control of the site. So Naos get the spike down, and OSC just couldn't penetrate.
Last round in the
Yeah, and I feel like there's also a good fine line in terms of timing because not gonna lie, when they secure Ja, everyone's already pretty close to
That's
A side
true.
as well. So it's in their favor, which is nice.
Nice.
But for Ozteki Cat though, their economy is not nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're
not.
gonna be forced to offer a broken buy.
Yeah, but they kind of have to, right? It is the last
Yep.
round in the half. Anyway, they do have the Reckoning to play with. Could play explosive dito, no? And it seems like what they're gonna do for now. Rich pushing
Okay.
up, but it's Mojer to shut down Skylar Vaughn, and suddenly the battlefield has slowed down. Rich gonna peek.
Tons of people will be scanned here at the mid area sa bandang bukana.
Si Rich. Oh.
Dritch, push. Is it worth it? Is the risk worth the reward? And will he be rewarded? Because he will be taking one down in the process. Although now is still on a really good position here. There's still 4 of them on QT. Possibly opting for this corner here at the B side entrance drone.
Oh, nakita siya.
Seems like he's gonna be scanned. He's gonna be located, and he will face that consequence. He'll be punished eventually, but the lockdown and as well as the reckoning from both ends are just gonna be placed here on the side, and they're just gonna. Parang nag-Chinese garter lang to si Moji because no one actually pushed them because of the lockdown they placed.
Nice little trade of holds there, but Naos, yung kill ni Nexi hindi na trade. And Disruptor's gonna go down. OSC down to 1. Kaya ba to? On a 1v4, Mochi?
The moment he got into that barrier, he is dead.
Switching sides.
And we are already on our second half, and if this is how Naos plays on the defense, imagine what more.
Yeah, that's true.
enemy
But
remaining.
again, it's more of the same in the set. No, Naos getting the read on the defense dito ng OSC. And it's gonna be even more impactful dito on the defense when Naos do get the predictions right against OSC. No, I mean, yeah, OSC, this is their chance to showcase what they have prepared for this attacking side. But Naos, have they prepared more? Such as the case in Ascent. This time, it is going to be a full-on default for OSC. 2 players just trying to control the B main position. But Naos look to receive. Si Mojer gusto niya mag-pico.
Take flight.
I'm actually curious if this is going to be on the favor of OSC as well, because the current setup they currently have, they're pretty heavy in terms of the B side execute. Mojer though still at yellow and trying to scoot his way on this. Papi Chulo, no really good support here, but he's also gonna get Scad. Mojer receiving all of the utilities here, but they've been able to fall up for each other. A knife kill of them on FPS. gave him a taste of Tondo.
No. Now they're gonna take down Skylar, but they're gonna take everything
What
in this
just
pistol.
happened?
I don't know, but let's see that one more time. Ang bilis nag-rotate dito ng Naos. So the moment Mojer felt a whiff that everyone's gunning for that B site, called upon the rotation of both Papichulo and Ja, that by the time the execute happened, OSC, they're already crumbling. Ang bilis din nakarating ni Nexi doon, no? So Naos picking up another pistol round dito.
But it's cool. Like, dude, imagine. Oh my god.
It feels good in ranked games. Imagine in this setting.
Yeah, this setting, man, what a morale boost for Naos, but for OSC, I'm not quite sure what's gonna be the effect on them. But yeah, we really didn't expect that to happen, because imagine just minding your business and just clearing out a specific site, and then eventually all you know is that there's already someone knifing you.
Tondo experience.
Is real.
Bit of a slowdown dito na mga OSC.
Yep.
Pistols only. Papichulo, about the same. Pero tinan mo, interesting yung pickups dito ng Naos. They didn't really buy a lot. Mojer naka-outlaw, but that's pretty much it. Naka-sheriff lang iba ng players.
They're so good too, no? Like, both controllers at B. Wow. The support is crazy, but just as I was saying that, Mitch will be able to take M and FPS out, and with the wall being placed here, he's not going to be able to answer back and try to offer the trade. The shots from Mojer not entirely connecting as of the moment, but Nexi with the Guardian once again. The Guardians are doing what it's supposed to do. The taps, the pain is pretty heavy here for those who've been inflicted on, and Ja would be able to take those and a 3-key for himself.
Yeah, Ja just makes it look easy. A Guardian in hand with Mojer's Outlaw, and there you go. 10 rounds here for
no? Akala ko
Naos.
si Nexi na naman yung mga ganun eh.
6 rounds ahead na sila dito, Mochi, and it seems like Naos are on a roll. 4 rounds in a row. And this is where OSC can get to showcase that prep that goes into that attacking side. It seems like another standard approach, but this time yung B site hindi na nila papansinin.
Okay. Natapos sa alo, pero ngayon mukhang is already the rifle round, and they've been able to use that well so far. The trades coming in here, although still an advantage for the side of Old Stinky Cat, which is great, but
Big flank.
dying wool.
Oo nga eh.
And madadagdagan pa. Not quite sure if this is actually the great decision here to commit into A side as much as possible. They can preferably rotate to B and just be wary for any possible lurks. I mean, they're at an advantage after all here for OSC, but they're taking their time of day with 50 seconds at the clock. Still a lot of time to contemplate what they should do and how they can do their execution. This prep already running low. Oh, I thought he's going to be caught off guard, but Ward will carry on to the rescue. Papichulo will be left alone and onto the flank. I'm not quite sure if they are aware or if they are going to expect it. Yes, they will.
Winantap pa nga ni Disrupt. Papichulo going down. And OSC, they finally dismantled that A site hold of Naos.
Wow.
Very cleanly so. I mean, yeah, just took them by storm dito. Let's take a look at that. Oh, that's just from the last round. Let's see this round. Was OSC able to finally break down the defense in that A site. And I think the most important thing of that hold as well is they expected that flank to come through from Papichulo. No? So OSC really covering their tracks here, finding a page out of the Naos attack playbook. But early recon coming through from Naos. Make sure that Rich is going to be using that dash defensively, putting Mojo in a forward position for his operator to strike. Disrupt is down. And tinan mo yung position sa B main. All of them pushing as well. Naos going to close in.
Oh. Parang ano lang din eh, no? Kidnap isa, sabay mamba out dun kay Mojo, and like what you've said, they've got control of mid, which is nice here for OSC, although with the lack of their other controller, still, not gonna lie, still enough to push forward and commit into this site. But once again, it's the waiting game, waiting for the best time to strike. Oh, both the people here from Naos, from mid, from A site, everywhere in this map, they are already eliminating every single person they see here for the side of Oh Sticky Cat, not being able to plant or even put the spike down, and Dignified will be lost on what he could do because he didn't even expect it that the rest of the people are already at A site.
It just feels hopeless. That
Yeah.
side take from OSC. It felt like they didn't have enough tools for that fight, and now they just jumped the gun. They just went into the site, denied those lines, especially with the harbor util dito. Perfectly timed by M and FPS, no? And now
Yeah.
again, just a stronghold in that A site. OSC seemingly back to square one. And what made this happen is that double push down in B main. It made sure that they had full control of mid. So flank was not a possibility for OSC. So OSC, what they're gonna do is just gonna go for a quick rush this time. Flank not needed, sabi nga nila. But Wardell Curry, can he breach through these walls?
Feels like he is gonna do so as they already secured half of the site, but someone still here at the Raptors area. They better be careful. One shot and they will be ended. Rest of the people here still trying to prevent them despite of the smokes being placed here. Tabang free fire lang yung mga kumpara natin dito, and they've been able to the rest of them would just being left alone, and eventually someone's gonna be secured by the snake bite placed by Papi Chulo. What are the odds that you're already running low and you step back and you're dead?
Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things, right? You can't really do much about it, especially when you're given this situation. And OSC, it feels like this whole game is just that. Walking into a molly, a snake bite, and getting trapped in it. Disrupt, the only one with a gun here, and they're playing against match point. Naos, they can make this quick. They can make this a quick one and put Milo on Rice. Digny gonna be using the Owl drone, but now they're closing in Hitomochi. They're gonna try to end this right now.
But you know, what I see from now is they play slow, but it should be concise. And obviously he's having a difficult time trying to see that because they always wait for the best time where they can put them on a chokehold. Now, Nexi, as well as Jan, never mind, saktong-saktong pagkalapag ng crosshair niya, patay na pala ang pinupuntirya niya. And this is going to be a 2-0 in favor of Naos. And guess what? It's a pretty powerful match, if I may say.
Yeah. It's a powerful match. It's a powerful composition. It's a powerful roster for sure. They are the first team to advance from Stage 3 into Stage 4 dito. No, that leaves us with last two teams, last one slot dito to fight for it. It's Old Stinky Cats gonna be fighting for their life against Oasis Gaming in the lower bracket later on. But let's take a deeper look into that match muna. No? Let's take a look at the match highlights dito as to what transpired. It's on the defense talaga dito that Naos really denied everything, but it was a pretty good start here for OSC. If you remember, they took the pistol round, but it started to fall apart.
Yeah, and I feel like the kill na ginawa ni Eman, that's been like the first night kill that we have seen here in ages. Not that I thought of it, but all I can say here is that I feel like it's pretty difficult for OSC to try and adjust how Naos is moving because Naos is actually basing off of them. So every single step they take or get the information being leaked out of OSC, they always know what micro adjustment they should do. Oh, that highlight though. Like, they're just... They behave pretty similar to a snake, like they're just gonna wrap around and before you even know it, like there's a crack already. There's already a strike, and yeah, that's so perfect execution in terms of this one. But because of how they've been able to perform super well, not quite sure what is the standings, and that's what on your screens right now because Naos. Wow, Papi Chulo on the Viper as well. Like, both these teams are just exemplary, but unfortunately for OC, they had to work this out a bit more.
Yeah, gotta give commendations to Jack. You're creating so much space on that attacking side, right? Over and over again, he was the biggest headache for OSC here. And now it was a pretty classic approach, actually.
Yep.
You know, go for the bait and switch from B and then pivot towards your flank where Jack consistently finds that space. And, well, I think that question that we've keep asking if OSC really needs Skylar Vaughn, it feels like they did. Skylar Vaughn just did not have a good game here in Icebox. It feels like something was off here for OSC.
There's something missing.
They just couldn't put the numbers in para sa kanila dito. No, let's take a look at who the MVP is here. It's Papi
Let's go.
Chulo, of course, with 288 ACS, a 19/8 kill to death ratio. But it felt like now as the kills, the numbers were pretty close because well, at the end of the day, now as never a team that was one that needed those star players. It was the whole team figuring it out.
And also what I really wanted to point out though for Papi Chulo is the fact that every time that there are some instances that, oh, someone's down. Okay, Papi Chulo is here. It's my time to secure that trade and even more than that. So really deserves that MVP title. And like what you've said, hopefully that we can see more about OSC later on. But for now, for sure, they will be just waiting up there.
Yep. Now securing that spot, they have that one more slot secured in the play-in stage. We have 3 teams so far na dun sa play-in, no? So now us being one of those now leaves us with just one more. But before we head on into a break, guys, I want to tell you about our sponsor, that is PC Game Pass. Alam mo, Mochi, this is a subscription platform where you can play hundreds of AAA titles. At alam mo, may gift ang Predator sa viewers natin.
Oh, ano yun?
You know what that is?
Ano yun?
Guys, pag bumili kayo ng laptop, ng Predator Gaming laptop, dyan sa website sa baba, sa store.acer.com/n-p8, and you buy a Predator Gaming laptop, that's 3 months of PC Game Pass absolutely free of charge. That's right. Free. Libre.
Libre!
Absolutely free. Guys, all you have to do is avail of a Predator Gaming laptop in the link down below, or maybe scan the QR code right there, and you have 3 months of PC Game Pass on Predator Gaming. That's on Predator Gaming for absolutely free of charge. But there you have it. That concludes our first series, the upper bracket match of the day. Kung, well, if you are a fan of OSC, support them in the comments down below. They really need it right now, especially in their upcoming match. It's against Oasis, where they have to win to stay alive in Predator League.
And, of course, sino pa nga ba kami? I'm Mochi and I'm with Tatum. And we'll be back for our second series. Antay-antay lang kayo dyan.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of the Philippine Qualifier in the Predator League 2025. My name is Ramon. With me is Mochi. It's been a bit of a transition since Zetam was here. I'll be taking his place right here, right now. It's been a fun first game with Naos taking the reins and, well, waiting in open arms over at that final BO3 of the day, where now we head on into the second BO3 of the day. It is OSC versus Oasis Gaming. Now, these are very experienced organizations in the VCT. A lot of history between them, where Oasis has always been a step ahead. But now, it is a new chapter in both of these organizations, where OSC kind of seems like they have a bit more momentum, a bit more spunk within their vicinity.
A bit more spunk and possibly more synergy with each other. Oasis is gonna be developing a lot after what just happened from yesterday until now, and I wonder if they can do some magic overnight, especially what they have been able to suffer upon against Kinaos, sa kanila, kay Balbakwa and stuff. So yeah, they've have a lot of work to do here, to say the least, and we're about to see if they can set the par up against dito kay OSC.
That's true, and as we take a look at the bracket katulad na ngayon, ang dami ding naging nangyari. So all throughout the group stages, it has been an eventful two-day story for Sara Naos. It's been a clean sweep for them so far from the upper bracket towards the finals, where we see them right now, knocking down Old Stinky Cat, where we're going to be studying kung saan ang magiging resulta against the likes of Oasis Gaming, who were also knocked down to the lower bracket very early on by Naos Esports themselves. Looking like the juggernauts so far sa ating naging group stages. Remember, it was a double LM bracket, kaya kahit natalo kanina ang OSC, they're down, but they're not out of the tournament just yet. Talagang lalaban pa rin sila para makakuha ng spot papunta sa play-in sa ating mga kaibigan as we head on into the map veto selection. Nga naman, napaka-importante. Sinabi ko sa iyo kung ano yung mga predictions ko at mukhang nag-iba pa nga. I cannot be any more wrong, as I never expected Oasis Gaming to actually pick up the Abyss map for the first game.
Yo.
Wow. Okay. This is new.
Wait. OSC chose Lotus.
And that's, again, one of the maps that Oasis Gaming have been comfortable with as well.
Why? But also, though, this is gonna be an interesting one for us to see them. Kasi biro mo always Naos, but, you know, fair amount of promise. For Oasis, though, pretty new. Couldn't sure if there will be some heavy expectations to place onto them ever since yesterday, but as much as possible we want to be forgiven and give them the environment to actually see and grow and hopefully try and know what is going to be an ideal playstyle for them. But once again, Abyss and Lotus for our first two maps.
Okay.
Wow.
It's surprising no? Kasi Oasis Gaming, again, not a lot of history this time kasi bago yung roster. Marky, the only guy that has stuck with the team. Now we're kind of in a bit of a transitional progress or a transitional era where bago na yung mga players sila, kailangan mag-adapt to the new system that they're in. One of the more established orgs in the Philippines right here, fighting for tournament life and putting all the stops out of their situation kasi lineups makikita natin. So I'm kind of expecting a new team like them to actually use a bit of a more comfortable agents for them. So I feel like putting them on roles where they're more suitable to what they were before. Bago sila makapasok, I mean, for Avernus Esports is Zeus na ngayon na nasa Oasis Gaming. He is very used to playing yung jet composition na yun, at baka yun na nga yung papakita na as we head on into the agent selection at yun na nga. Zeus on the jet, Marky very comfortable on the Sky pick itself. It's not the double sentinel count that you're looking for, but it's as much utility as you would want with an execute heavy setup for the Oasis Gaming squad. While on the other side of things, Old Stinky Cat, I have been talking about this Astra pick during the tournament since there was the buff, 5 na yung stars si Astra, mas malakas na yung post plant niya, and other than that, still kind of the same core.
Yeah, and actually, I like the initiators they placed in here as well. Both will be playing in double initiator, but Old Sticky Cats has the preparation of with Breach on the Disrupt. But just in a bit, we'll be heading into the Land of Abyss. And what's your take on this one? Would you prefer to have a Sky or a Breach in this type of lineup?
I mean, magiging biased ako sabihin ko, Breach is definitely a very strong execute heavy
Same.
initiator. Lalo na kapag jet yung kakasama mo, edi mas madali kang makakapag-take over ng isang execute, especially when you're starting on the attack.
True.
But for OSC, it's all on trying to lock down the site on the defense and kung saan ita-time ni Disrupt yung positioning niya dito sa mapang to. So he decides to triple stack up over to the B site, kasama tong si Owen Cutie and again, dun si Dreech, who we've had a bit of our eyes on with his performance compared to how Skylarvon has been performing when he's on the jet right now.
Yeah.
And I feel like I kind of want to give some benefit of the doubt din kay Dreech kasi medyo may same situation sila with Oasis where they're kind of adjusting to a new system.
Yep.
Sabihin na lang natin na parang young versus young na naman tayo dito as we head on into the first pistol round. It's Dreech. Pushes on in towards B main. But that's a double setup again for the attack. At baka ma-expect pa nga ni Zeus at Marky as Zeus, he claims first blood.
Extensions coming in here, and unfortunately, they're not going to be having any benefit from that one. Instead, both of them are going to be secured out. Oasis, lamang pa naman sila dito while they try to turn their attention dito sa A site natin, heavily guarded ng mga utilities. May mga stars, yung mga tripwires, but pagsasawalang bahala nila yan because they will be able to get their spot in here right now.
Skylarvon, he's gonna get covered up thanks to Owen Cutie's smoke, but NDG, definitely he has been doing his homework knowing that that smoke could be used against him. He clears the site. An easy plan for the Oasis gaming roster until Dignified gets his own name on the kill feed. Second Love, diligent to take the trade in the 3v1. Disrupt is up for the 1v3 scenario.
Disrupt. There's still some time you can work with here. Complete utils as well. Although, not quite sure how you will be able to segregate these people here from backside because someone might actually be closing up on you and that's Latham. And immediately, he is gonna be eliminated. Although, actually, I just want to point out here, NDG has been caught off guard earlier nung nandun siya sa Cosmic Realm. So, I feel like that's also something that they have to be careful about, especially when you put those stars down, you are definitely vulnerable. And as much as possible, you have to have someone alongside you. It's either you having someone else or you being in a safer place.
It's also as simple as NDG forgetting to put the smoke up doon sa may rope side.
True.
Medyo nag-focus up ang kaibigan natin si NDG, pushing on to the only anchor in the site.
Oh, I love that Bulldog.
Bulldog in hand leads the attack. Oasis Gaming, they are bundled up. It already started nung nagsama si Zeus at si Marky kanina, and we kind of highlighted this duo yesterday, where they Marky has to kind of put a lot of confidence into Zeus, where he's kind of hesitating on a lot of these duels, but this time Slatham, his utility usage is still up in play. Second Love with a second frag as well. This is a very stable hold on the mid side for Oasis that is yielding results.
Yielding results, and it seems like they're gonna be reaping more just a bit as they try to secure their space onto this one. Dignified will be quite lost in how would he address all the three people while he's just falling down from the tower. And alongside with another comrade falling as well. Owen QT with just a sheriff. No more stars available for him to actually use as he don't have a substantial gun or an assault rifle or even an SMG to work with, but he's gonna be spotted by NDG, and what a flawless round by them. Wala man lang na destroy any amount of economy from the Oasis.
Wala talaga, no? Kasi talagang mintis lamang. Hindi nila kailangan i-risk yung sarili nila na lumapit man lang para patayin. They have the long-range weaponry. And with the long-range weaponry, they can deal as much damage as they possibly could. And once they get the damage, it's all as easy as using one of your preset lineups.
Ito na naman tayo kay Slatum.
Ito naman kayo kay Didum. Shoutout nga pala sa'yo, pare.
Minamandohan kami.
Kaya nga that's an in-up draft. Interesting. Now this is a very aggressive attempt for Dreech. He wants to take that mid side in full control. But Oasis are not giving him the time of day. Talagang tamang ignore na lang kay Lodi.
Parang dumaan lang.
Na scene zone.
Na scene zone. Baka nga in-inbox pa eh. Di mo sure, di ba? Pero rest of the people here just gonna be turning our attention just to Owen Cutie na sinusubukan na mag-push mga secure na flag pero hindi naman yun mangyayari. Actually, may marireceive na damage dito ang Oasis pero sobrang konti lang naman and instead, they will be trying to attempt if there will be some mid people na maaari lang pitas dito pero sa ngayon, tahimik ang lahat while they try and set up their way onto B.
Smokes down. Entry is in for Oasis Gaming. Zeus getting a lot of that confidence and disrupt. Well, stay true to his namesake and will claim the frag papunta doon sa Cypress. Skyler Vaughn, he is getting those really nice shots. Dignified will get a double kill as well. The defense looking primed up
Bilis.
as they lock down that B side. Just as easy as that. 1-2 so far for the defense of OSC. The old Stinky Cat roster on the defensive side are making a lot of aggressive moves. That door smash over from that disrupt guy just surprised the mid-side player as they also kind of had a pretty good response time with that rotation after investing yung drone ng Oasis Gaming para hindi sila makapag-rotate agad. Hindi sila kumagat dun.
Yeah, it's a good bonus after all here for Oasis. So, goods lang yan. And buti naman is nakuha din ito ni Old Sticky Cat kasi, of course, they've got the rifles. Okay. And B-side ata ang punteriya nila dito. Medyo interesting yung placements ng tripwires onto this one just in case that they want to secure additional space heading onto doon sa ating CTR and Link. Although, before they even put the spike down, abay ni isa-isa na sila dito ng mga member natin from the side of OSC. Salibon as well as Wardell Curry getting a couple here. And ngayon, nung gagawin mo NTG, baling ang attention. Hopefully sa mid, meron siyang makuha dito pero baka magsisave na lang siya.
Magsisave nga ba or maglalurk na lang? Kasi parang yun na nga yung position ni NDG. Noel De Guia.
Pitas?
Veteran in his own right. Kaso the timing does not work out in his favor. Owen Cutie.
Yun lang.
The awareness definitely within Owen Cutie this time around. OSC prepared for what was an aggressive setup for the Oasis Gaming squad. The double push out again for Marky and Zeus. Like I mentioned, this duo trying to make things work with that duo. The initiator combo with a fast and aggressive Jet. But I feel I can see a few green flags with how Zeus has been entering on because in the last few
Green flag pala si Zeus eh.
in the last few days na nakikita nga siya eh. Parang nahihiya pa, parang hindi pa masyado nakakapag-entry. Ngayon, at least nagtatry siya. Katulad ni Dreech. And she's on. Nice scan as well. Assisted by Dignified. 4 versus 4. Thanks to Oasis Gaming's trade-off. And Slatom gonna be able to pick up that Hunter's Fury check. Owen Cutie will be able to push on towards that A main position. Free ult orb as well for him. Makes it easy to use that Astra ult pagka nagkaroon siya ng additional frags.
Ang ganda rin ang naging secure nila dito from Oasis. Although, wala na yung pang-entra nitong OSC. Not quite sure if that is actually a big of a change here. But at least may Cypher pa naman sila. Owen Cutie just gonna be holding this angle. Some pixel lang. Some pixel, he's gonna be finding someone. Not be able to make the shot connect. But at least that is some information that's gonna be leaked out here from Oasis. They're just gonna go and entry in and the setup, the blind, and disrupt just pushing against Latham though. Always there, always present, always ready to trade if ever the time arises. And they're just gonna secure the objective on this one as NDG is as well going to step up, and before we even know, it's just Dignified being left alone.
Trying to reposition away. Nakita pa nga si Slatom
okay.
and doesn't even know where NDG is going to be coming from. This 1v1 will be everything for Dignified to keep their economy in check. Kaso medyo nag-overthink ang kaibigan nating Sova, while NDG is comfortable sitting on the backside of A. Where will Dignified run to?
I feel like he might assume that he's at a main. Oh no! But Recon Dart is not gonna be spotting anything. And hindi siya naupulitan ng Gravity Well. And he's gonna sting it. And he's gonna win it for the team, which is quite unfortunate. That is like a util placement error here for NDG.
Pros don't fake nga naman. A common saying within the Valorant scene kapag ka talaga nakapag-stick pa nga dito, fully relying on that the suck out for the Astra para hindi siya makapag-defuse. Sayang yung efforts agad ni Slatom dito because he is the perfect person to use as some sort of a second in kasi lagi siya nakakapag-trade na maayos.
Ang ganda na sana ng placement, no? It's just that hindi sumakto or hindi enough kasi talaga nasa sulok lang si si DP, but hindi siya napulalo.
Pretty far off the mark.
Yeah, it's quite far. Hindi tuloy na bulalo si idol mo, but I guess they had to work on that one. But Second Love just doing the work as well. And at least they have been able to locate the tripwire that's been placed here and eventually removing it out of the equation just in case that they will be committing here at A site, but they better be prepared because there's a couple of people here that they have not seen yet.
A big pick as well for them because that is the Astra taken out of the picture for OSC.
Yep.
Smoker to be able to contribute anything, but Second Love a little too close for comfort, a little too aggressive for Disrupt's liking. 1-for-1. The Lurker just to trade off for the Smoker as well. Skylar Vaughn has to run. The push shot for Zeus is going to be inevitable for them. And bundled up at Marky just to get the scan out as well. Isa lang yung masascan. So ang nasa isip na lang yung Cypher lang ang nasa A site. Ang hindi nila alam, lahat sila prepared para makapag-plant sila lahat. Hunter's Fury also invested on the default position. Na-scan lang si Marky, pero hindi makakapitalize ang kill sa kanya. 2 kills in fact. The white peak is in as Breach and the rest of the squad pick it up for OSC. That is another round coming out for the defensive side, and they didn't even need to peek. All they needed was to rely upon that Hunter's Fury.
Bro, sasabihin ko pa lang sana na parang maganda yung lurk ni NDG from mid, but unfortunately, it didn't give him anything because the moment na makarating siya doon sa bandang A site is wala na yung mga kasama niya. Timeout very active here for Oasis, and tama lang din naman ata ang kanilang pag-pull-out nito para magpakalma sila. Although, maganda rin sana kung merong kaakibat na plano. Kaya lang kung ano mang plano yon, it's not gonna be at the most. Kasi, puro mga pistol lang hawak nila ngayon.
Kaya nga eh.
Dahil nilang ultimate though.
Daming ultimate and daming resources. Well, not in terms of weaponry.
Yeah.
Yeah, medyo eco round lang tayo dyan. Sana hindi sila eco round IRL. Kasi sure ako, mahirap yun.
Sim.
Diba? Mahirap yun kasi puro show may rice na nakakainin natin.
Oh, masarap show may rice.
Gulaman. I mean, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
Diba? I'm not complaining.
But it's better to have the riches of life. Wow.
Yeah,
Lord.
that, and it's also good to have like the right amount of nutrients kapag ka kumakain ka, diba? Eat your vegetables.
Oo nga, by the way, shoutout kay JM Mendoza.
Uy,
Ako lang to, syempre 6'1 yung height ko.
tama.
Diba?
Tama.
Solid.
Naka-elevator shoes yung idol
Elevator shoes. Kapal ng swelas eh.
Kaya nga eh.
Pero, rest of the people here, Oasis. Maganda pagka-prepare nila dito ha. Blade Storm natin, active kay Zeus, just in case lang. Trailblazer din, pinapasok na, pati yung Shock Dart. Wala namang na-connect ha, pero parang meron silang gustong gawin na TikTok plays dito. Ramon, yun nga lang nga. Location will be revealed here. Auto Zeus, hindi naman tatama sa kanyang mga pre-fire na binabato sa kanila Slatom, pero kailangan pa nila mag-ingat, and before we even know it, nag-dissipate na ang smoke. So, tamang entrada na sila dito. Cosmic Divide also expended as well.
Zeus also at the backside, so medyo may powered position ang nag-iisa nating jet over on Oasis Gaming. A bit of an opportunity for Oasis to plant the spike on down as NDG will strike first. Skylar Vaughn tries to reposition. Wardell Curry will be good for one. NDG gets another. As Zeus is popping off now. The confidence is rising up for the young Jet player on Oasis Gaming. Slatum to follow through. It's all left up to Dignified. He has clutched up before. He has to do it right here, right now. Zeus to trail it up and hits the shot towards the face of Dignified. A third round for Oasis. A cool, calm, collected push that results in the third round win.
Ang ganda ng ano nila doon. Ng setup nila doon. They use the Cosmic Divide and simpleng trailblazer lang. Alis ng tripwire, yung shockdart. Tapos setup tayo dito. May Cosmic Divide naman tayo. So why not gamitin natin? Tas yung pwesto pa ni Zeus is actually great kasi not only that he frees some space, but he made it all the way onto backside na hindi na-expect itong side ng Ostikikat na naroon na sila, but already the Seekers out here para sa B-side natin. Rest of the people just gonna be playing at the bestest, but going QT. An aggressive positioning off the smoke, and the rest of the people here, what the QT, sinupordan pa siya. And he is going to be just someone left alone here sa B-side natin, but Slatom, mapipitas pa rin siya. But eventually, hindi pa rin enough kasi rest of the people, ang bilis kumilos dito ng OSC.
Kung gaano kabilis pumasok, ganun din kabilis lumabas ng round na ito ang Oasis Gaming. Thanks to a very nice retake, a stronghold of a defense doon sa may link position as well. Oasis Gaming kind of overcooked for that one. After mapatay itong si Zeus, they kind of felt like they needed some more out of this round, some more out of that link position, right? So nag-double push shot agad. Slatom kasama itong si Marky, but in the end, it was all for nothing. 5-3 scoreline for the side of OSC. A nice defuse to result in what must be line share of ultimates para sa side nila. Ang defense talagang napaka-stable. Pero hindi ko masasabing natatalo ang Oasis. Talagang kailangan lang nila ng time at ng confidence para ma-brute force sila.
That's also true. And I like yung efforts na ginagawa din dito ni Wardell Curry, no, na mag-push deep into sa mid-area natin, and possibly meron pa siyang mapipitas, just like what we have witnessed right there. And it's been prevalent for like last round na rin, and seems like he's not planning to stop anytime soon. All the while na merong napitas sa kanila, it's time for Oasis to try to opt for arrest back. Ayun nga lang wala silang mamamataan sa bandang mid-area natin. Wardell Curry, na naman siya. Dretch, sige, ipakita mo kung sino ka. Kasama mo pa si Dignified sa kabilang banda.
Uy, nakita na.
At saktong-sakto yung timing doon, no? Some information being leaked just with the transfers and the sprays! At 3K para kay Dignified, at mukhang si Slatom na lang ang may iwan dito. May posibilidad kaya na clutch niya to?
Yep, well, he is the sharpshooter so far for Oasis Gaming. Pero mamimit niya dito si Owen Cutie, and he will get denied. It is Owen Cutie. I guess the 6th round again for the side of OSC. Ngayon, nakikita mo, napakabilis na mag-push out again itong si Dreech. That's always because he has the dash online. Bilis na napagpasok dun sa may mid, and even though that was where the first blood happened, they were still willing to take the fight again. Papunta dun sa door para magkaroon ng konting split up, magkaroon ng konting map control, diba? Pero, unfortunately, they ran into somebody who's really good with the Phantom, Dignified, full balls on display, papunta dito sa loob ng door position. A good spray down, resulting in 3K, a 6-3 scoreline for OSC. And again, Dreech, he's so comfortable with that updraft dash position. That mid-side looking wide open for them so far, while Oasis are looking to find answers all across the map. They started on B, but now the mid-side is looking like a huge question mark for now.
OSC, parang ang ganda ng estado nila dito ngayon no? Kasi, biro mo naman, despite of the executes nito ng Oasis, it's actually not giving them any reward. But may madidink sila dito, and super low na itong kanilang Cypher. But Zeus.
Alam nila.
Gonna be securing one, but Dignified, dalawang kaharap mo. Meron ka pa rin, mapipitas, dalawa pa rin, naubos mo. The spike is on the reach, but Oasis is gonna struggle taking that back. Camera Cypher, securing Slatom, and even additional people here at areas they didn't even expect them to be. NDG with just a sheriff. He's all alone once again. Si Dignified, kanina pa tong lalaking tong nagpa-pop off and taking the 4th kill as well.
Safe to say Dignified is feeling it right now. 4K for him. Previous round, he had a 3K. Always put this guy on a rifling position na talagang gagawa siya ng magic. Tamol, low HP, blinded na nga. Dalawang nagpig sa kanya at dalawa pa yung napatay niya. Imagine.
Grabe.
This guy on a heater right now. 13 kills to his name. Maybe at this point, everybody should eat Milo on their rice.
Kala ko ba yung yan?
Wala na, nabelieve ako
Believer
eh.
ka na.
Believer na ako eh. At this
Iba
point.
kape on rice eh. Pwede rin naman.
Kami mga Batanggenyo, ganun kami.
Diba? Goods din naman yun eh.
Yeah. Well, the Curry pushes on towards A and respects the dog. Dodges away from it thanks to the dash. Now, this passive setup is actually giving a lot of info, a lot of space guys Second Love, who now is kind of conditioning the team to actually answer his call, answer his push. Second Love, he
Wait,
pushes in without any hesitation whatsoever. Finds Skyler Vaughn. Neural Theft activated as well. So lahat ng tao sa loob ng OSC, alam na kung saan at nakadalawa pa nga. Second Love, noted, spotted. Owen Cutie will find Zeus as well. A triple for Second Love. And it's both IGLs popping off with a 4K for Second Love. It's all on him to claim the ace. Pull out the classic. Kaso, it is Dignified. Left all alone. Kills off Second Love on a hot streak. Kaso, nilabas ang shock dart. Tinimingan pa nga ni NDG. It is the 4th round win thanks to an amazing lurk from Second Love.
Alam mo, I don't know what's with Second Love. Like, I feel like Disrupt shouldn't have the memo that he is already lurking already at the defender C spawn. But unfortunately, that is not what happened. And eventually, dude is just free roaming, checking out the exhibit. You know, and
Libre ticket eh.
libre yung ticket. Hindi mo kailangan ng ID para pumasok at apat agad yung na-secure nyo doon. I don't know what happened there, but Second Love did quite of an amazing job. I mean, nandyan na sa harap mo yung treasure, bakit hindi mo pa ba kukunin?
And 3 out of the 10 situations, you put a trip war in that spot para lang hindi mo watch ng kahit sinong B-anchor mo. Pero, and that time, it wasn't watched that much. Second Love, I wouldn't say it's luck. I think he had the pure game sense to actually clear out that corner, check every single time. And in the 7-4, Slatham, he moves around that A-side control. NDG will do good to get one kay Skyler Vaughn and disrupt. 1-for-1 trade-off, but eventually the A-side will be the call. But Wardell Curry hits the shot from the up. Zeus to trade it off. 3v3, Seekers activated as well for Marky to answer the call with Second Love. A nice lurk again, and it's always on mid where he attacks every single time.
Nakaramdam na rin sana si Dignified no? Na merong naroon. Pero para medyo na-delay siya ng pag-checkout. But Disrupt and as well as Owen Cutie.
Mahilikuran pa siya.
Baka nga malikuran pa siya. Na-timingan pa si Second Love dito. And they don't even have to take a double take on that one. But Marky.
Uy, kaya pa.
The crouch. The
Kaya
run and
pa.
the crouch of Disrupt. 3K and yes, Zeus meron naman yung smoke dito. Navjob, not quite sure how that would benefit him, but he's just gonna be a bit paranoid because he's already running it out of time. Ayun nga lang nga, wala nga sana. Uy! It is on main, or he is on main. He is him! Zeus! Wow. He's gonna get the 3K.
Definitely. A 7-5. And again, a really nice lurk coming out for NDG. Even though he gets traded very immediately, that pulls the attention of Disrupt. He was a little too medyo late siya to the call. Na makarotate onto the mid side even though he does get 2 kills. In fact, Zeus opens up that A main extremity. At yan yung gusto ko sa duo nitong si Marky at si Zeus eh. Parang cheerleader kumbaga si Marky. A former duelist himself is now giving a lot more confidence dito kay Zeus who, let's face it, this guy has been himself when he has been playing in a few days dito sa Predator League so far. And he's been steadily improving every time that we see him play. 7-5. 1-10 dito sa Marky. Yes, as you mentioned, pero now is the time for him to shine. Zeus pushes on. Wardell Curry doesn't expect him to die. Zeus dashes out of safety, kaso disrupt. Quick to trade it 1-for-1.
Ang bilis ng mga action dito. Kakasimula lang ng round. Meron agad 2 casualty sa parehong kupunan. Pero parang punterian nila dito. Ang B-site natin. Maganda yung setup natin dito from Second Love. Kaya kailangan nila mag-ingat-ingat kung ito man talaga yung gugustuhin nilang puntahan. Although, tahimik kan lahat. Wala pang nangyayari. And they're just gonna explore as much as possible if they can take any ounce of information as of the moment. Kasi wala pa nagkakakitaan dito. Never mind. Marky is gonna be located here dito sa bandang mid.
And this is going to be crucial information for them because sometimes Marky likes to play with his team. Baka conditioning na din ang sama dito kasi baka isipin nila dalawa nasa mid. May kadikit at laging may kasama. Ngayon, talagang compromise na ang position ni Skylar Vaughn. Second Love tries to reposition himself in towards that B site extremity. Disrupt and Dignified. They do get 2 picks in the end. Slatham will get traded after 2 picks for him. They plant the bomb now doon sa loob ng B site. On the back side where Dignified tries to make move for his own. A double for him. The right click was perfect. And Dignified will always get that triple kill any day of the week. The Abyss map is his home. And he is feeling comfortable as he claims the 8th round for the team.
Grabe si Dignified. Hindi lang sa Twitter active. Proactive din siya dito sa laro natin ngayon, no? Ay, lagi ko nakikita yung mga tweets ni Dignified na parang lagi siyang happy sa mga nangyayari sa buhay niya and stuff. And seems like he's also feeling it in this game.
Talaga.
So, why not make the most out of it, hindi ba?
Tama ka dyan. Literally, living his best life right now on OSC. Eh, isipin mo you're playing with your best friend, si Owen Cutie. You're kind of in a similar environment. You don't really have much stress on yourself, di ba? Eh, parang sa gantong sitwasyon, yung stress nasa defensive side. He dashes in, but that's 3 people with the classic.
Oy, muntik na!
Hindi pa kinaya ang pangalawang patay. Second Love will get another thanks to the Spectre given to him. Gifted by the Jet. Another kill out as well for Slatham and Zeus to trade it off. A 3v1. And remember, OSC won the previous round, but this is Dignified on his prime. Will he clutch up the 1v3? Low on HP na din tong si Zeus. Nag-ingay ng onti si Dignified sa labas ng A main, but the spike is not with him. Has to clutch up, isolate each pick. Ang pinakamalapit na target para sa kanya ay nasa backside. Zeus also gonna trade him once na mapatay itong si Slatham, but mukhang hindi na kailangan. Slatham will just use his recon dart, spray him through the wall. 50-round win. Masyadong aggressive si Zeus. Well, si Dreech.
Yeah. But at least, diba, what matters here if they got some free guns. And unfortunately for the side of OVC, they haven't been able to catch up sa kanila kaagad-agad. And in turn, it is going to be possibly another round here para kay Oasis since they've got the additional loadouts to work with. And I feel like hindi lang talaga nagkaroon ng mga magandang trade-offs doon during that time tong si Oasis. Which is quite unfortunate, but it's fine. It's just the start of the second half. But now, Slatham, open to naman yung top lang yan, and he is gonna be even supported by Zeus here. And that is already Skylar Vaughn. Once the one who's stepping up for the team already out. The spike is now been put here sa ating B danger area. And how would they be able to try and retake this one?
At least the required mission has been acquired for them, right? Objective secured, 300 credits in their pockets in the next round. But they can also win the gunfights anyway. Wardle Curry will trade it. 3 kills for Zeus. A 4K for Zeus. The lightning bolt has struck the side of OSC. The 1v4 this time as Zeus will pick up the ace. This guy has been known to be the best player on Oasis. And now he has made it known that everybody needs to fear Zeus and his lightning bolt.
Grabe, no? Parang sabi pa ni Marky, sige pre, samahan kita. Push natin. Kunin mo na yung ace mo. Kinilik naman.
Sige po, kuya.
Eh, yung kuya, Marky.
Shoutout kay Kuya Marco TV.
Let's go. Pero, That is a bit of a clean round here for Oasis. Although, it is undeniable na sobrang close ng laban nila dito kay Austin Kikat. Medyo matagal na nag-work with each other. So, still want to put props onto them. Feel like they've been able to learn something from the matches that we had yesterday.
And learn something from their elders as well.
Yep.
Not saying Marky is old. I'm saying that he has been in the roster so much longer than Zeus himself. But that's the thing about having good teammates. Sometimes you can pick up a thing or two with them. Execute on towards A. They're pushing into Second Love's utility. They have to be careful because they're also dealing with Skylar Von. Zeus. A nice push shot over to the mid side, surprising the lurker. That means their flanks are not going to be watched. Marquee gets another for Oasis Gaming. Coming bad to worse for the side of OSC. How will this push go? With the numbers disadvantage, with everything falling towards their pressure. Second Love spotted. White peak. Not even needing the smoke. Not even needing support from NDG. Deciding that one player could be more than enough for them to claim that's 8th round win. Disrupt. The ultimate still active for him, but against 5 people, it's impossible unless they all push up to win 1 by 1. That starts with Zeus. That's the first frag, but Second Love will trade it just like that. 8-8 for Oasis.
Mabilis naman ang sangguni dito ni Second Love, although, wow. I don't know kung ano yung kinain ni Zeus dito. Pero so far, yung performance niya, it's on point.
Yep. Siguro ang kinain niya dito ay yung paborito niyang ulam. Chicken man yan. Kare-kare. Ano paborito mong ulam, Mochi?
Sisig? Siguro.
Sisig?
Bangus sisig.
Mm.
Weird, no?
I mean,
usually, you would prefer the pork sisig eh, pero...
Pork sisig.
Yeah, I like bangus. Why not?
Natry mo na yung ube sisig.
May ube sisig?
Gusto ko try ko may ube sisig.
Bakit?
Hindi ko alam. Wala lang.
Parang ang weird ng mga amalgamations. Pero oy, yung champurado tsaka tuyo sa LeBlanc, ang sarap.
I've never tried like tuyo
Yun yung
on champurrado.
yun yung parang merong chocolate dome tapos
Ayun ba yung
lalagyan
may
nila
lalagyan
ng
ng-
gato. Sarap. Oh, yeah, it's so good, man.
Okay.
Sabihin mo lang overrated. Ulo, nag-trending lang kasi may chocolate dome. Hindi, guys.
Hindi,
Masarap
hindi.
talaga siya.
Ganon. Okay.
Kung may free time kayo, punta kayo. Hindi ako promoter. Recommend ko lang.
Hindi siya sponsored.
Hindi.
Hindi talaga.
Ba't mo nagiging sponsored? Ano ba?
Yeah.
Heis.
Kasi yung sponsor talaga natin is the PC Game Pass.
Yun.
You know,
Solid.
solid. Get yours now when you buy a Predator laptop. Magkakaroon ka ng access ng 100 plus AAA games. So, we're back into the game, mga kaibigan. Attack pause is done. Oasis Gaming, if I remember correctly, they do have the full buy-in check. Oasis Gaming playing with all the passive positions, leaving Marky as well as Zeus to fend off on their own doon sa may B main position.
Si Marky, naka-antabay lang. Along with
Dash.
other people! Oy, hindi in-expect ni Slatom na may magagaling sa likuran ng daan ng mga tao naging present doon and eventually absent kasi mapapatay sila dito mabilis yung mga sagot dito ng mga member natin from the side of Oasis, but 3 more people. Talaga, ano bang gagawin nila? Galing silang mid, tapos bigla silang napatigil sa kabilang banda kasi hindi na nila alam gagawin. 2 agad yung nawala sa kanila. Ngayon 3 na and eventually, disrupt na lang ang maiiwan muli as NDG secures him out. Alam mo, ang ganda sana ng mid-execute nila doon.
Kaya nga eh.
Kung na-trade nila yung isa't isa, it could have been a different story.
And I think that's been like the problem for the 2 Jets here in this competition kasi so far, pareho silang nakapag-dash na malayuan. Malayo yung spacing tuloy ng team, hindi siya matitrade na mabilisan. And even if they tried to trade them, it's gonna be a little bit too far. It's gonna be at a point of territory where masyado nang na-hold yung angulo na yun since doon lumabas yung first point of contact on the attacking side. And now to reach the sides, and he wants to execute with the team this time around. Pushes on in towards a CT position and decides that he wants to clear backside before that. Full clear for the side of B main. Talagang OSC have been diligently checking all corners, every sector of this B side. But Oasis, now they're assigned to take this with a triple flank all the way to the mid side.
Triple flank. May nakita dito. Skylar Von. Okay na sana yung tripwire, kaya lang sumilip ka pa, pero mukha madadagdagan pa ang mga mawawala dito from Oasis because Marky is gonna try na mag-step up ngayon na medyo alanganin yung spike plant natin dito. Pupush niya with the guiding light. He's gonna get one, but nandito si Owen Cutie na sumusuporta, kaya parang hindi niya makaklatch yun.
Hindi talaga. Especially in that angle where he relies on hitting that flash. Owen Cutie kind of expects it thanks to an early drone.
Yeah.
Set up again by the attacking Sova. Dignified. Definitely not answering to that call to kill him off. Pero the util definitely played the biggest factor into that round in particular.
Uy, may
operator na naman sa side ni Zeus, and well, has been known to hit those shots every single day, pero now could be a chance to redeem himself. Pushes on in, the drone spots him, Cosmic Divide activated. At kaya kailangang hanapin agad ang nag-iisang anchor na si Second Love, who gets denied. He falls off the map, but Zeus will trade it 1-for-1. As OSC still trying to cling on to the hope that they could get B-site without giving any more numbers away to Oasis. They're happy to take this 4 versus 4, as Oasis now rely on the retake with both of their initiators and their ultimates active.
Not quite sure if NDG would be able to make his way and take someone off guard. Kaya lang kasi antabay na antabay. Dito yung iba. Zeus still popping off here with a vandal. Parang kanina lang operator hawak mo, pero pinapalit mo na pala. Pero ngayon yung Hunter's Fury natin dito ay makukuha din. And all the while, ubus na.
May nahulog pa. Joke lang, hindi siya nahulog.
Hindi. Tumalan lang siya dun sa danger.
Nag-cut yung camera sa kung saan siya nahulog. Kala ko nahulog siya.
Kala ko mapapayipi moment na. Tingnan mo naman, no? It's quite unfortunate kasi the moment na ginusto ni Second Love na umatras is hindi nagawa. He's been cornered and stuck there. Pero it's okay. The whole team compensated to what happened, and boy, did it work out well.
Absolutely.
21-13-4 para kay Zeus din, though. Operator muli.
On form na on form. Talagang kinailangan ng time. And time is definitely on his side right now. 10-9 so far. Dreech pushed it in. It's the up jab push on, but Zeus expects it. He's hitting these shots left, right, and center. Oasis Gaming in a blink of an eye has gotten themselves 4 frags. Now it's all on disrupt. Pero Zeus is making moves. And moves are all he needs. Talagang nag-squat pa si paring Zeus. His confidence is on a high right now. His legs are working, that's for sure.
Si bro ay nagsusquats. Si bro ay may tinetesting.
No,
may napindot.
Nagwo-work pala yung crouch niya, pre.
Oo. Kitang-kita sa
And at least alam na natin ngayon na may na hindi na siya nahihiyang gawin yun.
Okay naman. Napupoost yung confidence eh.
May karapatan ng gawin yun. Dahil naka-top frag na siya sa server.
Dude's a young prodigy and proving that and showing it off to everyone. Pero mid na naman ata ang kanyang gagwardyahan dito muli. And he's gonna be forced to back out because there's tons of utilities being thrown up on him. So wala na yung recon, wala na yung concuss galing sa side ng old Stinky Cat, pero they still have tons of utilities to work with. Not just the primary though.
They left NDG to actually take a little bit of space over to the window side of B. Well, that is Owen Cutie. So OSC this time around called the rotation. See if they can contest the Cypher. I think the play here is to find the Cypher. Para ma-overwhelm agad si Second Love. That's where Zeus actually falls in towards this play. Para malaman kung nandito nga sa B main manggagaling. It's early smoke out. Try to see if they can catch Zeus off balance. Pushes on in and Dreech.
Okay.
He will get the white peak going. Zeus will adjust towards Dreech as well. A 1-for-1. The Jets make a lot of moves on the map itself, but Slattdom gets knocked out of the heaven position. As Zeus moves in, a Bladestorm in hand. This guy needs to get more! Kaso, it's not gonna be enough. As Dignified and Disrupt, they get everybody off the kitchen sink. A team ace para sa old Stinky Cat.
The moment that they try to save the people, it's quite a bit too late here for Oasis because in the process of doing so, they are being secured one by one and eventually with no chance against them at all. And parang iba yung nagiging ano dito, no? For OSC during that round. They've been so aggressive during that, like they mauled every single one from Oasis. And I hope that they can do that more.
This is another opportunity for OSC to put the pedal to the metal papunta dito sa defense on Oasis Gaming, and it starts with Dreech. Actually putting a lot of pressure on him. He doesn't even spot him. Dreech pushes in. And Second Love, he reconvenes. A 1-for-1. Slatum would put a lot more benefit to the cause on the defensive side. Dignified put his name on the kill feed as well. 3 versus 3. A reset comes in after they get the plant down. And all hold up doon sa may backside ng B habang si NDG clearing both corners. They also have the choice of taking that secret position. At hinayaan pa nga si Owen Cutie na i-depend sa mismong backside habang alam na lang nasa secret. Walang tao sa site this time around. OSC can play for cover.
Can play for cover. 3 people here at main just waiting for them to possibly push out on this one. The Hunter's truly been played out and they are completely off guard. Yun nga lang, Scarlivon is actually behind you. It is no up to Slatum.
Ganda ng crossfire.
Enough kaya ang oras dito? Parang hindi. They're just prepping themselves, working closely with each other here just in case. But it's gonna secure both of them with no time to defuse the spike. And anong nangyayari ngayon? Ang lapit ng laban, Ramon. It's an 11-11.
Make a wish mga kaibigan kung sino ang gusto nyong malaman, kung sino ang gusto nyong manalo dito sa ating first game in the BO3. Comment it down below mga kaibigan kasi this has been a very close game. A really nice crossfire para ma-hold up agad yung A-main position. And that would have been a really nice spot for Slatum as well. Ang problema nga lang, hindi na half yung bomb, hindi na half mismo yung spike. Hindi din niya inattempt yung push out kasi natatakot siya sa position ng dalawa na natitira sa OSC. At kung kailan din let go na yung angle, kung kailan siya babalik doon sa spike itself, doon pa sila. Nakapag-reposition, angle.
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 Wow.
Talaga.
So fab.
So saucy.
so zesty, man.
I know, right?
Pero I didn't really expect that it's going to be
him.
this close, no? This match. But Slato, ayan ka na naman. Baka muntikan ka pa. But at least you secured your safe spot here at CT area. Even getting 2 in the process of it. As the rest will try to go for the execute kasi wala na silang choice kundi mag-push forward. Zeus, he is gonna taking out Disrupt as well.
Spike.
Yung spike natin do wala sa kanilang mga kamay. And ano pa nga bang meron dito? Clutch potential sana para kay Dignified. Kaya lang dahil masyadong tao sa bahay.
Daming tao sa bahay. Wala din akong susi. Literal na ni 1-2 punch lamang ni Slaton para patayin si Wardle Curry. Saka na din ang Cypher ng attacking side. Talagang when it comes to these moments, the sharpshooters will just keep shooting.
Yep.
And in this situation, Slatum did not miss. Literally, the impact frag for Oasis Gaming that leads them to match point with OSC fighting for their lives. Sa first game natin ay nakalobay ang kanilang attacking round. A push on in yet again as they try to play for the ult orbs. Cosmic Divide active now for the Astra of Old Stinky Cat. They still play around the smoke to see if they can attempt a push on the A site without thinking about the Cypher util this time around.
Parang medyo nakakakaba ata yung gustong gawin dito ng Old Stinky Cat. Pero ano pa nga bang dapat nilang gawin dito kundi isugal kung ano ang meron nila dito at ilaban ang gusto nilang laro. And hopefully, they can pull this out to an overtime.
Ang mahirap dito is ngayon na ginamit yung mga Astral utility dito. So, yung defense natin for Oasis is a little softened up. But if they don't clear their corners, if hindi na-clear yung backside, talagang magiging mahirap ang push out. That's why they push on this time around. It's the and Marky adjusts so good dito sa Cosmic Divide.
So good indeed. Yun nga lang may madedetect pa. couple of people here from Tower, both of them, and even NDG. Ang ganda na transfer with just one more person here. Oh, and QT, what are you going to do there in main alone with just a pistol? And this marks the end of the first match. Oasis winning this in a close game against OSC.
13-11 sa map pick ng Oasis Gaming as well. It was a surprise in the beginning, pero mukhang na-educate tayo sa kung bakit nila pinik ang mapa na to. They play very clear and concise attacking rounds. Talagang ang ganda na naging atrada every single time nitong si Zeus. Now that he actually has the confidence to actually entry on into the site, and not even on the entry lang. On the defensive side, napakalinis ng opping position niya. And I like kung paano ginagamit ni Slatom itong si Zeus para if mamatay man siya, okay lang kasi nandito din siya as the sharpshooter for the squad.
Actually, parang napag-usapan din natin to kahapon no? Yung winning conditions ng Oasis. Sinabi natin, as much as possible, they have to provide an environment para kay Zeus in order to be himself. Para magwala siya. And so they did. But here for the side of OSC, I really want to commend din itong si Dignified. Kasi sobrang tindi ng mga plays na ginagawa niya dito, and even the clutches are super pristine. But also, this is such a glow up din para kay Second Love. Kasi kahapon nahihirapan siya on the Cypher, even on the Sentinel role. Hindi niya masyado alam kung saan siya lulugar. But for some reason, not quite sure if that's just how fast they adapted or wala lang talaga sila laro kahapon. But this time, it seems like they've been able to do very well. Whenever na meron mga nangyayaring mga disparities here para sa side ng Oasis, nasasalo nila yung isa't isa. And other than that, tignan mo naman kung paano mag-perform si Zeus.
Literally.
Supported pa ni Marky yan, di ba?
Hindi din siya natatakot na samahan itong si Zeus. Talagang holding hands with his younger brother para masuportahan ang bunso ng Oasis Gaming so far sa game natin. Talagang napaka-wholesome ng Oasis Gaming natin no? Supporting the younger duelist dito just to show that he should be the one that needs to fear. Look out for. Kasi tinan mo naman, he's been doing moves na hindi natin nakikita from the previous matches dito sa Predator League. Using yung operator and consistently hitting shots like that. Tapos yung movement niya with the updraft dash in. This guy is a superstar in the making. I really want to see a lot more out of him, and thankfully may game number 2 naman tayo.
True, and also, ito si NDG din. I love how he has been able to use the skill na meron siya dito sa Astro. Maybe meron mga mishaps from time to time, but at least they managed to work it all out. And this is going to be their stats for both sides currently. Kita-kita naman, MVP nga natin si Dignified here for the side of Austin Kikat. And alam na natin na pabor sa kanya ang Abyss map. But on the other hand, since there is gonna be some difficulty being faced upon din, especially yung mga mid-executes na sinusubukan nilang gawin. They're always being caught off guard, hindi sila nakaka-trade, but it's fine. That's additional pointers for improvement. Oasis though, man, Slatom, ano pa bang bago kay Slatom? Lagi naman ganyan din yan eh. Lagi maganda yung performance ni Slatom for some reason, and this dude is pretty consistent, as I may say. Lagi siyang nasa upper echelon ng ating mga statistics, always.
Always knows what to do kapag namatay yung kanyang entry duelist. He will always be the guy who will pick things up when the going gets tough for the team. Oasis Gaming relying on the duo and everybody else on their synergy para makuha agad, and you were successful to take agad yung map pick nila dito, pero thankfully we do have our match MVP, si Zeus. We've been highlighting this guy all throughout this match, and why not, diba? Talagang we needed some type of form out of him, some type of assurance that this type of investment on Zeus is worth it para sa future ng Oasis Gaming. This is a good sign for the future kasi 28 kills for Zeus. It's a record high for his time on Oasis Gaming so far.
May pa-workout pa si Lodi Kikto kanina but wow, what a game here by Oasis. This is pretty different from what we have seen yesterday, which just means na nice, may improvement. And on the next map, do you have like any
Lotus
forecasts?
Lotus
Kala
forecast?
mo weather lang eh.
Oo nga eh. Well, ang masasabi ko lamang ay around this sector of
Some
the map.
thunderstorms.
Some thunderstorms will
Galing
happen.
kay Zeus.
Galing kay Zeus nga naman. Medyo iinit ang ating magiging laban mamaya. At I think it's also a good time para, you know, ma-remind ng mga viewers natin na not only to grab a snack, not only to grab a drink of water, but you also have to grab as well yung magiging PC Game Pass natin. All you have to do is buy your own Acer Predator laptop as you can play 100 plus AAA games. Imagine, bibili ka ng laptop pero wala ka malaro. Well, thankfully, pag bumili ka ng Predator laptop, mismo makakuha ka ng 3 months free ng PC Game Pass. All you have to do para makuha ang Acer Predator laptop ay ikunin nyo na dito sa official website. Just scan the QR code para na makuha ang inyong next Predator laptop.
Yes, and well, kung naghanap kayo ng sign para mabudol, ito na yun. Bare months na. And maybe you were a professional, a student, or whatsoever na nangangailangan ng ano. A professional or a student?
Okay.
O, diba? So, ayun. Parang kailangan ng kumain ng kasama ko. At kayo guys, kumain na rin muna kayo kasi tayo ay magbabalik para sa ating Game 2 ng Oasis versus Austin Kikat. Kami ay magbabalik.
Professional student.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Excited ba kayo? Well, we are now back here dito sa ating Predator League second series. Match ng Oasis and as well as ng All Stinky Cat. Ako muli si Mochi at kasama ko dito si Ramon and ang ating susunod na mapa ay magiging Lotus daw.
At medyo nagkaroon tayo ng tsikahan tungkol sa mga pick na to. And it's kind of giving me a question of maybe comfortable or maybe may naset na play ang OSC dahil na-pick nila yung mapang to.
Yeah.
It has been one of the stronger maps for ONQT and the core of OSC dati. Bago sila nag-iba ng roster, nandun pa si Dizzy at saka si Aeonix. Shoutout nga pala sa inyong dalawa.
Hello!
Two of my favorite pro players nga naman dito. Shoutout din nga pala sa aking paboritong person na si Sir RJ Tirao, si Borsalino, as we head on into the map reveal. It is gonna be the Lotus map as I mentioned. So, now, medyo nakachikahan natin yung map na to, being one of the first maps na nagkaroon ng reps na ang Oasis Gaming dito. So, nang nalaman mo na kalaban ng Oasis, it's kind of bad to pick a map where you know your opponent, which is definitely a new iteration of roster, has reps in a map, right? Like, alam mo nang nalaro nila yung map na to at napanalo pa nila. So, ano yung sa tingin mo yung mindset heading on into this OSC map pick? Kasi this Lotus is something that I wouldn't pick against them.
I feel like there is a possibility na they can whip something new para sa side ng OSC. And also, here for the side of Oasis, it's a new roster after all.
True.
Ayun nga lang nga, from what we have seen kanina, they played well in Abyss and most likely we have already seen Zeus play Neon na rin.
Kaya nga.
And so, may isa pang possibility na mag-play ng Neon si Zeus dito.
Tama.
And medyo naging mainit yung bata kanina.
Kaya nga.
And baka maging problema to ng OSC.
Baka mag-ground sila.
Yun.
Baka medyo mag-ground sila
Mga
kapag ka
makuryente sila dito. Ay,
Kaya nga
how
eh.
fitting,
Well,
no?
how
Neon on
fitting.
Zeus.
Imagine, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the Lightning as a character, Lightning yung mismong parang symbolism ng character ng IGN mo. So parang it kind of makes sense, right?
Wow.
Give the
On brand.
give the god of lightning a lightning character. So Neon para dito ay Zeus, pero I kind of want to give a bit of highlights din sa iba nating mga players, specifically dito sa Old Stinky Cat. Now, si Dignified, siya naman yung mainit para doon sa Old Stinky Cat, right? Then he's always known to flex whenever he needs to sa mga sitwasyon na katulad dito sa Lotus where you kind of can't predict kung ano yung mapipick ng netong si Dignified dito sa map na to. I believe the last time that he played this map, yung nag-breach sa kanila ay si Disrupt, so siya talaga
Sky.
yung magsascan. I think nag-Sky siya. I think he'll also use one of the fades. We're gonna find out. Mabe-verify natin kung ano yung mga gamit dito. But whatever agent he has picked up, his aim will be no different. Ang init ng Abyss map niya kanina, multi-frags upon multi-frags, showing impact where he needs to every time that there's somebody in trouble. Kasi siya talaga yung supportive utility player nila eh. Pero parang hindi nga support yung laro ni Lodi. Ang
Yeah.
galing niya mag-carry kanina nung kalaban nilang Oasis Gaming.
And as much as we want to applaud and put recognition dito kay Dignified, it is important for us to know na kung meron kayong carrier, someone actually stepping up, the rest of the team should as well. Kasi hindi sapat na isa lang ang online sa isang team. But this is going to be our agent lineup for both sides. Tama, Zeus is gonna be on the Neon. And we also have a couple of fades between both sides. Tama rin ikaw na sinabi mo na possible na mag-fade itong si Dignified. And they so did. And the raise dito sa kamay ni Twitch, which is something I didn't expect. I actually thought that he is gonna play the Jet more, but here we are.
Medyo favorable nga naman. If mas komportable ka sa raise on this map, then raise is a little bit more favorable on your side. Hindi ka makapag-op, yes. Pero every part of your util as a raise kind of gives you a bit of map control as well. Eh. Makakapag-clear ka ng corner gamit ng kanyang paint shell. At saka mismong mag-entry ang bot para sa'yo. So, a little bit of an easier time for Dreech this time as he head on into the Lotus map. And Old Stinky Cat, all that they need to do is to build their confidence yet again. Build off of the momentum that Dignified has built up for the squad kanina pa.
True.
So far, Skylar Vaughn has been yet to be seen in today's Predator League broadcast. I want to see a little bit more out of this guy. I want this guy to be a little bit more present. I'm not saying he's invisible, pero I'm saying that this guy needs to show up a little bit more. At feeling ko, it will come when he will get first bloods. Kaso Sentinel siya dito eh.
Parang ano lang eh, no? Mga fans na nagde-demand doon sa artist na kumanta palalo.
Yeah, nga.
Or additional songs to be
Encore.
played. Yeah. But Actually, no, naka-breach din pala tong si Marky. So, kanina nag-sky siya, ngayon breach naman, which just means there's gonna be more impact or possible impact na pwedeng maibigay din dito ni Marky and even get kills of his own as well. Pero,
There.
okay, may naringgan dito sa bandang mount natin. But, preparation here. Oasis. They better be careful dito sa positioning ni Disrupt kasi maganda yung crossfire setup nila dito just in case with a one-way smoke. Paranoia, kumonekta, TP out. And this is gonna be their sign to advance forward, although medyo they're gonna be stopped on their tracks as they're continuously being thrown smokes at.
Medyo maganda na sana yung naging play doon. Napag-creep up agad si Zeus doon sa may door and because they were thinking that there was somebody holding that close angle sa may mound, mabablind sana siya, mapapatay sana si Disrupt kasi Omen din ang hanap niya. Ang gamit ni Disrupt, TP'd on towards that bench side at nakapag-reposition pa nga sa ating waterfall. Zeus comes in. He does spot out tong si Disrupt and gives the info to the team. NDG will pick up the frag. He will get himself the entry on into the C site as well. Zeus has already done his job. I want him to not overcook kasi pwede siya mag-overpush sa may hall. That's not really needed for him.
And I feel like the Prowler connected here dito kay Zeus. So, yup, even the Caesar as well. So he's just gonna be accepting all whatever's being thrown at him. But there's already a 2v2 situation going on here. As Latham will be turning a blind eye. And yeah, he's gonna take both of them for himself. I mean, yun din yung mahirap din when you are trying to contest. Like, nandun ka sa platform, pero hindi mo masyado makita yung kalaban mo na nasa baba. So, anong ka sa kalaban mo? Free kill.
Ang tawag doon ay head glitch. Head glitch.
But head glitch.
Head glitch. Head glitch, pero parang may konting...
Akala ko glitch as in glitch pala.
Hindi, glitch. Head glitch.
Okay.
Sorry, medyo extra ako doon. Hindi mo na...
Head glitch.
Hindi mo na-gets yung joke ko. Hindi na ako mag-joke. Anyway. Bulldogs
Braining.
for the core of Oasis
Ay,
Gaming. It's early rubble control and well, can't really contest that with just a pistol. Slatham.
Oh, may isa pa.
Great spray on the peek on for Dignified. Definitely did not bear fruit. Bukas ang baby door doon sa loob ng B and Owen Cutie.
Yup.
Seeing if he can bait the shot, bait the switch up. NDG has already crawled up and it's only a matter of time before he gets knocked down himself. 5 versus 2 and only down to 1. Nag-iisa na lang tong si Scarlet Von. And yet again, he's up against the demon that is NDG who claims a flawless double kill para sa flawless round ng Oasis Gaming.
Sabi nga nila, as much as possible, you want to play as a stack during those types of instances. I believe they could have done more damage for or against Oasis if they tried to push forward together. At least, kasi they put the wall down, maganda na sana yung yung amount of segregation. Sana nun if they just sit into the site and wait for them to push onto the toxic wall. If ever man, once na mag-dissipate yun, they can, just wait it out and hopefully connect all those right clicks. Kasi malilapit lang naman sila sa isa't isa. But yeah, didn't happen. So, economy here for the side of Oasis is not that damaged yet. Judged under the hands of Zeus here. So, they better take this into account. Not quite sure if they are gonna be expecting this Prowler connecting here onto
no
one of
way.
the guys here. But Dredge is gonna be taking Slatham, and yeah, dude's gonna be eliminated shortly. But they're just gonna keep their cool here for Oasis.
The C's nade combo doing a lot of damage before the bullets connect. Okay, doon sa Oasis Gaming and their fade. So no scanner. The only way that they could get info without risking any point of body doon sa loob ng attacking side natin. So they clear every corner around that main position. Slow creep up. They hear the poison orb being pulled up by Owen Cutie. They even open the big door on the tree position. Skylar Vaughn is prepared for what is to come. But Oasis Gaming, could you say the same for them? They open the door yet again. See if they can pull out some rotation. Pull. The amount of noise that they can make. Habang ang baby door tina-threaten na agad ng Omen ng Oasis Gaming. They open the door but reach Basadong-basado ang moves. Lahat sila nasa B. Hindi sila binigyan ng chance na iplat ang spike. May doble kill pa nga tong si Dignified. It's the 1-2. They get the flawless victory on the board.
I understand the intent that they really want to take this slow and as much as possible deal damage doon kay Old Stinky Cat. But unfortunately, with the setup na meron na silang dalawa na napitas dito sa bandang A, umpisa pa lang, I feel like once na merong nangyari yun, you had to be free for all na eh. Like, rekta kung rekta na in order to just even out the numbers. But unfortunately, they put their attention to B, which is quite predictable kasi dalawa agad yung nakapwesto from both extremities here at B site. But now, it's gonna be a different story. Rest of the people here are just gonna put their tokens here at B site. Zeus trying to clear all of the areas possible at meron pang kasama na bonus at yun ay si Owen Cutie. Wala na silang smooth pang retake dito though nandun pa naman yung kanilang Omen so they can use that. Although Skylar Bond, the tap onto Zeus, immediate trade on Marky but we are still waiting for any possible pushes here.
Double upper setup. At pwedeng gamitin ng OSC to entry on into the site as well. The retake scenario is on. Disrupt. The peek on required from him. NDG forces his position.
They're gonna be delayed here.
At kaso wala na mapapasukan si Wardle Curry so he backs away for now. The save call up must be called as OSC have been called out of the site. Dignified. All they can hope for is exit frags. 1 and 2. Papunta dito sa dalawa on the side of Oasis Gaming. A bunch of damage done. But will that be enough? No, it is not. No. It is Dignified knocked to the ground. At hindi na save pa nga ang Phantom. Sayang na sayang. Maganda na sana yung magiging Phantom buy dito para kay Dignified.
Oh, that's sad. But at least he got a dent here dito sa Oasis but not entirely enough kasi they're on to their full buy spot. Tapos isang orb na lang or kill. Slatong online na ang kanyang Nightfall dito and as well as a possible showstopper in the hands of Dritch for Old Stinky Cat. Though, right now, it seems like they're opting for the setup on for this one. Old Stinky Cat just trying to prevent them from taking control of A site kasi malaki rin naman nga talaga yung possible space na maaari lang makuha pag hinayaan nila yon pero Slatong already gonna be eliminated there. And it's about time for them to try and regroup dito or turn into a different position here para kay Oasis. Yun nga lang nga parang B-side ang gustong pasukin ng Oasis.
Second love. Possibly be the one to fight off that upper angle. Spots Owen Q, the IGL versus IGL battle. Skylar Vaughn also supports the cause. Nag-push on in. Agad tong si Zeus and the movement god. Out from the Killjoy. Denies any sort of refrag yet again. They got the 1-for-1 trade off the spike plant on B.
I expect ata siya dun.
And the reposition again for OSC gives them a bit of time to reconsider their options.
I expect ata si Zeus dito. The crossfire though, never mind. Kahit na-expect is walang mangyayari dun kasi working hand in hand na naman si Zeus tsaka si Marky doon. But someone stuck here at the entry of Link and Disrupt is no longer gonna be having difficulty at that space. Kasi meron pa siya masisecure na isa in addition to that. But Marky will still stand proud on that moment. And you know what? I really like how Zeus and Marky is doing those exchanges. Like, parang ang brusco ng mga executes na ginagawa nila. The pushes into the side. How they do these types of setups in post plant. I feel like that's very much one of their strengths right now dito at Oasis.
Oh, muntikan pa nga ang mas play transfer. Ang dalawang naka-high-low setup. I mean, feeling ko, in the past 24 hours, Zeus and Marky, nagka-heart-to-heart talk sila eh. feeling ko kinailangan masabihan yung si Bunso. At parang nagkaroon ng epekto eh kasi
binigyan ni Kuya ng payo, no?
it shows a lot of trust this time sa laro nila.
Yeah,
Hindi na
it's so
natatakot si
good.
Zoom kumuha ng space para sa kanila. Marky always with him to take very key places on the map. Yung crossfire na nakita natin, hindi tuloy sila nakapag-retake from that side of the map. 1-4 so far. Oasis Gaming able to gain some ground, gain some cover. Able to get themselves a bit of a peaceful push doon sa may B kanina ngayon. Medyo nagiging passive ang approach this time for OSC, not even risking to invest the body over to one of the key positions, not even giving rubble up. At kahit nagbe-bait pa nga tong si Slatom, hindi sila kumakagat.
We're even seeing some pings dito sa B main natin na baka lang merong nagtatago dun. Kaya umatras sila and they put themselves at sea. Yun nga lang, may sumabay, may nag-swing at may nag-tap disrupt. And they're gonna decide to back out. Skylar Bon, oh no! A site isn't clear. Kaya B site na lang ang kanilang pupuntahan. Ito ang libre. Yun nga lang nga. ONQT, not quite sure if he is gonna get something out of the Bucky na hawak niya. Marky though, being supported by Zeus once again dito sa bandang link natin. Meron mga mamamataan na dalawa yung overdrive natin already active as well. These guys securing the kills of their own and again disrupt the same situation as you are kanina. Naroon ka naman at mamamatay ka uli.
And again, we've been talking about Zeus and how he showed potential all throughout Predator League so far, and his potential is slowly being realized. A 3K for Oasis Gaming and slowly building some map control, slowly gaining a bit of macro as well. Literal, na kapag nagkaroon sila ng konting ingay doon sa may A site, okay lang sa OSC na nag-hold sila doon sa may C. Even though they had the lower guns, they can still pick up the frags for themselves. But by the end of it, Oasis Gaming still had space over the B side, leaving Zeus to push up without that much contention, without that much resistance. Mas napadali tuloy yung pagbigay ng position of Oasis Gaming even though they were playing on a loss.
May gusto sana sabihin pero ayoko munang i-jinx yun. Baka ako pa ang masisi pero
Yun lang.
malakas ata ngayon ang Oasis in these types of moments.
Yun
But
lang.
disrupt, natap. May
Nakasabi
natap.
mo lang
I mean, di naman eh. Malay mo, apat pa yung iwan dito. They no longer have like a plus plant senti but they still got tons of util that they can work with on here. And Zeus is actually or the rest of them are actually in good positions, being occupied. Paint shells. Showstopper as well. Here in the hands of Twitch, not connecting onto anyone. Yun nga lang nga, revealed si kumpare mo. Rolling Thunder already being placed onto here by Marky as Latham tries to secure the rest of the people here. Ava West disrupt na naman ang matitira dito. Pre, anong gagawin mo? I mean, you still have the paranoia, you have the TP, but what's left to fight for?
A lot of util in hand and the best person on the job. Ang problema nga lang, Disrupt is deciding na baka isave na lang ang Vandal. Na-spot pa nga siya. So doon sa may rubble control, hinahabol pa nga ni Zeus habang ayaw nilang ibigay ang Vandal na to papunta kay Disrupt. Kaya hinahabol ni Zeus, hinahabol ni Zeus. Nakita pa nga, nag-TP si Disrupt. Will this be enough? Yes, it is! Even a few credits to the pocket of Disrupt, they deny agad yung opportunity para i-save agad yung weapon. Yes, Disrupt will get himself that Phantom, but in the end, they still get the round.
For a moment, it felt like a game of tag, not FPS.
Tayaan eh, no?
Pero tumakbo siya, nag-TP siya, muntikan pa magparanoia. But, yeah, it seems like Zeus, medyo, ano bang Tagalog nun?
Yun lang.
Medyo makulit.
Medyo makulit. Yun nga eh. Bata pa kasi.
Medyo, yun, pilyo.
Yun.
Medyo pilyo si Zeus doon, but it's fine.
It's alright. Slatum also hitting shots as he was the one who pushes up doon sa may heaven position kanina on the A site itself. Oasis Gaming gaining ground with their key players. Definitely on a high note so far. It's the Viper's Pit activated for ONQT, hoping that everybody on Oasis ignores his position while Slatum has always been the lurking initiator for the squad, and this time it's no different. Will he gain some ground? With his position alone, he will get spotted, even if the alarm bot,
What?
it kind of glitched out. Akala ko masascan siya kasi
Yeah.
nasa labas din yun ng smoke eh.
That's weird.
That's weirder.
This is also weird. But, okay.
He's back.
Yeah, he's back. The rest of the people here are just gonna take the time of day with just 30 seconds left on here. Pero regardless is parang despite of rest of the defense here ng nilabag ni Owen Cutie at C, it's also a pass for them to choose another option. Some people heading forward dito sa B-site natin. Si Zeus specifically ang nagra-rummage through the people here and invalidating the lockdown that is present once at CT. NDG already trying to offer the support here, pero Dignified, mabalis lang naman trade nila dito, and the spike's already down and they're yet to make a move.
Ang nag-iisang na-detain dito ay ang Omen doon sa may B upper position. But still, they have all the utility in the world to claim this 3v4 OSC. What can they do? Put Milo on Rice on a position to succeed. Habang nagpupush na itong si Disrupt, a nice seize. But he still picks the gunfight in the end. The Peacon comes in for second love as it's a 1v2. Pupush agad si Dignified. But he does dodge away from the breach utility and into the loving arms of second love. A 7-1 for Oasis. A great numbers advantage that also results in Zeus picking up the frag and the defender culture lockdown.
Grabe, no? Ang pansin ko dito kay Zeus, pag may inalapag na ultimate yung kalaban, gusto niya mawala agad yung ultimate.
Yeah.
And as much as it can be a double-edged sword, so far he's being rewarded naman, which is great. And that just gives a lot more space and less pressure para sa kanya mga kasama to opt for their specific executes that they have been able to manifest successfully kanina doon sa A-side commitment natin. But now, our people here quite chill naman, as I wonder if they will resort to choosing the C site soon. Kasi so far parang yung attention nila, it's always either on B or A.
Nirecall ng defender Killjoy ang kanyang alarm bot. So iniwan lang niya yung turret kasi ang iniisip niya magpupush na lang siya. Owen Cutie with him para masuportahan with the smoke. But again, OSC, the only reason why they're playing aggressively is because they don't have the weapons in hand. Zeus will have nothing but a bullet to the face. A second from Dignified as well, but second love quick to receive. 2 kills in fact for Oasis Gaming. They get themselves the 3v3 that they're looking for as they try to tap the spike. Hahanapin kung saan ang pikat for OSC, pero hindi nila alam, pinaflank na pa sila.
I feel like they're aware though. They heard the sentry being placed here.
Sarado yung alarm bot.
And napatay yung sentry and na-activate ang alarm bot. But once again, 3v3 ang dahil pwede mangyari dito. Just about time for them to throw all of their utilities in order to delay them from pushing into the site further for OSC. Some people receiving some shots here dito galing kay Second Love. Second Love, ang gandang akar nila dito. The crossfire once again along with NDG. They just pop off with some additional support with the concuss and the aftershocks na inalapag dito ni Marky on the end.
And the contact play not working out in the favor of the retake as well. Great positioning from the two utility players on the A side. I think we gotta give a lot of credit to NDG. I think a lot of these protocols, you see them in how he plays nung nasa Team Secret pa lang siya, where he isn't usually the setup doon sa bait and switch. Pero very pivotal yung bait minsan sa gantong mga setup kasi paano kayo magkakaroon ng strong positioning kung wala doon yung two-man setup eh.
Yeah.
Usually yung support player mo magbibigay ng space. Zeus will claim the frag over to Owen Cutie. Slides into Skylar Vaughn as well. This guy's gaining confidence by the minute. And it's looking like he's not stopping at all. Kaso Disrupt will counter him and even get 2 picks of his own.
Sabi niya, kumukulit ka na, pinahita-himik tuloy Zeus, but meron tayong pansamansaglitan na trade dito kay NDG, pero tulad na sabi ko, pansamansaglitan lang yun.
Mabilisan lang pala yun.
Yes, and pansamansaglitan din ay meron ng spike na may lalapag sa C-site natin. Finally, a C-site execute here for Oasis yet. Dretch and as well as Dignified is gonna be caught off guard kasi they didn't necessarily expected that both of them are just gonna be at the site, sitting pretty and waiting for them to walk into their crosshairs.
Sa gantong sitwasyon, kung wala kayong info, talagang either iikot lang kayo, di ba? Pero a few of the growing pains being shown with that neon pick. I mean, even though Zeus wasn't able to get himself that 3K, he was still impressive to get that that double frag as well. Dun sa may mount position that opened up that C-site push. that eventually was one of the first pushes in a while doon sa may C-site itself, right? And Zeus conditioned the opponent that the C-site might actually become their favorite spike site. Actually push on towards the site itself while Rubble. Napapansin mo, when OSC are playing on the defense, they rarely contest for that Rubble control.
Yeah.
Kaya nakakapag full push agad si Slato.
That's also a question here. I mean, kanina kasama na ni what do you call this? Kasama na ni Owen QT itong si Kilgogin, si Skylar Vaughn, but I'm quite unsure why they try to make a different approach on that one. Ngayon naman kasama dito sa Omen, but yeah, he's gonna be eliminated shortly onto this one. Paint shell's already been thrown here, and he's gonna be dead. Second Love is out, which is one of the rare cases from this match. Kasi isa siya sa mga unang napitas, pero this just means that there's gonna be a bird's eye view of all the possibilities na pwede maibigay ditong prompts para sa Oasis. Pero ngayon, Disrupt is gonna be securing Zeus in the process on. But Paranoia will be connecting onto Disrupt. Rush nga lang siya dito. And yes, he's gonna get the kill here. And it's all up to Dritch if he would be able to clutch this out.
Will Eldritch be the guy to step up for old Stinky Cat? As he pushes on NDG, getting a little too antsy. Katabi na nga niya, naamoy niya si Dritch na papasok sa loob ng smoke. Ginawan ng initiative na siya pa yung nauna sa pag-peek on sa labas ng smoke itself. Habang yung default hindi nag-work out laban dito kay Second Love, who you kind of mentioned, this guy has rarely been caught off guard in a lot of situations where he lurks. Ngayon pa lang sa kung kailan naging passive yung approach ng OSC, which becomes a blessing in disguise dahil medyo naging late ng rotation. Pagkatapos ng napagandang execute, even though natalo si Jesus, nandun pa rin yung trade in the end.
And looking at the scoreline at 10-1, nah, this gonna make OSC regret choosing Lotus against Oasis na hindi porke bago yung roster niyan, pwede na nang kantain sa usual map na lagi nilang gustong paglaruan. Showstopper, Dredge hindi ko konekta ang ultimate niya, pero Zeus meron atang pantapal dito. Overdrive, gusto niyang i-prove na kaya niya rin gawin yan. Nako, wait lang, what is the play that they're trying to do here? But all the while, this rep is gonna be caught off guard just by doing from the shadows, but they are already depleted here. Two more people here by the side of OSC, and they are quite far. Not quite sure if they are anticipating Zeus as well. Baka nariringgan na rin nila, pero already, hindi ko alam kung paano nila kukontrahin to. Kasi tignan mo naman ang lalim niya na, pero still, ONQT will survive that. Quite a bit low. May Rolling Thunder pa. They really want to just add this one already. Like, what more chances could they give? They will give none. And DG getting one, possibly another with the spray onto Skylar Vaughn. And that is the end of our first half.
Sabi ni Johnny Boy, 2-10 curse na, wala nang 3-9. Ako, masasabi ko, 111 na ngayon yung meta.
111. Angel number ba yun?
Angel number ata.
Ganun.
Close to a binary number. Nga rin naman kasi. Alam mo, every time na nakikita natin yung camera ni Zeus, when he checks with his overdrive, and we checks every angle with the fastest sensitivity I've seen known to man, naki-question ko yung viewers natin na hihilo, hindi eh. Alam mo yun?
Totoo.
Right?
Wow.
But he is doing his job.
Yeah, he's doing his job. And actually, ang funny kasi dito ngayon, kanina pala sa first half natin, parang, sige, just gawin mo lang kung anong gusto mong gawin. Parang ganun na lang eh, no?
Ganun yung
actually,
vibes.
siya lang yung mag-isa na yung nag-execute, tapos the rest are just like doing whatever is needed to be done.
Sige lang.
Pero dude is just like, sige, ayan niya lang siya maglikot dyan.
Pag namatay siya, ititrade natin siya
Yeah.
mamaya.
Diba, ang dali kausap.
Kapag nakaisa ka or dalawa, bonus na yun.
Yeah. But OSC, I hope that there is gonna be some difference. Yun nga lang nga, never mind. They're just putting them in, even though that they are the best, they are the one who are attacking them. Rest of the people here for the side of OSC already at seaside. Pero yun nga lang nga, parang medyo magkakaroon tayo ng maraming tao manggagaling sa bandang likuran. Disrupt, anong gagawin mo dyan? Eh, parang alam na nandyan ka, may masisecure ka, but would there be another? I guess not. 5 HP dito para kay NDG, pero pag sasawalang bahala lang nila yan kasi dalawa na lang naman ang iwan dito for the side of OSC. Okay, Dignified. Kitang-kita kung nasaan sila. Ang daing taong nasa harap
1v4.
niya. Pero Dritch, 1v4, 64 HP, masisecure possibly another 4 HP, pero di yun sasapat as NDG secures him out. Akala ko mag-audition pa sila.
Akala ko nga din
Nabahan ako dun ng slide
Akala ko dun sa second kill, mapapatay niya na mabilisan. If ever, di mas mabilis na din mapapatay sana si NDG. 12-1. Match point on the side of Oasis, almost knocking down ang OSC.
Grabe, minadali.
Minadali na agad no?
Alam mo, hintayin pa natin silang pumunta sa site. Hindi tayo na mag-push.
Tama.
I mean, that's also the pros of having a neon din no? Tapos may breach pa.
Oo.
Samot-saring kongkas lang, samot-saring blind, tamang rush lang kayo kung ano-ano man yung gusto nyo gawin dyan. And that's free pass for you to take control of the entirety of the map and even if you're on your opponents as well.
And medyo may trap din silang play kasi nilagay nila agad si Disrupt doon sa pag-hold ng mount position. Muntikan pa nga gamit ng Outlaw at buti na lang nag-full buy si Owen Cutie. Full shield invested, and he walks a dead man walking. Pushes on entong si Dritch. A nice shot from Skylar Bond, but through the smoke, he kind of hears him. He kind of knows that he's going to be expected in a 3v2. Disrupt gets another. Kapunta kay Slatham. And Zeus, he will have to hold his darkness gamit ng kanyang Outlaw. He has 2 bullets and has 3 people right in front of him. Second Love will assist. A double kill and a triple again para kay Second Love. It's all falling down to Disrupt right now. Will he be enough para makuha ang extension of play? Kasi 1 bullet to go. Disrupt, kundi na lang. And Second Love will knock them down away from the tournament. We will see another Naos versus Oasis game in the finals of the group stages.
I feel like we didn't see such of a scoreline from the past, like 13-1. Okay, that is crazy.
Nice try.
Nice try for OSC. And also, I don't know if this is gonna be a lesson or a sign to dive into deeper sa Lotus because, yeah, that's Oasis.
Yeah,
I mean, given and granted, but well played for Zeus. I actually expected that this dude is gonna pop off just pretty similar to what we had in the first one kasi maganda yung momentum na na-carry out nila heading onto this one. And other than that, this is like, dude is so free. Freer than ever. But for OSC, I wonder how they can actually improve on this one. What are your thoughts with how they've been able to play and in contrast to what Oasis is throwing at them?
I mean, look, they kind of have the blueprint right in front of them na
Yeah.
A few adjustments siguro sa kung ano yung game plan set. Minsan may nakikita akong strats na maganda yung idea pero executed not in the way that I kind of want it to happen. Tanda mo nung nandun si, I believe it was si Disrupt who tried to use like one of the oldest tricks in the book, yung pag-TP pagkatapos may 2 or 3 mag-pass by sa kanyang corner.
Yeah.
Kala na hindi siya makiklear pero mukhang narinig
It's been
siya.
cleared, yeah.
Talagang sa ganitong mga little things, I think you can kind of expect that to be improved when time runs on. This is a fairly new team anyway, which you can kind of cut a little bit of slack. The same exact excuse na makikita natin as well doon sa side ng Oasis Gaming where they now show a lot of improvement this time around. Where now, we're at the landscape where medyo nagiging proud na ako. Kasi ang ganda na ng synergy ng Oasis Gaming this time around. Specifically, si Zeus at saka si Second Love. Yung Fire and Ice duo kung saan ang lakas ng passive play ni Second Love lurking in the shadows. Ang ganda din ng kanyang anchoring position, right? Where Zeus, hindi na siya natatakot. Lagi na siya nagkakaroon ng mga entry potential.
Yes.
Where NDG is also like pretty underrated in that regard as well.
Alam mo, ang ganda ng control ni NDG dito. As much as possible, he really wants to choose all of the specific areas na dapat i-conceal and to just let out in the open. And it's actually wise to use the Omen in that way and as a controller himself. But actually, I want to point out lang din itong si Marky. Kasi despite of like a single digit in KDA dito, I mean, positive pa rin naman, it's still underrated din. With all of the stuff na binabato niya sa mga kalaban, it's been benefiting them huge lots. But once again, our match MVP here is going to be Second Love. Other than the fact of all the points na tinathrone niya dito sa kanyang team in order to tell them what to do and what's recommended to do, well, KDA 16-7 and an ACS of 2 9-5.
I mean, I think I've always been excited to see Second Love be picked up by a bigger organization. And now that he
That's
is
so
in
true.
Oasis
Yeah.
Gaming, he will shine through every single time. Now, mga kaibigan, we had Chapter 1, Chapter 2 of the same story. Time and time and time again. Ready na ba kayo para sa Chapter number 3 ng Naos versus Oasis? Dito lang sa Predator League, mga kaibigan. Pero bago ang lahat, gusto ko lang magbigay ng shoutout para sa sponsor ng ating stream, ang PC Game Pass. Kung bibilang lang din naman kayo ng Predator laptop, why not pick up yung free 3 months as well ng PC Game Pass? You can play up to 100 plus AAA games. All you have to do is get your own Acer Predator laptop dito sa link na nilagay namin below. Check nyo lang din ang QR code para makuha nyo na din ang Acer Predator laptop as well as the inclusive of 3 months of a PC Game Pass. Enjoy nyo na yan, mga kaibigan.
Yan. And also, ewan ko kung nakakain na kayo, nakapag-lunch na kayo, kung gusto nyo mag-early merienda, actually, you guys have to grab your snacks, whatever you want to drink, kasi this next series is about to be fire than ever. Once again, I'm Mochi and I'm with Ramon, and we will be back just a bit for our third series of Naos versus Oasis.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can feel your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup. The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have an El Clasico on our hands. Welcome back to the Asia Pacific Premier League Philippine qualifier. I kind of fumbled on that one, but it's okay. My name is Ramon. With me is Datum. We are back with Chapter 3 of the El Clasico between Naos Esports versus Oasis Gaming. They have faced 3 times alone in the group stages, and the stakes could never have been higher. Only 1 slot for the play-ins, and ladies and gentlemen, I could not have asked for a better matchup than this.
Yeah. And I made a mistake announcing earlier that it was the top 2 teams that advanced to stage 4.
O kasi,
Apparently not. It's just the 1 slot they're fighting for, and it could not get any deadlier than this. It's Naos versus Oasis, and Oasis, well, this is either the continuation of their Cinderella lower bracket run, or this is where it ends.
that's true. I mean, either way, 1 team will fall away, 1 team will advance. Sayang no? Kasi I would have loved to see both of these teams go on a run in LAN as well. Kasi pareho silang may, medyo may potential. Lalo na itong Naos Esports, lalo na din ang Oasis Gaming. Both standouts in the local scene, both historical organizations within their own right. Pero mga kaibigan, talagang in this point, isa lang ang makakapasok at isa lang ang magpapatunay na sila ang deserving makapasok sa stage number 4.
Yeah, we're back to square one. Like you said, so many times these 2 teams have faced together. Pinakaunang match natin in stage 2. It was these 2 teams that are fighting. Now it's them again fighting for that 1 slot in stage 4. Naos versus Oasis in a grueling best of 3. And we did see that Oasis squad perform earlier against Old Stinky Cats. They finally found their form, it seems like, Chris.
Yep, and this is one hell of a way to conclude na agad ang group stages natin. Literal na eto na. Kung sino man ang papasok dito, makakapasok sila sa play-ins. And play-ins is basically, you're up already for Cebu. Literal na, patapos manalo dito, ready na kayo sign ng tickets nyo. Ready na kayo makapag-gas ng budget nyo sa mga organizations na napasok ako sa Cebu. Literal na makikita na kayo doon sa loob ng ating venue, and hopefully makikita namin kayo na hindi maliligaw katulad namin ni Dito kapag pupunta kami sa bawat mall na magkasama. Kahit hindi mall kahit hanapin lang yung bus kung uuwi. Wala rin tayo.
Anyway, Chris, I think you're getting sidetracked.
Medyo. It's
back to the matter at hand. It's Naos versus Oasis. It's a tale as old as time. And if you were to circle back to 2 years, 3 years, 1 year ago, even Naos and Oasis, they have been battling it out so close. But I dare say this has been the biggest gap there's ever been between these 2 squads, right? With Naos definitively having a huge uptick in skill, especially with the new Oasis roster just being reshuffled, with Marky the only one that seems, or the only one that was part of the original squad still here. But do you think Oasis have finally scrounged up enough fluidness together to fend off against Naos Esports?
It's been 3 games of play, 2 days of them showing their progress so far. Is it too early to tell? There is going to be that conclusion, but for now, we got to focus on the map vetoes. Oasis Gaming going to be picking up their comfort map of that Lotus pick, and look at the bans. Oasis Gaming did their homework. Alam nilang napaka-aggressive na lang when it comes to the Naos Esports Icebox Special. At Abyss also knocked away kasi nakita nila yung laro ng Oasis kanina. So now picking up a few of the maps that they're really known for. Lotus, Haven for Naos Esports now. And the decider being yung asset map natin. Well, I could not have asked for a better map veto than this. Talagang labanan ng El Clasico. Labanan ng pure fundamentals.
Yeah, really smart from Naos. Or for Oasis rather, banning away that icebox.
Finally, both of them.
Finally, someone banned that icebox away from Naos. And then the counter answer is going to be that Abyss map. As you said, it is a really smart drafting from both these 2 squads. So there we have Lotus for our first map here. A map that both squads, I think, favor their playstyle here. The aggression on the defense really is catered to Lotus, as well as in Haven, where we will be going up to later on. But man, there's not much. I can't wait to get this matchup started. It's Naos versus Oasis, man. I mean, every time these 2 squads collide, it's always an epic tale, and I do hope we get that game 3.
Edi, let's get a little bit more specific kung gusto mo na mapag-usapan, diba? Let's get a head-to-head started dito sa NAS versus Oasis Gaming roster. Why don't I go for the underdog and go for Oasis Gaming on this one? I want to start with Zeus. This guy took a bit of time para find yung confidence to dito, and it took a bunch of encouragement from Marky and the support staff to find his footing. I'm sure the coach has drilled into his mind that he has to be an entry duelist, somebody who doesn't have fear. Now, you're seeing him play on a high. He put up 28 frags kanina, and he's just rolling with the thunder.
And it seems like Zeus is performing really consistently today as well, right? And I think this is the one of those rules where Oasis, just from today's performances, have that definitive advantage. I mean, compared to Mojer, I feel like Zeus is on a hot streak today, and I think he's going to be able to put the numbers in terms of the kills and creating space.
All right. Well, we have been highlighting Zeus a lot, and I think it's also a good time to highlight yung agent compositions natin. Remember, this is the Lotus map, and I'm expecting a lot of variety. The double controller comp for NOW's Esports. This is one of the few times I've seen MNFPS relegate himself over to the Viper pick. And for Oasis Gaming, it's all on the variety yet again. Marky back on the breach role that I've been seeing him for so long. Now, he is going to be bundled up with Slatham, who has been lurking around the shadows every time that he plays on the Lotus map.
Oh, this is going to be interesting from now. So they only have a singular flash in their roster. That's the paranoia as well. One of the shorter ranged flashes here in the whole game. So it's going to be a bit of an interesting approach to their map pick here. But hey, it's NOW's, man. You know that they prepped with this double controller lineup, the Viper. Not something we see every day in this match, but certainly a welcome sight here for me. A bit more standard on the Oasis side as we head straight into the match dito, Chris. Wala nang intay-intay pa.
Nope.
This is it, a best of 3 to determine who advanced directly to stage 4 and who will be going home today. El Clasico, ladies and gents. We're beginning it in 16 seconds.
You want to know a bit of history, Datum?
Sure.
Remember Cebol qualifier where Lotus was first introduced in the map pool? It was to find out who will represent the Philippines in the SEA Games para sa Valorant. And the last time that they faced up in that regard, Oasis winning out in the end in a clincher 13-11 win against NOW's Esports. Will this be the same result 2 years later? We'll find out, but NOW's Esports starting off on the attacking side. Mojer, front line. He is on the raise this time around, spotted, and doesn't expect Slatham to peek on towards that link position.
Yeah, Zeus gonna be finding Ja as well. It's now it's down to 3, 1 HP left on their fate. Slatham peeking out at just the nick of time as Slatham does go down eventually. But it's all down to Papi Chulo, 1v2 that he cannot find any kills at. Oasis strike first, 1-0. And we were highlighting this head-to-head earlier, the Neon coming on through for Zeus here. And the race coming on for Mojer. They're really putting both of these players in their comfort agents. And I love it. I love to see these two different faces.
Absolutely, right? I mean, we got to also highlight a bit of a story just to put some spice into the matchup. Okay. Remember one of the former players of NOW's Esports now fighting in the Oasis banner, NDG. In the days of old, this guy used to be in the Tier 2 scene, now picked up his first Tier 1 break on the NOW's Esports roster, went over to Team Secret, spent a bit of time over to Korea, now he's playing with new comrades, new faces. NDG, nice blind, that's 3, papunta sa kanya! With a 3K for NDG, this guy is fiery hot on the Lotus map.
Yeah, there you go, Paranoia, very efficient, all 3 players blinded up. And the Bulldog to clean up this mess, Second Love keeping a firm control of that spike, and NDG looking to hold on to the spike for dear life. That's the Prowler to come on as well. Slatham finds Ja, NDG on 4K, almost getting the ace. That's the flawless for Oasis. A fiery starts to this Lotus map. And I want to take a look at the weaponry pickup here for Oasis. Will any of them go for the Vandals? Will they attempt that round 3 conversion? Is my question.
I mean, at this point, it's not even a question anymore. It's something that they actually have to. It's a necessity for the side of NOW's Esports to try to get around on the board this time around. Relegating 2 points over to the Oasis Gaming roster. Now, what I want to know is how they will approach this next round. Because if you look at how they position themselves, Oasis Gaming want to fight for rubble. And in these sorts of situations with the shorter range guns, you kind of want to take this fight.
Now they're gonna do it real quick. Mojo pushing up, takes down Zeus as MDG pushes up as well. Slavim finds M and FPS as Naxi and Papichulo put themselves on the board. Afterwards, they're gonna tuck tail and run towards the C site, where they're already taking a lot of space. However, Second Love's still here, Chris.
Second Love has to make the difference, but Ja reconvenes in time. The adjustment from the veteran himself has shown that sometimes the movement does not make a difference. NDG spotted as well, but they know he has the Vandal, so they have to respect him since both of them are low. And then the 3v1 now, Esports have experienced this time and time again. He's up against NDG, and Ja, his former comrade, shuts him down. They keep most of the guns, they plant the spike so they have more credits, and they also have a lifeline the first round on the board.
Yeah, and I love the way now approach that rubble execute. They used all the walls in the world to make the most use out of that paranoia. Remember, I told earlier, they only have one flash, that's the paranoia, and to make the most out of it, they used both the fast lane of the enemy Neon and then the Viper wall as well to sort of maximize the amount of space that that paranoia could create. Topple that with a Haunt as well, and Naos actually won that duel because of the nice scans. Mojo gonna do the same thing, pushing up in rubble. Papichulo shuts down Zeus again.
Oh,
Big
nice.
nade gets two players chipped down. That's Paranoia coming on to try to nullify Mojo as well, but Oasis, it's time to run. It's time to give away that link control.
They can't even destroy that baby door. And even though they kind of won the rubble control anyway, they decide to at least relegate themselves over to the B site. Second Love will be tested as they try to go on to the push out on B. That's a lot of frags over to the B site. A bit of a hiccup over to our offside, but in the end, now Esports have shown that they actually have the space to work with.
Yeah, Waste is down to 2 now, swarming that B site after taking that rubble control. The decision making is just snappy here for Naos, pivoting immediately towards that B site, not even going through a link. Is so decisive for them. Mojo with a nasty shot onto Slavim, and suddenly again, it's NDG against the world.
The old Naos Esports player playing under the enemy banner. Isn't it a little ironic? It's almost like what type of stories we can actually pick up from this, right? Something that can reference this days of old, where the enemy is actually playing for, you know, the old comrade not playing for the enemy this time around is what I meant. Ja picking up the last frag. That's a flawless round for the side of Naos Esports. Ano ba yung mga stories na pwede natin ma-pick up dito? Ghost of Tsushima. The uncle betraying yung main protagonist kasi hindi nila alam na nagpe-play na pala siya on the opposition nung na-invade ng Japan, yung na-invade ng Mongolia yung Japan. Biglang nag-play siya for the enemy team. Again, I'm getting sidetracked.
Yeah. I haven't played the game. I'm sorry, I can't relate.
So I kind of spoiled you in that regard.
It's okay. 2-2. Oasis and Naos. It doesn't spoil me of what happens in this series, though. That's the important thing.
True.
What can NDG do up against his former squad? What kind of intel can he provide as to the tendencies of some of these players? He's going to play an impactful role in this series. A much slower approach this time from Naos. Haven't used the paranoia yet. That's what I'm looking at. So the one thing that they gotta remember is it's a dead giveaway. Wherever their Omen is, that's probably where they're gonna hit the site. And for now, that's where, or the location of where that is in Mound. They got the orb. I think they're gonna back off for now.
Farming for the rocket that
Mojo
Mojo is trying to pick up for himself, because that rocket, once it hits, it will always have the impact of the space created by Mojo and his ulti. The only reason why you would pick up the Viper is for you to have some passive map control. And well, the wall being put up early is just 1 point of contention, 1 point of conditioning for them.
Yep.
But it seems Oasis Gaming are not biting the bullet, not biting the bait this time around. As now as Esports already make their noise, they got one over to NDG thanks to a perfect paint shell from Mojo from downtown. And in 25 seconds, that's where Naos have rotated all across the board. But because they have Zeus, he's already on the A site, just as easy as that.
Real quick run coming on through. Zeus slides back in to the site. And now it's not smooth sailing as they might hope, because the puck is right in front of them. Zeus doesn't get the shot in yet, but finally gets taken down as Mojo does as well. And Man Papi on the board as Papi Chulo. 6 yours to kill onto Second Love, and Slalom does find a kill, but that's it. Now, get the round. 3 on the board.
3-2 scoreline for Naos Esports, and it's a bit of luck and a bit of that patience. A nice util for Mojer. Perfect paint shell on the mark as well, and a perfect response time as they rely on the rotation over to the A site as well. Zeus was the only guy who had the speed and the mobility to get that A site control, but he was the only guy that could hold things off. That Bucky was not enough for him,
yeah.
and it could have actually gotten a couple of seconds for them to actually deny the spike being planted down, but MNFPS was just too quick on the mark.
Yeah, Papi Chulo providing that backup as well. It's just so good here for Naos. And again, they constantly hit that Viper wall towards that A side slang. It's a very interesting setup because it could work both ways. And if it's not executed properly, it could work against them. Not putting it up yet. It's built for the post plant. And Second Love, spot Emma and FPS. Doesn't get the kill though. Emma, nice little swing out against Second Love. And just like that, A site is open.
It's kind of ironic, right? He was the one who saw MNFPS first, but he kind of expects his position.
Yeah.
Zeus quick to respond, as well as the rest of the squad. They have the Nightfall, they have Zeus on the prowl, sees MNFPS. He doesn't give enough time to reposition back on towards the site. Zeus is the hero of the squad. The showstopper does not connect. It's Zeus actually getting another. Is Zeus showing why he should be feared on the A side itself? As now Oasis Gaming have full control of the site. NDG tries to defuse. NDG will stick onto the spike. The 4K as well for Zeus as NDG secures the frag as well as the defuse for the 3-3.
Zeus again coming up huge for Oasis. The new duelist of this tried and tested squad coming up huge one more time. Paved the way for the defuse to be stuck here. Absolutely wreaking havoc all across this A site. It's just a treat to witness. No less than 20 HP is all he needed here, Chris, and it's absolutely wonderful to see. Zeus keeping up that same momentum that he has all day long. And we have a game in our hands.
It's so close. I can almost feel the bullets fly off the screen. And now it's Esports cutting it a bit too close. Oasis Gaming stealing the round away after heroics from both NDG and Zeus. The multi-frags and the stick on the spike was just more than enough. Now they have Hilo set up as well. And if Zeus cannot kill the one on the front, at least they have the trade-off. Slatum has to hit that shot.
It's Mojer. He's the one. He's about to peek this double setup. They're moving up closer. Prowler is available. Slalom about to use it. And Mojer peeks. Breach stun is perfect. Paranoia back up there as well.
Alive?
Zeus is 1 HP left. But Marky with the aftershock gets them both. The breach util proving too much as he's now getting pushed by Ja. Flash is perfect. Zeus again shuts down Ja. And now scrumble down to 2.
The perfect setup. You thought that it was Zeus who was the tip of the spear. And very much so, he was the one who tried to penetrate on through with that engagement towards B, but now it's MNFPS who walks to the chopping block. Second Love, the executor. Now it's the 1v5 for Papi Chulo, the clutch master. He has done wondrous things before, but can he cook up a miracle? As he always on time and time again, but Second Love will claim the second frag for the squad. A flawless half. On the side of Oasis Gaming, they get a really strong round after a really strong setup over to the B main position.
And the amount of progress that Oasis have already made over the past couple of days. Remember the first time these two faced against each other here in Predator League? The first time we saw this entire roster of Oasis, it was no way. It was not even close. But this time, Oasis taking the early lead. I'm loving this quick progress. And I'm so pumped to be watching
I'm here
this
for
series. Now us have to climb back a little bit here, but this is an all-important round. A gun buy for both of them. Whoever loses, gonna have to settle for scraps in the next.
And I like that they're also bundling up over to the C long position. And the position for the Omen is telling me it is going to be a very aggressive setup for them. Mound is going to be a death match. A stronghold for the Oasis roster. They're expecting at least one, but will they expect the high-low setup? NDG, they start with one. Nexi to trade it off as well. The 1-for-1 could be enough for now to deter their progress, but in the end, they're still spamming, they're still dealing damage. And Oasis Gaming have to be careful about their defense on C.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, but I dare say Oasis kept their C side, so I guess they have a little bit more map control for now, but B side already swarmed.
Viper Spit also activated now. That's going to limit their options, their vision, but the Rolling Thunder is also a really good supplement to that.
Oh, here we go, the Oasis on the full-on retake. Mojo shuts down NDG, and now is keeping hold of that site for now. Naxi on the shorty, and Nexi pops off again. That's the 3K for the fade. The Haunt just doing wonders, leaving Second Love with an impossible task. Just as I said, Oasis was getting ahead. Now they're so quick to turn things around, unless Second Love can find a rabbit out of this hat.
Can he clutch the 1v4? As you said, it is impossible. Can be possible with just one, but Nexi will shut down that possibility before the book opens. It is the 4-4 now as they're fighting, trailing. After Oasis momentarily stops their momentum. Now this forces the low buy for Oasis Gaming. At least a few of them unable to secure themselves a really nice buy into the next round. Good thing Zeus has enough money to supply one gun to one of his players. Can rely on him to use that overdrive. But that is in fact needed for him to find anybody around that mount side.
Let's see what the player is going to be for Oasis. Granted that they have one player only on the Sheriff. Overdrive not activated yet. They seem to be waiting for an early pick here down in Mound. The double setup between NDG and Zeus could prove to be fatal. NDG undetected, Overdrive active. Oh, Mojo just swings out against him. Uses the Phantom to shut them down both. Slatham is here as well. Mojo goes down. Perfect timing for Slatham. But can he hold the site here, Chris?
Can he hold the site itself? A lockdown might be more than enough. Overwhelming for Slatham to handle. But now that he has the breach with him, this could be enough for him. Now, Nexi shuts him down as well. Slatham with the Sheriff, but doesn't have the bullets to counteract Ja. 2v1. Second Love too late to the call, but he does get the flank going.
Yeah.
And since Ja is too far away from his turret, I don't think they will expect this at all.
The last game's MVP, Second Love, has to come up massive again. And remember, Oasis, bank is going to be broken if they lose this. They invested everything into this round. Second Love has been detected. Eman, Ja, both just have to play together, swing together, use any utility they have. The headshot from Second Love isolates the one, but not the other. Eman, good for the trade, and now it's good for the round. 5-4.
Either way, that would have been one heck of a way to surprise now as the strong flank all the way from the other side of the map. But Mojo was the fire starter here. Never expected to get that double. And that was right before the paranoia sets in, right? So that means they would have had a fighting chance if that did connect in an earlier time. Slatham surprising him with the Sheriff, just dealt a little bit more damage towards their economy. So both sides have a few implications from the previous round. But now, so we're going to take the 5th round anyways. Early Viper wall, but that doesn't mean it's for conditioning. It's for them to fight them off. Zeus, an aggressive frag over to Mojo. This guy's not stopping at all. The lightning bolt has been coursed onto now as Slatham has followed through with the 3rd round on the board. Another for Slatham as well.
It's down to 1 now. Again, an impossible task. Doesn't even have control of Spike here. What is there to do for Ja? He's just spamming away at his weapons. So might as well count this one for the books. Oasis, there's no way they're gonna let this Spike get out of their hands. Ping's coming on as well. And you know that the moment Ja peeks out, he's up against just a meat grinder. It's first on the board, or first on the way, Slatham, but the whole squad is going to be there.
Really like the fault line as well. Putting a lot of respect to Ja, who's also underrated in the clutch. Flash on in as well, 40 seconds. Isolating picks, not even giving him a smoke to cover himself. He's 1, 2, and 3 kills for Slatham right now. 5-5 for Oasis Gaming. And it was that rubble control that became what seals the fate on the side of Naos Esports. Somewhat, the wall actually gave them some sort of false sense of security.
Yeah.
They thought they didn't see him, but I don't think Slatham even needed to see him. There wasn't even a scan.
Yeah.
He just sprayed on and trusted himself to get those 2 kills.
And that's what I'm talking about. This Viper setup down in A is a little bit risky because it's it's two-pronged. It's used for that post plant, but what that means, it's kind of hard to take advantage of before you take control of that site. That's why it doesn't give optimal positions here for now. It's paving the way for Zeus to just slide on into that wall and get a couple of kills without even needing to see the enemy. And now, well, they're going to have to try and break through this B-site defense again with a high-low setup. With the exact same Viper wall setup here in A. I think they're not going to let go of this with Emma constantly defaulting to this. But they have yet to give away any information. Haunt and Viper wall, the only things they've used so far. So that's not a lot of information to work with for Oasis.
We'll kind of let the tense moment pace itself over the course of the round because both Naos are feeling the pressure. Oasis Gaming not even letting themselves take a second chance. Taking that rubble control. Second Love spotted as a passive angle for him. And a quick rotation and response for Zeus as well. A risky attempt at peeking onto the stairs position has been subsided. Thought twice about his next move there. And it could have actually given a second life over to Oasis Gaming in the retake scenario. 30 seconds. B side open for them as well. And if they smoke off that link side, that turret is going to be all for nothing. Push on in from Mojo as well. The Satchels charging in towards the site. A 5v5 retake. The classic Oasis lockdown is going to come up next.
Yeah, for sure. Second Love, there you go. I'm using it from up the heavens. Mojo controlled A-Link for now. That's from the shadows used up from Oasis as well. Gathering a little bit of information. There's two people. The lockdown destroyed by Mojo's nade. Papi Chulo, Emma, Nexi putting it up on the board, and it's just flawless. What? What lockdown now says? What retake? You ain't taking B-side back.
Doesn't matter if you have multiple orbs saved up for the Killjoy lockdown when it's just as easy as one nade from Mojo all the way from that B main position. Already now as esports, they have all the positions in the world. They all had the flank coming down on C-Link, and that's thanks to Ja and his lurking potential as well. The push on from Mojo where he was around that link position towards that baby door, and where you have the passive approach. The perfect angles again for the post plant where everybody else at NAS didn't even need to overstep their boundaries. That was a perfect push on the B site without ever needing to take any more risks.
Yeah. Really nice execute. Now reaping the rewards there. Already getting themselves to 6 first. Have a chance to turn it to a 1-round lead. Or 2-round lead going into the second half. But Ja spots out a turret. That's aggressive positions for both Zeus in Mound. But so far, no noise being made. Now slowly inching forward. Viper wall not used up yet here, Chris. But
no way.
holding on to Odin. Almost takes down Nexi. That's the Nightfall used up. Can't hear anything.
He can't hear anything at all. So they can push on towards that main position in a perfect vault line and Slat Thumb. Perfect coverage, but Mojo, that's a showstopper in hand. M and a PS to follow suit. The entry on the A site, a little bit labored, but still a successful plant nonetheless for Naos Esports, despite a few flaws, a few chinks that they need to pick up into the next coming round.
Yeah, 4 versus 3. Naos already taking control of the site and already a favorable position again in this post plant. And Mojo about to rotate around the stairs area. And remember, got a couple of players here of Oasis didn't have the best weaponry. Zeus gonna be leading the charge. Spots on a couple of players, but hasn't yet to find a single kill. Now just playing around the door. Second Love finds them an FPS now. They gotta hold through, but they could just play time here. Nexi shoulder peeking. Marky going for the defuse. Zeus Second Love, they're gonna strike, but Papi Chulo stays alive.
No way!
Diffuser's gotta stay alive, but Papi Chulo plays around the tiniest of margins and somehow finds an angle. What was that?
That's the first time I've ever seen someone use that angle all the way outside of the door side.
Wow.
And all the way on towards the spike itself. Papi Chulo. I thought it was over when Second Love already diffused on. But the long range taps, the triple kill from Papi Chulo. He does it again. And at this point, we can never doubt the man when he is cooking up a storm. A 7-5 for Naos Esports. And off the back of a nice long-range shot that even we were surprised
What was
about.
that plant? Amix cooked with that one.
He absolutely did.
What a plant. That's absolutely insane there. Just a Vandal needed too. Didn't even need an Odin.
And I can't believe that he did that against Oasis Gaming too.
Well, it's game day. It's everything on the line here now. Remember, they missed the qualifiers, so had to enter the qualifier in stage 2. And now, finding their way through the nitty and gritty of it with everything they've got. Oasis, there's no concept of hiding any strats here at this point. It's just everything being thrown out. Jack up close and personal. And DG, oh, you can just smell the tension.
He dodged it.
Be pushing up. Jack finds one. Eman for the trade, and Eman goes even bigger. Marky goes down, and Eman pushing forward to keep control of the site. But at this point, now has already picked up enough to leave Second Love all alone.
Decides to pick up the Ghost instead of any point of util for the Killjoy. And just means he has an ample amount of opportunity to clutch up this 1v3. Now makes his presence known. He's spotted, and Eman at PS. Crispy shots all the way from downtown. A triple from the IGL of Naos Esports. An 8th round win. And Naos Esports, they're cooking up a strat. I mean, not only did they clear out Ja, but Ja was never the weapon in the first place. It was Eman at PS who picked up all the pieces in the world.
Yeah.
The Mount side looking as dangerous as ever. Once Oasis give it up to Naos with a little bit of time to spare as well.
And it's so important that Ja dodged that breach stun. Because he did, he was able to get a kill, draw attention to him, and Eman could peek to get that 3K. Impressive stuff here from Naos. The tiniest of margins, making the biggest differences in these firefights. And Naos, this time, they put their aggressive play in rubble with Papichulo on a classic angle just above the wall in rubble. So that A site, there's no lingering members here from Oasis. Use the hunt over towards Mound, spots out no one, but remember, this is an eco. This is a round where Oasis are just going to try and find as much damage as they can.
Find the absolute bare minimum for them. They'd be contented with giving one of the ult ores, but Zeus only peeked on towards Eman FPS. He is feeling himself. That's why he picks up the Phantom in the second round of the second half. Strong defense thanks to the Poison Orb. Ja also putting the lion's share of his utility over to the B site, where both sides of C and B have an ample amount of strength. Now, esports are making Lotus like a fortress.
Yeah. Especially with the way Eman is performing here in this seaside hold. Ja right there with him. People's here holding on. Paranoia used up, and Eman that's marking down. And it's just gonna be Ja cleaning house. Sladom is gonna catch a timing, but gonna catch way more lead bullets straight up to his cranium there. Now it's 9-5, the biggest lead we've had so far in this game.
Yeah, it's almost reminiscent to how it started the first time around here in the group stages, where they met up and it wasn't the best chance for the side of Oasis Gaming. They didn't have the best performance, presentation. They did have a bit of improvement in this first half, but they want to get some wins. They have to surprise Naos once they have the bye round, which is right now. But it's, I think I want to know why Second Love and Marking are buying a gun. I think they're trying to take this time to take a tactical pause.
Maybe. But the fact of the matter is, Naos 4 rounds ahead. This is an all-important game here. Take a look at Eman, just brimming with confidence, man. The holds in that defensive round really making a big difference, especially gunning from the pistol. A huge confidence boost for both the players and with their strats. I mean, Eman's just on fire now. Nexi right up there with him too, and it's just looking so spectacular for Naos right now. And Oasis, well, credit to them. Huge improvement over the past couple of days, but you can see that Naos are really prepped for this match.
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, it's almost like they've been playing with their synergy since they have been playing together, or since they started with this roster, this particular one for Split 1.
Yeah.
And against a team that has built themselves together over the course of 2 days. The improvement is impeccable. It is something to take note of. But now, Now Esports are showing why their experience will bear fruit now, why it will bear fruit in the long term. This could possibly be what Oasis is trying to be, wishing to be, when the time comes for them. Now Esports so far, though, they have been proving that they have all the resources available to them. They also have the right people actually hitting a lot of the shots needed. MNFPS, the fragging ideal that doesn't really happen too often, which I'm not saying is something that we shouldn't expect from him, since he is also very talented. But when you see that the one player that calls on the strats wants to play around him, then it's kind of a scary thought to think about. Now, as Esports usually rely on Ja and Papi Chulo to actually pick up the pieces for them, but when MNFPS and Nexi are actually doing the brunt of the work, then that just means Papi Chulo and Ja are just going to have to do the bare minimum, and sometimes their floor is just that much higher.
Yeah. Like the puppeteer becoming the puppet himself. It's absolutely scary, I'll tell you that much. But a bit of a pause happening here, gents, so just try and fix things up to give you the best broadcast possible here in Predator League. But man, this is a nice breather, because the amount of tension in the air, the amount of tension in the server is just gut-wrenching. I can feel it in my stomach. I'm nervous standing here watching these two teams bout it out. But as I said, it's a tale as old as Valorant here in the country. I don't think it's ever going away here, these two squads. I don't think they're ever going to find that equal footing. Might be today, Naos is, or might be right now, Naos is ahead. Who knows what's going to happen in a couple of rounds, in a 4 rounds, in the next map. And remember, this is the only chance. There's the only chance to get to Cebu, to get to the final, to get to Stage 4. No other way. This is a matchup good for the grand finals. And it's a treat to watch it this early here. Rashum now getting spammed up in the chat. So here we go, 10 seconds until Oasis get to show us what they're gonna do here.
Will it be a classic rush over to the A site, where now Esports have cooked up a very interesting defense on the Rubble side. 4 people stacked up. Arguably, the Viper MNFPS is still holding up that B site aggress, and well, because of the wall, because of the presence of the Killjoy that's possibly around that B site as well, they're kind of making the call to try to deplete the resources, destroy the turret, find where the Viper is, and avoid the heck out of him. The problem is, they're walking to the Rubble position, where now Esports are in full control.
Chulo from up above, perfect paranoia, shuts down Zeus. That's the head of the spear gone. Nexi, just a Spectre, finds some Sladom, but Sladom finds a couple. Papi Chulo's still alive though, so they still have smokes here on top of the Viper. So now us could recover from this. A 3v3 as NDG leads the charge now.
The baby door opened up just so that they have an escape, but if they can actually have the space to work towards that baby door, then they have 2 options. Push on towards the A site, or the present over to that link side.
Push down B main.
And they don't have the information as well.
Yeah. Oh no. This could be deadly for Oasis. They're going to wrap around the turret, go back into a link, and now they have no clue.
Upper being contested again for the Oasis Gaming roster, as Naos are trying to find every single angle they hear the spike being tapped down over to the B site. And it's not just a tap, it's a fight for the B site retake this time around. Oasis Gaming, they do have themselves huddled up over the upper position, but the problem is, Slatham is not going to beat anybody. They're all going to be holding up over towards that link position. Marky has to be prepared. The flash is not even needed. The push on from MNFPS to disconnect has been present over from the Naos Esports roster. Is all on them. Papi Chulo and Ja dealt with. The duo not even needed anymore. As Oasis Gaming, they get themselves the 6th round.
Yeah. Master positioning there from Marky, the OG Oasis player. Playing from down under, catching MNFPS pants down. And you can see MN trying to anticipate the angles at which Oasis was playing. Was clearly looking the wrong way, because Marky just shut him down like that. 6-9 Oasis. Still have a ways to go, but they got the round. 3 rounds behind.
Doesn't mean it's an impossible task to trail ahead of them too. Because they absolutely have an ample amount of time to do so. Zeus, the Rubble control, and them being the tip of the spear for the squad. Now Esports want to fight back for it. Slap them, and Zeus, they punish Nexi. And Mojer For the push down over to the main side, Papi Chulo, a bit of a disconnect. The paranoia not set through towards Zeus as the space has been made on Mound. Oh, over at the main side, excuse me. And the best thing about the smoke is that they can actually play with the smoke and mirrors. Open the baby door. Or bait out now Esports to go for the push out on the smoke. Wait for the dissipate. Papi Chulo and then on the PS. They have turned the tables around on Oasis. They even want for more. But Slatum actually get the winning position. A 3v2 that Nas weren't supposed to even give.
Yeah, a little bit too deep for Eman there, but now at least even up the odds a little bit. 2v3 still in favor of Oasis, but Papi Chulo about to receive.
No way!
What? Second Love still gets the kill despite being flashed on out by their teammate, and Papi Chulo opens up the site. You know, it's all down to just Ja again.
Will Ja clutch it up?
There.
Make a Papi Chulo cosplay as he works up a 1v3. Oasis Gaming holding hands over to the tree position. Not even needing to make the move anymore.
Still have Nightfall as well.
The Prowler also invested to clear out the corner of the site. Ja already know that there's a Killjoy in there, but will he expect 3 Aftershock in check? High-low setup invested. Second Love, an impressive frag over to Nas Esports. Oasis Gaming building up 2 rounds in a row.
7-9 Oasis starting to pick up the pieces now. And this was a really good hold from Eman and Papi Chulo, but the moment Eman jumped up to the box, he lost a little bit of his aim there and could have minimized a bit of a lost space there, but now he's signing mistakes, man. They're gonna add up.
Rubble control again. Possibly the play for Nas Esports. Zeus using his mobility just so that he could have some info for the team. I like the early smoke out again for the Nas Esports roster just so that they could try to isolate the angles. And Nas Esports deciding that they have to play a little bit more on the default position. Ja, an aggressive attempt, but NDG surprises him. That Outlaw, something that you never expect from the Omen himself, but NDG has been using that weapon, and every single time he has impact with it.
Especially on the attacking side, but Second Love expects the push. Now again, too aggressive here. They're giving away these guns. Mojer trying to recover that Sheriff. SNTG finds another target now. Well, it is an eco, but now certainly not going down quietly here. Second Love spots out Mojer, and it's just a flawless for Oasis. A good read there from NDG, getting the Outlaw, getting a couple of kills, and anticipating that peak. It's just peak gameplay. It's just NDG dealing with his old teammates.
Just anticipating that now Esports are going to try to conquer the space as well.
Exactly.
I mean, after the initial info of Zeus trying to make some moves, got a little too aggressive with that, and I kind of had to respect it since they were on the eco round. Now Esports looking to try to get themselves a leg up into the matchup. Round per round, Oasis Gaming fighting on the tendencies of Naos to overpush, but this time is an open opportunity for Naos since they also have the rubble door also invested as well. You have 2 people over at the other side of that mound door as well, so that smoke, MNPS has to be careful. Spots out one, stand up, he's so low, and Marky shut down Ja. That is a nice shot again over to one of the veterans of Naos Esports. Mojer also peeks in, and the showstopper could be enough. He hits it. He's second for Mojer as well.
Yeah, but that door play is absolutely what made this happen for Naos. Now they're down to 2 though, with Oasis striking back. Again, it's the over-aggress down from B main that Oasis anticipated, shut down. Now Naos, that big hefty play from Mojer has been nullified because it's down to the last 2 players in Naos. Big man disadvantage. Killjoy setup gone here. It seems like Seaside is going to be the play either way for Oasis, with still a ton of utility. Look at their breach util. Only 1 flash used. So Mojer could be overwhelmed here, Chris.
Overwhelmed, or he could be comfortable in his position. Doesn't hit the shot. The Zeus. He does use his movement, baits the shot in, and Second Love will be the second guy in the site. And Marky will have his Rolling Thunder after the plant. Maybe just 1 frag needed as Papi Chulo 1v3 this time around. Not spotted from the turret. The peek on from Second Love baits the shot in. Now knows. Confirms the information. Papi Chulo. It's done this time and time again. But will this be another shot for Papi Chulo to clutch up? Puts out a fake TP. Sound you made. Second Love confirms that it is just a fake. Baits out the shot. Sees the killjoy. But a perfect fault line. A little bit late to the call, but Zeus will be there to get the wall bang. 9-9. Oasis Gaming not only trailed up to Naos Esports, they caught up to them entirely.
Naos have to go for a timeout here. I don't care that it's an eco. They have to go for a timeout. They've lost all momentum. They've lost their eco. They have a couple of ults to work with at least. Emmon's got the Viper Spit. That's of massive value if they could use it right. Keep one of these key areas away from the hands of now Oasis, but there's no timeout, Chris. They're just gonna play this eco. Bucky in the hand of one of their players, Sheriff's in the rest. Hunt doesn't spot out anyone at least, but Naos, it's a B-site fortitude with Mojer holding on to that shotgun.
You know, normally, in these sorts of scenarios, the shotgun usually means aggression, but for Mojer in this case, it's all about discipline. He can't push because that shotgun will not have the effective range when he comes out of B main. But in this sort of elbow spot, where he doesn't move a muscle, that's where the shotgun will shine. But that requires Oasis Gaming to push on without using a Prowler, not using Zeus as a weapon, which Oasis Gaming has been using time and time again just so that they could have themselves the space to work with. 50 seconds as well.
I think Mojer heard that they walked away from that B site, flinched a bit, but called upon to rotate. This is important because now they've left C wide open, which is exactly where Marky's setting up.
Oh, because Ja could have actually had an opportunity to open the door, place the ultimate on towards the side, but remember, that's also 5 people that he's working with. Waterfall being the position for the retake scenario. Zeus pushing on without hesitation anymore. This is all but crumbling with the pieces over to Naos Esports as Nexi falls down. Slatum opening up means Naos are forced in a 4 versus 5 retake scenario.
Locked on use by Oasis, buying a lot of time there. Zeus pushing up against 2, but it's just Sheriff he's playing against. So he's got all the confidence in the world. Orb Drive available as well. A Second Love shuts down the flank. Ja is down. And Mojer finds one. Zeus goes away for now. But Slatum still inside of the site. This is going to be really, really tough nut to crack for Oasis. As Naos are slowly making their way into that site. Setups from Papi Chulo will be a deadly thing to watch here. But Mojer finds one. What more can he find? Time ticking away. 1 HP left onto Mojer's hands. That nade is wonderful as Papi Chulo gets shut down. Now, as there will be no Thrifty today, as Marky shuts it down and gets the advantage for Oasis 10-9.
Finally, Oasis Gaming get a breakthrough in the matchup. Finally, in the first time since that 5-4, Oasis Gaming have gotten the lead. It has been Naos all day long, but thanks to the eco round force onto them, Oasis and an aggressive setup over to the C side have gotten themselves the 10-9. Forced out a timeout over to call a mix, the 6-man, arguably for Naos Esports, the coach.
Yep.
Adding brains to Braun for Naos Esports this time around. I feel like this time they need to chill.
Yeah. You find something. I mean, they do have a lot of resources to play around with in this round. 4 ults, all the guns in the world. I wonder what Storm Amix is cooking up here after that post plant earlier in the first half. Makes you wonder what kind of other defensive strats Naos is cooked up here, particularly in Lotus. But man, the more important thing here is they gotta keep a level head. Naos, this is their first time being contested ever since this new Oasis roster dropped. So they should just keep their level-headedness and keep their composure, because if they don't, that's where things start to crumble.
The foundations of Naos crumbling under the pressure of Oasis Gaming this time around. With their 3 ultis, Oasis Gaming could lock themselves in the 11th round, and that requires a lot of communication. Marky cannot use the Rolling Thunder as quickly as that. They need Zeus to speak up. And speak up he has been doing. Rubble.
But they push again.
Again, being the notice again, especially with that push, and Mojer. Confidence on the high this time around. This guy has been playing on the back foot so far in the matchup. This is the first time that he has pushed, and pushed he had.
Yeah. dry as well. Getting the first bullet headshot shuts down the enemy killjoy. That's huge. That means Naos can now flank from the extremities of the map. But look at their positioning. 3 players deep into their own spawn. They just want to play retake here, knowing that there isn't going to be a killjoy on the post plant. And Naos, they don't even want to receive. They don't want to waste any utility.
Absolutely right. I mean, it's as easy as just using the killjoy lockdown for Ja
On the post plant, yeah.
once they head on into the post plant. But for Oasis Gaming, difficult scenario to clear every single corner of A as they find out that it's deserted. Not even bothering to check that drop position. Plant coming down as well for Slatham. With a 4 versus 5. Now it's Esports playing with the numbers advantage, but seemingly it's almost like they're forced to play on the pace of Oasis Gaming. Push on again, lockdown in. Rolling Thunder also investing from Marky. Zeus on, using that ulti, but Poppy too low. Defends his ground, stands tall with the 3v5. Now Esports now running in as fast and quickly as possible.
Lockdown popped. Here comes the Nightfall as well. NDG gonna have to try and stay alive as Marky goes down. There you go. NDG saves, finds a couple. Slatham got his back. A 1v2 as Slatham stays alive. Here comes the scan. Doesn't spot anyone, but Emma's got to stick. Slatham, it's all up to you. Doesn't get and Slatham with the clutch. Oasis, they stand tall, and Slatham keep them alive.
A 3v5 forced onto Oasis Gaming after an attempt from Zeus to destroy the lockdown. But the attack from Slatham to defend the spike itself has made it all the more difficult for Naos Esports to reclaim their territory, to reclaim the top spot. Slatham has knocked it down to a 20-second kill.
Yeah, and I said it, NDG had to stay alive, and he did. Not only did he stay alive, he got a couple of kills, paving the way for Slatham to just stay back. The moment NDG fell down, that's when Slatham striked. And it was all they needed. The composure from this man, just impeccable. And now they're starting to crumble here, Chris. I could feel the nerves among their players. And Nexi, the first of all, prey to the nerves. Second Love, rejoicing after that last round. And Oasis, they've been bound. It felt like ever since they got their roster, but the shackles are getting thrown out the window.
Oh, the sides have been switched. It's almost like Naos was in the same position at the start of this group stage, but Oasis developed themselves into what has become a monster to deal with on the attacking side. Look at the coordination from this time. Oasis Gaming are playing as a unit. They're not even waiting for one of them to actually push without that much spacing. They are playing as a unit, and they're thinking about taking C. Once Marky has his fault line active, now that it is, Zeus can push on.
Yeah.
30
Everyone
seconds
getting
left.
readied up with their utility. Prowler comes out, Snake Bite as a response. MNFPS in a very, very precarious spot. Close corner, Zeus makes his way towards the side.
No way.
MNFPS finds the timing, but Marky is going to be there for the trade. Jack finds Marky, but Zeus is going to keep the C site in firm control for Oasis as Naos dwindle down to 1. Nice nade from Mojer, but what else can you do?
Oh, the spam comes in as well. A crossfire in set, an impossible task for the young duelist. Picks up one, could not convert onto the second. Now Esports crumbling under the pressure. Oasis Gaming on match point to secure their map pick of Lotus.
And it's so fast how it's all falling apart. It felt like Naos was in firm control of this whole game. And suddenly it's all gone. Nexi, early dry peek down in mid, not working out anymore. And then this, unable to hold down the C site. Oasis, everything working in their advantage. Look at NDG. The confidence to pick up the Outlaw at match point is just... it's something else here, Chris. It's something else.
Absolute domination for Oasis Gaming after the fact. Viper Spit invested for now as they're feeling the weight on their shoulders, their backs against the wall. An opportunity for them to come back into this matchup. An ironic thing to say after the state of the game.
I know.
Where they're stuck in 9-round wins, where Oasis are now 1 win away from claiming the Lotus map. Marky, diligent to stay on the same angle just so that someone could push out of that Viper's pit. And sometimes it could be worth the trouble Shaw is thinking about it. His demons are speaking to him. Peek out of that corner. Jump on towards that mount position. He only has a guardian, and sometimes that's more than enough. He peeks on, crawling, creeping up towards Slatham. And Marky, I think he is aware of his position.
Yes, Slatham. Slowly moving up. We have a crowd to work with. They use it smartly so, but Ja just gets overwhelmed. Zeus has entered the pit, and Eman is gone. So has the pit. Nexi has to shut down Second Love here.
No way.
But wait! It could not be more tragic for Nexi. And now they're facing the music now. Down to the last one. It's Mojer all alone. Bazooka in hand. And he's got to attempt this at least.
Jesus.
But it's impossible. Naos have been dismantled, destroyed by the unrelenting force that is Oasis. And they are gonna move on to game number 2 unless Mojer has something to say about it. It's zip, zilch, nada. Oasis take game number 1 of this best of 3.
And in a very smooth performance at that, right after they get 9 rounds, Naos could not get anything after that. It is a trail of wins. Time after time after time again, Oasis have run with the momentum and have swung for the fences. 13-9. And what an epic performance to do so. Diligent on their peaks, aggressive with their util. Zeus having the game of a lifetime. And Slatham, he was no slouch either.
And what a reality check for the Naos roster here. They are not gods anymore. They are contested. And what better org to do that than Oasis here, Chris? The story writes itself. And it's such a dominating win as well when they switched over to the attack. Naos, they had nothing to show for in that defense.
Jeez. And in a lot of situations, you could expect that those fundamentals have been still set for them on the defensive side, that Rebel Control was still present in the early stages of the round, but right after they played a little bit more passively, Oasis have put the seeds of doubt. Papi Chulo has somewhat uplifted those hopes in that first half because of this clutch. But the mental resiliency from Oasis Gaming have built up their confidence again. And it's because of those rounds where they played the patience, they played the pace of what they're comfortable with. They didn't even need to take those short peeks, because sometimes Naos are going to do that for you. They realize that, and they relay it to the team.
Yeah, the discipline here from this Oasis squad is just... it's just next level. It's made the difference here. And over again, Naos trying to be pesky with their peaks, but at the end of the day, they paid big time for it. MVP of this bout is going to be Slatham for Oasis. With MNFPS trailing not far behind, but Naos have got some work to do.
Yeah. And with Second Love also feeling himself on the lurk as well as on the anchoring positions. I mean, it's not even just Second Love. Every time that he's on the Killjoy and when he needs support from the team, he always watches for the right places, the right timings, and thinks about who he needs for support, who he needs, so that he will also have a very strong defense on that side of the map. Sometimes he calls on NDG to call upon with him. Sometimes he also has Zeus, who's very easy to call upon when he need a response, because he is the fastest player to actually rotate with that Neon, right? Oh my. The work has been cut out for Naos as they have a very difficult road ahead of them. If they want to get towards the group stage, then they have to do it 2 games in a row, Datum. And that's not easy to do.
Yeah, especially up against this roster, especially up against Slatham, who is still having a field day. An ACS of 334 against what many tout is the best team in the country right now is just absolutely mighty from Slatham 999 of Oasis. Man, I mean, now this has got to shake the foundations of the players here, the mental. They've been at the top for quite some time now, but some would say not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, historically, they were this close, this absolute close to qualifying over to Split 3 of Ascension if it wasn't for 1 game and 1 game away, man. This is the redemption story, and this is their time to shine. The comeback of Oasis Gaming has been made true to their name. But ladies and gentlemen, we are not done just yet. That was just game number 1, an intense one at that. We have game number 2 coming up in just a short while. But before that, we would like to thank our sponsor as well. We have the PC Game Pass. You play up to 100 plus AAA games, and all you have to do is to check out your own Predator laptop. Enjoy free 3 months access of the PC Game Pass with every purchase of a Predator laptop. Where do you want to buy them? Just over at this link below.
Or scan the QR down there. But hey, that's 3 months of PC Game Pass, hundreds of AAA titles, absolutely free of charge. But that concludes game number 1 of this clincher of a series. Stay tuned because we'll be right back with game number 2.
The X38 is the latest high-octane curved display from Predator. This zero-frame behemoth has a 37.5-inch span and a 2300R curve in glorious 21:9, so that you can fill your peripheral vision with pure gameplay for all-out immersion. And with a very ergonomical stand, positioning this colossal display is quite easy, allowing you to tilt, pivot, swivel, and adjust the height as needed, so that comfort is maintained even through long gaming sessions. Naturally, you have all the latest ports needed, as well as two powerful 7-watt speakers should a headset not suffice. Though the X38 is ideal for hardcore enthusiasts and esports pros alike, what sets it apart, besides a crisp, ultra-wide QHD Plus resolution, is the Agile Splendor IPS panel it uses. This panel makes it possible to push the response time up to 0.3 milliseconds, while maintaining a color gamut of DCI-P3 98% and Delta E less than 2, so that colors and details remain vivid. Add on the 175Hz refresh rate and you have a blisteringly fast monitor that keeps all the fast-paced action coming through nice and smooth with almost no ghosting, color bending, or torn frames. To make sure those frames look as pristine as possible, NVIDIA G-Sync keeps frame rate locked to the output of your GPU, while Display HDR 400 certification allows you to enjoy HDR content in or outside of gaming. So if you're looking to go all out, it's time to introduce the monumental X38 to your game setup.
Welcome back, everyone. This is still Predator League Philippines 2025, and this is still El Clasico. Both squads fighting for their life, but the first one to get themselves on the board is Oasis in a surprising fashion here, Chris.
Yeah, it was a comeback in the making as well. After a very strong 9-5, well, Oasis Gaming have fought a little bit more towards the finish line, have found themselves multiple clutches, and even fought through a very, I'd say, mentally draining clutch from Papi Chulo as well. You'd expect that most teams would actually think about the next game whatsoever, but Oasis Gaming were the type to actually play around that game, play and still kept towards their wits, literally just committed to see if they can get the comeback going, and round after round they kept coming back until we are at this point where they're now 1-0. We head on into the map reveal, ladies and gentlemen. We have the map pick of NAS Esports, and it will be the Haven map. This is a classic for any Filipino team. Also one of the more comfortable maps of NAS Esports. But you can say the same as well for Oasis. Any team literally knows how to play Ascent and Haven.
Yeah, and I gotta commend Oasis for that soldier on that they did, that soldiering on that they did up against the Papi Chulo clutch that you mentioned. Not only did they do that, they also outshone Naos when they went on that attacking side. I mean, it was just no contest, right? That defense just consistently broken on through by Oasis. And Haven, well, I think it's gonna be much of the same here, but the only difference here, in my opinion, is gonna be that Naos mental. Where is it gonna be? What state is it gonna be at? Is it gonna be us composed as that Oasis squad is after that clutch from Papi Chulo? I think those are the biggest questions of the series.
Well, if you think about it, this isn't really Naos Esports' first rodeo. They have been in this situation before where they actually lost a very winnable game for themselves, down 0-1. And how many times have we seen Naos Esports actually climb out of that deficit? How many times have we seen them do heroics, especially on maps where they're very much comfortable? Remember, that is the Lunas map where it was Oasis' map pick, and given it's also the new Oasis that actually got the win anyway, so I really do feel like it's more of the mental resiliency rather than the fall off from grace for Naos Esports. I think they have the resources, and I also feel like they have the experience to come back from something very mentally detrimental than this, right? For Oasis Gaming now, I feel like the challenge for them is to just find a way to actually knock down Naos Esports. They're already down, but they're not out just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. But this map might just be that one map that knocks Naos down. This, remind you, is the first map that they've lost ever since the day has started, ever since the week has started. Naos finally getting a taste of defeat, and it's anyone's guess as to how they will react. The good thing, though, is they've got their coaching staff. They've got all the tools that they need to keep that level head. Let's take a look at the agent select screen here, and whoa, we've got an ISO on Jazz hands. We've got a Yoru in Mojer's hands. Naos is cooking up a storm. Amik is not done.
This is the same composition that they picked up when they faced Oasis Gaming on this map in particular. History might repeat themselves as Ja has dominated the competition with his ISO kill contract kills. And Mojer surprising him at every turn. But the real hero in my eyes for Naos Esports was Nexi, showing that every site was a fortress every time that Oasis Gaming liked to try to go for the flank or trying to go towards his domain. But for Oasis Gaming to play around the util with Zeus's renewed confidence and new identity for the team. He may be the young gun for the squad, but now he's an up-and-comer that everybody has to watch out for as we head on into game number 2. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, whoever loses this game, whoever loses this BO3, we won't be seeing them in stage number 4. It is do or die for both teams. Naos Esports are looking to trail back since Oasis have won the first game.
Naos fighting for their life. And you know what they say about beasts trapped in a cage, backed up against a corner? They might just fight back. And Nexi this time not playing those scan agents. Well, I guess you could say Cypher is a scan agent, but not on the Silva, not on the Fade, this time on the Cypher. And I'm very excited to see Mojer's Yoru here.
Scanning ahead.
Let's see. Now starting off on the defense, and you said just how deadly these setups could be from Nexi. It might just have to prove his mettle this early on because everyone from Oasis are starting to pivot down and see long.
I think he's using a ghost and a single tripwire setup at Second Love. Hasn't lost a beat, hasn't skipped a step. Literally one shot to the dome of MNF. Yes, he needed 3 bullets to kill off Ja, and eventually that efficiency shined through to get a double kill. Slat them with another as well. Oasis are putting the pedal to the metal. They haven't lost all their flair from the previous map. They are forcing themselves on the A site.
No, not like this. There you go. Mojer finds one. Zeus gets denied for now. And there comes Nexi to try and find that A, but Mojer just swings out wide. TP's out. That's Yoru for you. He get caught off. No way. Hinahabol siya ni MDG dito. The 1v1 and MDG gets the wall bang to shut down Mojer. And Nexi on the Cypher with an already on round 1. A huge task at hand.
Yeah, he's going to be so far away
30
from
seconds
fighting
left.
off this 1v3 scenario. Will he expect NDG to be that close over at the platform spot. He peeks on. He sees one. Now that's a 1v2 winnable for Nexi. Sees another, but could not dodge the blind. Marky blindsides Naos Esports. And because of a successful lurkout for the side of NDG, he breaches through an opening lifeline for the side of Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, second love here, just fending off two players, two isolated duels, and then you've got that perfect timing of the flash from Marky, just making sure that there was no recovery area for Nexi. And Oasis first to strike in this map number 2. Now it's a lot of the same tendencies that we've been seeing all throughout the series, becoming aggressive in round number 1 from the get-go. Oasis have caught on. They know that now they default back to that aggress. This time on the eco, surprisingly, they wouldn't though. Oh, they will, but slowly.
Doesn't matter what type of pace they take Datum, they're still gonna push anyway.
Classic Naos.
Yep, on the eco nonetheless. Try stack over to the B site itself. It's almost like they want to put all their eggs in one basket. Not all 8 of them. Wait, that's not a dozen. A dozen is 12. So only 11 eggs in one basket because they leave one player to actually hold himself up towards the A-long position.
Now, triple stack down in mid actually. Now seem to be anticipating this mid aggress from Oasis. Well, it does make sense, but Oasis are not going there. Mojo about to spot out this barrage of players. That's info, but Mojo doesn't have a lot of util anymore. Recon Dart, execute. Zeus gets blinded, but it's alright. They've already gotten the sight. Phantom at hand for Zeus. And Marky gonna go in for the plant. This should be an impenetrable fortress from Oasis.
Plus 300 credits. Especially on the round where they got all the guns in the world. Zeus, full confidence, swings on and 3 kills entirely. Oasis Gaming are showing why they are a very strong attacking half. Remember, it was the attacking round where they have dominated Naos Esports, where they have stolen the wins on Lotus. And this time, the wind has sailed a little differently. Oasis Gaming are showing a different type of confidence compared to how they first faced off against Naos. This is a different story this time around, Datum. This isn't day number 1 of group stages. This is literally a battle to find out who comes up on top.
Yeah, Oasis about to continue on their Cinderella run. And Zeus don't show any signs of slowing down here. Same way that he's been dominating in the past couple of games. Past couple of matchups. Zeus come up huge in that round. Take flight. A confident pickup actually, a Phantom in hand. Now remember, it's their gun round finally. They do have some information. They could hear this owl drone. They could hear that run coming up from Zeus. And Mojo is the first to peek out. Flash comes in. Shock Dart as well. And Ja about to run into a whole lot of resistance as Oasis decide to back off.
Triple stack up over to A-Long. They can reset on in, and Mojer kills one. TP on back. MNFPS will follow with a second. Now this is the Naos that we have been looking for.
Yeah.
Time and time again. They win the engagement, and even though the initial time wasn't bearing fruit, they reset, play as a unit, and hold A-Long as a fortress. But what about that A-short extremity?
What about Slatham?
What about Slatham?
They gotta find an answer for this. NDG about to spot on Emin. He wins it quite easily.
30 seconds
Ja is
left.
next. Doesn't have any shields left on the ISO, but Mojer has already ran his way back into this A site after TPing away. Smokes come on out. This is going to be an A execute either way for the last 3 people on Oasis. Mojer holding the line down from the side.
He does
will
it.
be getting taken down, but Ja is just going to be a fortress here inside the 3K. And Naos will not give this round finally on the board.
I was noting about the paranoia that actually came across from in that default position, but it wasn't even needed. Ja, on a secure angle, just isolating the picks left and right, playing aim labs across that A site position. A 3K for the ISO himself. 3 kills closer towards his kill contract, and remember, every time that he uses this,
And I love this. This
he always
ISO
wins a fight.
This ISO pick from Ja and the Yoru from Mojo especially, enabling him of the same things that he's been doing in the past games, but with even more conviction. Super aggressive stuff. giving them so much confidence, especially for Mojer, who arguably hasn't had the same shine that he's always had. Yoru is enabling him to be super aggressive. Look at his position. So deep down in mid, might just catch someone off guard.
But you never expect a Killjoy alarm bot to be in that position over at window.
Portal closed.
This position he's holding on bottom side is actually a very strong one at that. So put the TP on over towards the B side position just so that once he gets one, it's going to be more than enough for him. Triple stack on towards the A-long position. Oasis Gaming anticipating, but not over to Second Love. Re-peeks on towards Mojer. That's the first blood on the board, denying the dimensional drift.
Zeus, stay strong. Doesn't get fragiled up. And Oasis, safe. 5 people left standing as NDG finally makes noise from that seaside angle. Nexi calls upon the reinforcement of Papi Chulo. But I think it's very well timed here because just everyone from Oasis converging on C-Long.
And Zeus has to be careful about pushing in. Ja getting another again, but Nexi is in his home ground. He has got blinded thanks to Papi Chulo. Another for Nexi the Sentinel. And they can't clear his corner because the util has been depleted. NDG could not even peek him down. Papi Chulo bundles up with Nexi to lay down the law on C-Long. They could not even follow up on Zeus.
And this is Nexi's cipher here in Haven. Just a fortress. Zeus didn't even know what happened after the paranoia hit him. And Nexi just had a field day. The only thing he had to do was stuck in and out of cover because Papi Chulo's got him covered. And off of that, Naos even things up. Neural theft available. Kill contract up as for Ja as well. And there is the dimensional drift from Mojer, so high time for Naos to get sufficient or abundant amount of information, but Oasis is just trying to take Garage by storm. Is with Zeus sliding into Garage and immediately backing off.
The hero phantom for him as well, because he knows that even if he dies in this round or if he gets a kill, then he has a few options. Get a kill, has the overdrive, give one of the phantoms over to one of his teammates, and then he picks up the ulti. Or when he dies, has the ulti for the next round, so it doesn't matter. His economy is going to be in full display. MNFPS has the info, actually sees at least a shadow of one of the teammates over at the Oasis Gaming roster. Now they are pushing in, and Zeus surprises him with the slide. Just spotted as well. The double tap could not save him anymore as Zeus is trailing behind him. But Mojer fighting back with everything except NDG will smite him to the ground. Another for Second Love as well. Oasis with full confidence taking a side by storm.
And making the most out of that hero gun, as you were saying here. Just an insane execute from Zeus here, even catching Ja mid-animation. And it was just all too much for the Naos defense here. Nexi finds one, but that's it. It's just round 5 here, Chris, but it feels like we've been playing this map with so many repetitions of overtime because of just how methodic, how rich each and every round is. Oasis giving it all they've got. And Naos as well.
Slide on in, making the noise just so that they can have some control over the long angle. They have been trying to make themselves a nuisance, trying to destroy, deplete the Cypher tripwires over at the B site. But the thing about Nexi is that he's seen that trick every single time in the playbook.
Yeah.
Right there.
A lot of pings happening here. Oasis seemingly targeting that B site.
It's a crossfire setup as well for now, so they have to be diligent about the smokes.
But they don't have any trap wires though in B, so this could prove to be very hard, especially with the Cosmic Divide here. Zeus is just going to have free reign over the site, and Marky's going to plan kill contract there. Who's going to win this? Ja has got to. Remember, overdrive available. And it's just Ja who takes down Zeus. Second Love for the trade. Eman goes down, but Oasis already got the spike down. Flank coming on. Mojo's becoming a headache here, Chris.
Jesus, this guy is all around the map. That Cosmic Divide becoming a big headache for the squad, but now it's Esports. They have the entry on. They have the site on full lockdown, but what about that B main position? Paranoid out, that Rolling Thunder still gonna get used denying them from ever getting any space on the map as well. Slatham will get another to Mojer. It is all crumbling down for now as they even use the Hunter's Fury. Slatham just trying to scan them with the sights. And again, the ultis making a huge difference against Nas Esports. In the 3v2, they don't even need to kill them off because they already gotten the spike detonated. That's a 4th round for Oasis Gaming.
Everything thrown in the kitchen sink for Oasis there just to keep the spike taken down. And now it was a huge flank from Mojer that needed to work. But Mojer just got shut down. They needed Mojer to get all the kills to deny Slatham of this Hunter Fury. But because he lost the duel, that utility dump came in eventually. And there was no other choice for Naos but to minimize losses. Ja and Mojer just the only two running on with the guns this time. But everyone else gonna have to settle for scraps.
Man, I love watching this Oasis roster. This team is showing a different breed this time around in Zeus. Again, being frontline for the squad, making some space, making some noise, but Eminent PS has bottled up with Mojer, but Slatham knocked down by Ja. A very aggressive attempt on A. They even got the spike down to the ground on the A lobby position.
2v3. Oasis down to 2. NDG. The man who's played with some of these players on the Naos roster now face against them. Hopes to steal away the spike right from under the noses, but Ja and Nexi both looking at the same direction. They gotta watch the behinds though, because they're not clear as to the positioning of both Second 11 and DG. They get it! But Papi Chulo denies them from running away! NDG almost gets the clutch, but Papi Chulo says, nope, nope, nope. It's my turn in the spotlight.
My, oh my, but how close was that for NDG, deserving of a tier 1 position for him. But now as Esports cooked up the storm, a very aggressive push on from the A long and short side. All needing a double spray down from NDG to make the difference, but Papi Chulo has been in the situation before. He knew how to move around as the controller for the team. 4-3 so far. Now as Esports needed a lifeline in the matchup.
Oh, aggressive smokes coming through from now. It's just a bit of a bait for Oasis just to keep a little bit of attention pivoted on that A lobby spot. And it's a big question mark now for Oasis whether or not Naos is pushing from that angle, so they have to allot at least one player hanging on to that lobby area.
Next, he won't have any sort of tripwires to stop Zeus if he does come around that C-long position. The problem is, though, they haven't been attacking that C-long side ever since the pistol round.
Yeah. Garage, completely different story, though. There's two people there on top of that wire. Ja about to run into Second Love. Second Love gotta watch the corner! And Ja just catches the proper timing there. Zeus gets denied as well. Perfect timing there from Ja. Love the ISO play.
Fast lane put out as well for Zeus. He wants to get the 1-for-1, but Mojer is using
NDG.
Yoru, but NDG expected, possibly because of Nexi, knowing that the C-long control has been given up, the space. That's the same pistol strat that they run.
Yeah.
And NDG, a big part of that, has already been knocked down to a tooth. 5v3 on our hands. Slatham tries to open up the space on the A side itself. An opportunity to plant coming down. And they don't even use the Hunter's Fury. They want to conserve it and fight with the numbers advantage.
Well, I think that's a good strat here. Save it for the next round. They do have a big man advantage. Paranoia doesn't come out. Ja coming in. Nice early pick-off. His post-plant seemingly underworks until Marquis sings for one. Slatham finds another, but that's it. Now, real efficient use of their util. Full confidence knowing they'll be able to retake the site. And the one person I think that found a lot of impact in that round was Mojer. He was everywhere. He's in garage. And then C, perfect timing to catch that push, to receive that C execute, and then contributing to that retake as well. It's just gorgeous here from Naos.
Yeah, he's just the flexible type of duelist that you're actually looking out for. Omnipresent, as it would seem. And he also has the flash that actually supports the cause, even though sometimes he isn't the star of the show. He actually becomes a big part of the supporting staff.
Of course.
Because of the type of utility he brings to the squad. Not only can he flank around the site, not only can he make aggressive space take over the side of the defensive side. Now Esports can rely on Mojer to get in and out of fights. That is if he uses the small window of opportunity that Oasis Gaming can actually counter upon. Because of that, timeout being called as well for Oasis. What do you think is the game plan here?
It's too hard to say. They don't have a lot of weaponry, which begs the question why they're calling for a timeout now. They do have an overdrive available. Second Love has the lockdown as well. But they have to find a way to deal with Mojer. I mean, not only is everything you said true, but the way that Naos plays just fits the Yoru mantra perfectly. In and out of fights, creating space, becoming aggressive, taking risks. And with Yoru, that's all possible while having that flash, that's sort of insurance, that sort of extra layer of utility.
Oh.
It's so pesky to deal with. Oh, they're going for a forced buy here, Oasis.
I'm out of here.
Bit of a half buy coming in as well. Zeus relied upon to get this space going. The overdrive activated as he put the fast lane on in. Clears corners, checks Gong as well. Kill contract, dodged away from anybody. Over to the side of Naos Esports. No value whatsoever from the ulti as well. Papi Chulo will get one over to Zeus. As the overdrive expired. Nothing to behold from the attack except for the spike plant itself.
Yeah, Jack coming in from the link area. Marquee, nice shot. Just a classic enough, but Oasis down to one. And DG from Gong doesn't get the clutch. It's Naos with the retake. Mojer, the man, gets the dimensional drift, gets the diffuse, and gets the round for Naos. 5-4.
And it wasn't that long ago when Mojer and NDG were comrades in the Naos Esports banner. A bit symbolic when it came towards that 1v1 over to the Gong position. But again, the push shot again for Zeus has provided so much impact just because he made that much space for the team. And that also gave a lot of momentum over to the Oasis roster to reposition themselves over to the mark. But Naos Esports were a little too quick on the trigger. Even though the kill contract didn't do that much to deter the push, it still made Naos Esports that confident to take the push on towards the retake scenario. Zeus, now he starts again with sprinting on towards that A-long side job. Peeks on with 2 kills to his name. 2 kills closer towards his kill contract. And his double tap is still active for his side.
Yeah, Papi Chulo with the perfect support system there. One paranoia, good timing, and then the peak from Ja. Perfection.
This same position, I've seen this before.
Yeah, Ja from up close to the right. But you could see Oasis trying to anticipate that Ja position, but will they be able to deal with him with Papi Chulo up close?
They're not even going to try.
Yeah.
I can kind of respect that because once you made that much noise on A, it's only a matter of time before they
Oh, they're actually going to go to sewers. Emin is the one holding that fort down. Actually, a little bit of indecisiveness from Oasis. As she's going to back off into lobby, reset. 40 seconds. Not a lot of time to work with, but choice is starting to dwindle here, Chris.
Cosmic the Bite possibly over to the B site. A little risky considering the
30
numbers
seconds
advantage.
And they haven't cleared Nexi's util.
Yeah, exactly. On in from Zeus, no hesitation anymore. Clears on backside and even
There you
finds
go.
Nexi. Not even needing to face the utility from the Cypher anymore. Now it becomes a winnable spot for them. Dimensional Drift activated. Mojer has spotted NDG and even finds the Gong players so they know the lion's share of the players. But Zeus convenes another shot again for Papi Chulo. A 3K from the Omen himself. And who better than the highest rated player from Pacific himself? Papi Chulo does it yet again.
Yeah, you can see the salute he's giving over towards his teammate there, Mojer, becoming the puppet, becoming the bait. All the while, it was the shark marching behind that was Papi Chulo there to strike fear into the hearts of Oasis. Cleaned them all up, gets all remaining players of Oasis off the back of that play from Mojer. And just like that now, it's 2 rounds ahead again. Oasis yet to find anything despite the timeout.
My goodness, we have a banger of a series so far. A Haven map that is delivering for the ages. Now it's Esports finding their identity again, and it's
Zeus.
always from getting early frags like these. Zeus denied. Mojo with the first frag yet again. MNFPS doesn't even need to peek on. He has the full info. And he can leave Oasis guessing.
Yeah, chat from up close. He's about to peek against 2. That's second love, that's ladder. Wait, Papi Chulo!
No way!
What? How? How does Papi Chulo get all these kills? It's all down to NDG now, but it just all seems hopeless. Hopeless in the face of Naos, which seem inevitable. 7-4. 3 rounds ahead.
Papi is home in the Haven map, and he's showing how comfortable he is. Denying any sort of space taken, not even setting foot inside the site as well. This guy is on a high note so far. Now as esports regaining their confidence, Mojer getting set up with first bloods. Times like these are when you notice that now as esports, sometimes you remember, sometimes you forget, that the days of old, they were once a dominant team. Now they could still show why they were heralded as one of the best teams in the Philippines. They start again, 7-4. A passive setup again for Mojer, something that is uncharacteristic for him. Possibly because he's waiting for the perfect time to strike. And it starts with Slato making that much noise over towards that grass position.
Yeah, flash available for Mojer here. Could just TP out at the first sign of danger. But Zeus is setting up something of his own.
Spike down mid.
Papi Chulo, man. What the heck happened? He's just super mad at this point. Ja gonna be there for a little bit, but this is Papi Chulo again on the board. Mojer, Emin dealt with, but Papi Chulo, they're avoiding him because he's on the hunt.
3 kills, in fact, for him. He even uses the From the Shadows all the way to C-Long. He don't even want to plant over to the long side, but Zeus, he wants to take the initiative. The young gun actually want to make moves for himself. Ja peeks on in. He tries to win the gunfight, but Zeus steps up to make Ja sit down. It is the Rolling Thunder. They know that Papi has uses From the Shadows, and he's about to get cooked thanks to the aftershock by Marky. He knew where he's going to get coming from.
Yeah,
the 5th round for Oasis Gaming. The first half done, and this game is delivering again. Time again.
The amount of respect they have for Papi Chulo now is just through the roof. They see Papi Chulo down in mid, they pivot towards C, and then they use everything just so they don't have to fight him head on. They use all the breach util in the world just so they can finally take down this rabid dog that is Papi Chulo, just taking over Haven. And Oasis, well, Mojer isn't the problem anymore, it's the omen. It's Papi. Ay, ay, ay.
You know, the scariest thing about now is esports that any one of them can explode at any moment. And that's Papi Chulo right now. Ja is also trailing behind, 12 kills, 15 respectively for Ja and Papi Chulo. A first half that they can be very proud of.
Oh, yeah.
Showing their prowess when it came to the multi-frags. And as they swap sides, now esports are going to get tested. They're the ones who are going to set the tempo. But they've been in this situation time and time again.
Yeah. Pistol round. A good reset for both teams, but now an eerie silence falls on all sides. As Ja leads the charge towards that A side, about to run into that Killjoy util. Pings coming on. I think the smokes are about to be set up with the position here of Papi Chulo as Nexi pushes down in mid.
He's going to be comfortable in that position. He clears off the bottom of window. John's creeping in a little bit too slowly, a little too close for comfort. Once they set off these nades, that's going to be a bit of time wasted again. And they even destroy the double tap for Ja. A little bit of time to work with the center round. Next, he has to be careful. The front line set up for Slatham, not even needing Zeus' support. He's the one who actually decides to peek on down. Flank around there solo. Papi Chulo also gets dealt with. 3v5. Oasis Gaming. They probably have this pistol unless they do something about Ja.
Yeah, Ja is playing a very off angle. Mojer becoming the bait there. Reach stun does connect onto him, but Ja doesn't find anything. That means Oasis get the round 6-7. This pistol, oh, so important for Oasis.
And think about that, right? The presence of mind for Slatham to even think about that B site at that exact moment. Just to clear out Nexi. And even if Nexi kills him off, then he already has Zeus right behind him. Doesn't have a tripwire over towards Garage. So you need to flank on down towards him as well. So that bit of hesitation kind of reducing the value of that double tap set up by Ja. And the thing about this composition as well is that they don't have the fast mobility that the Neon offers to the table.
That's true.
The only thing that they will have somewhat similar in that regard is Mojo with that Dimensional Drift, but that's after 7 ult orbs.
Yeah. Tell you what they do have though, flank potential, the Omen, the Yoru. Lots of opportunities to become creative. Well, maybe not this time because they don't have a lot of util in this eco. But the only one with some sort of firepower is Ja on the Sheriff.
TP isn't available, but Ja does have his double tap. He tries to be gone. The Sheriff shots are not going to connect. This is not the best thing that you were hoping for. But now, as they're fighting back, they got 2 picks in the round. They do still have the Phantom for the hands of Oasis Gaming. And, well, they repel the invaders.
Yeah.
1v3 for Ja, and well, that is just a spray on from the Spectre. They keep the Phantom. They got the Spectres. It's all clean in the hood, but they do lose 2 guns.
Yeah. Nothing too crazy to be done in this round as now as they find a bit of damage, but that's about it. 7-7 here, Chris. Oasis able to equalize through the pistol. And this is where that creativity comes in from Oasis' side. And we've seen this a couple of times already. Zeus being the only one with a Phantom. It seems like they're going to start off with a Garage Aggress.
That could be enough for them. They do have the communication in check. Zeus, first man in, and well, he also is the first man out. I don't believe that fault line connected towards Nexi as well. Not going to bear fruit, so they know that the fault line has already been invested. It also means that if they do want to push on one corner, on one extremity, they only have to think about one thing, and that's the Astra utility.
Yeah.
5 people inside A, just from a single point of sound.
Oh, this is where Naus could strike. Just go to either B or C. But no, they stay in A long. 2 players there. Ja. Ooh. Nasty shot. Modric could TP away. Does he even have TPs?
I don't think so. He doesn't have it set up.
Emman finds 2. But there you go. Oasis strike back. 2 players found by Slathem and Zeus. And I love this play from Oasis. Already winning the War of Attrition. Phantom still in hand for Zeus. And Papi Chulo doesn't have control of Spike, does he?
No.
And neither does he have ult.
He does have a flank coming down, but it's going to take a million years before he can actually get there.
27 seconds and Nexi's just
Gone.
Yeah.
Papi Chulo left in the 1v3. Stepped up to the plate. Down to 34 HP. Only needing 1 shot to the dome. And it's not even on the dome. It's anywhere. Over at Papi Chulo. Slathem with a 3K. Another round over to Oasis Gaming. Familiar territory, I might say.
Yeah.
From what we've seen from the Lotus game.
But what a wonderful read from Oasis that made this happen. They went for the all stack in A, anticipating that Naus are going to pivot back to that A site. And oh, they were right. The 2-man setup from Ja and Mojer couldn't hold a candle against the barrage of people from Oasis. And especially with Mojer not having that TP, there was really no way out for these 2 immobile duelists. And Oasis, 3 rounds in a row.
Is that a lineup all the way from CT spawn towards C long? Interesting. Because now Mojer could actually TP on, but it gets stuck.
Marky.
As you can say for Marky as well, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. And well, that's the hard place hitting hard. 3 kills in fact.
No.
4 kills for Oasis.
Nexi.
Now us lying on Nexi. That's the eco round. That's a headshot again. Has to do it 4 times in a row. But Zeus gets the 3K. Oasis 2 rounds in a row. Banking on a very good lead so far.
2 rounds ahead, 9-7 in favor of Oasis, and they deal with that round particularly easily because there's not a lot of guns to the side of Naus here. Timeout. Do you think they're gonna call for it here, Chris?
I'd call it for them.
Yeah.
Guys.
That's 5 rounds in a row ready for Oasis. Naus finally on the guns. Granted, there aren't any ults yet, but I think they should call for one. Seems like they're deciding they don't need one. Maybe there's still some play left in the book here for Amix.
The window is closed for that possibility this time around. Mojer. No dimensional drift, but he decides that he wants to make matters into his own hands. Garage controlled by both Nexi and the Yoru as well. I stack down for Oasis Gaming. A bit of a crafty setup. They always like to play together, no?
And this is the one thing I admire about Oasis. Not taking any risks. Naus, on the other hand, 2 sides of a coin we have here, Chris. Lots of mid control for Naus. Garage util, nowhere to be found here. Naus trying to clear that up, but It's C they have to be worried about.
Yeah. That's where all 4 players on Oasis Gaming are trying to get themselves a power position. And think about the lurk as well, is that once they find out that the Killjoy alarm bot is not on the garage position, 99% they think it's on the ace site. So they have to be careful. Short position now being checked up because that is less likely where the Killjoy alarm bot should be. And coming down as well, Second Love has fully given himself over to Ja. That is just the gadgets, the utility. Not even needing to be caught, he just needed to call the attention.
Oh no, I think they're going to find another as well. Emman goes down to the Hunter's Fury. And now, yes, they get the spike down, but they don't even have control of the site. Look at where Nexi is. On the other side of the map here. Paranoia just to buy them a little bit of time. Mojer doesn't have a TP. And they... this retake could just might as well be done and dusted here. Papi Chulo finds one, but they can't hold a candle. It's Oasis overwhelming the site. Nexi a little bit too far off. And it's just 6 rounds in a row Oasis has garnered. And this is looking a lot like that first game again, Chris.
Why? And they even lose the Vandal into the next coming round. Insult to injury, salt to the wound. Now C-Sports crumbling under the pressure.
Now they call a timeout.
At a point where they don't have the money into the next round.
Last player standing.
The streak of wins, the lost bonus,
Last player standing.
even inflating the economy up for the side of now Esports. But will this be enough to justify a force buy for them?
I think so. I think so.
What does Amex have cooked up for us? Because at this point, he's going to be an important piece of the puzzle.
Oh, yeah. And now it's about to get dismantled by, what, a 1-month-old roster that is Oasis. And a complete turnaround, too, from a 2-0 in their favor to now unable to even push it to game 3. It's mighty impressive from Oasis, what they've been able to do over the course of just a few days here, Chris.
And compare that to the roster that seemingly knows about most of their family members' names and birthdays. Playing together for a whole year, this close of obtaining a spot in Pacific Ascension. Pacific Ascension playoffs, might I add you. This close of representing the Philippines at the highest state before franchising. 10-7 so far, Oasis Gaming. It's a 6-round lead. Well, not a lead. A streak.
3 rounds ahead here, Oasis, 10-7. And Zeus hoping to further that. What a recon, what a support system, and NDG dips his toes into the fight. Naos are crumbling, Nexi finds 2, but what can Nexi do? Is he a god? I don't think so. I mean, he's good at clutching, but not when it's impossible. Oasis, 11-7. Naos, nowhere to be found.
Right. And somewhat in a tougher position compared to the Lotus deficit. Now crumbling under the pressure of Oasis, pushing every single time when they know it's the equal round.
Remaining.
And just off of the timeout too, they have to make sure that this round in particular is something that they have to forget.
Yeah.
Because now this bye round
It's an
has
eco.
to be everything for them.
Oh, what's the play? Where's Naos going? 4 stack? Orbital. Oh, not the dimensional drift used up. Mojer. NDG getting chased by that ghost.
Cold contract.
Kill contract, 1v1.
No way. And Ja has to peek the 1v1. He has the double tap and he will survive.
Good start.
Does have the controller in his pocket now. And they do have a full control of where Nexi is going to be coming from. Oasis is going to flank him around, and Zeus slides into his DMs. Just blocks him out. 4 versus 4. Clan coming down as well over to the C site. As now Esports decide that they have relegated away from C long. They want to fight them towards that long angle.
Yeah, Zeus has baited them enough to catch him and try to preface that neon. Flash comes in, recon dart, Zeus so deep. What is this rotation from Zeus? Oasis are just throwing everything, and now it's just gonna be all alone for M and FPS, all alone at C. Long Zeus finding the long way round, dealing with everyone, playing everyone like a fiddle. The new duelist in the block, and Oasis, they're just gonna get that round taken away from them by Mojer, the pesky Yoru. taking Naos to 8.
And because they over pushed onto Silong to make sure that they find where the Yoru is gonna be. Man, oh man, this game is just giving us all the weird stuff, man. Almost thought that Oasis got match point this time around, but just because he has been trailing left and right, all because he has been peeking out of garage, they got a little scared to come down to the 1 versus 3.
The pathing that Zeus take just to try and assert so much dominance there. Pivot Naos in a position where they were uncomfortable, but because they overchase, it just turned around on its head. Oasis.
Imagine they thought they got the round on their hands, but they still got to fight onto the mid side. It's an even trade, even a 2 versus 2. Imagine
like
Oasis giving themselves a space over to the B side. They still got the lockdown, but they need to rely on the 2 versus 2.
Yeah, it's Nexi. Can't discount him. It's Papi Chulo as well. But MDG just dismissed of the one and the other. It's just so easy. Noel De Gia, 12 to 8 for Oasis.
Match point and series point for Oasis Gaming. It was the redemption arc, the revenge story, since it was Naos Esports from the start of the group stages that knocked them down to the lower bracket. And it took so many best of 3s to get to this point where Zeus has developed into a monster. Slatham becoming the consistent guy that he is right now. And NDG, where they need him to clutch up the most.
He does.
He has bolstered up the team, and the talent is just brimming. The aura is just different from the room right now.
Yeah, Mojer desperately clinging on to life. Spectre in hand playing with nothing. Zeus takes away the controller. Nexi, another desperate flee from that encounter, and Shalatham, he's gonna try to hold down to 4th against 3 people, and Mojer, this is a good start for them, but Zeus, he says, nope, enough. This is where it ends. This is where we take the reins and claim the top spot in the country. It's all up to Mojer.
And just when we thought that Naos Esports have solidified the top spot in the Philippines, we have never been any wrong. As they all rely on Mojer, the hopes and dreams of Naos Esports to play in the land of Cebu, to play in a prestigious crowd, to find and reassure themselves that they are the best team in the Philippines against a team that has been built up 1 month ago. Mojer gets a double. This could possibly be a chance. He TPs on. He keeps himself close. But Marquis will knock it down. A 2-0. Oasis have knocked out Naos Esports.
The new Kings. A roster that's not even 1 month old.
Oh my God.
Taking down Naos Esports in 2 games. 2 quick games, and they have never looked better ever since their creation of this roster, Chris. What was that? Oasis, what was that?
Look, there's a saying that I like to follow when it comes to taking risks like these. It's that if you want to kill the king with 1 shot, then you best not miss. That's definitely what Oasis has been doing ever since that Lotus map. Something was brewing really differently. It's not even the Slatham show anymore, because now every part of the team has been contributing evenly against the odds.
Yeah, it's Zeus, the new duelist. It's Slatham, man, the Sova, NDG, the clutch master. It feels like it's everyone here contributing for Oasis. And where did they find this strength? How is Oasis able to do this in such a short amount of time? It's impossible to think that they were able to do this, but here they are. Oasis, they ended it in 2 games as well. Naos couldn't even push to game 3. It's just mind-boggling, and the amount of confidence that Zeus, this kid, has is just... I don't even know what to say.
I don't even know what to say either, man. But isn't that what we're paid to do so right now? 13-8 for Oasis Gaming, a 2-0. And man, oh man, we gotta give props to Naos Esports for giving us a really good showing. 18 kills for Papi Chulo, the MVP of that squad. Ja, 14. I'm really sad that it came to this where we had to end the 2 games. But Oasis Gaming really did just show a really strong showing right now. Not even strong showing. They're a different breed right now.
The Cinderella run. I was telling you. I predicted this, Chris. At the start of the second stage when Oasis lost, I said it then. They're gonna take down everyone, take down Naos at the top, and then get themselves to stage 4. Look at them now. Look at Zeus. 25 kills to boot. Slatham, the uncontested, consistent king here of Oasis. And who's the MVP? It's Zeus, of course.
Of course it was. Back-to-back MVPs. Well, from this game and from the previous, not from that Lotus map, this guy has shown that he is him. He is somebody that Oasis Gaming have given a lot of trust, given a lot of big shoes to fill. Might I say so myself, because ang dami niyang pinakita when it came to his first game, but now he has come a long way. The bracket has been set, mga kaibigan. Oasis Gaming has qualified over to stage number 4, but the story from the very start, I don't think anybody would have predicted from day number 1.
Yeah, and the only 2 losses Oasis ever got from the group stage is from Naos. Naos couldn't even push game 3. It's just mind-boggling to think about this. They're going to stage 4. They're going up against the likes of AMPH, the squads that qualified from stage 1. But Oasis, man, the future is oh so bright for this team.
Yeah, and I mean oh so bright right here, right now. The future is actually set up over the horizon. Oasis Gaming have showed that they can compete against Naos Esports, that they can compete against the top teams in the Philippines. I have no doubt that this group stage has set a precedent of what we can expect from Oasis Gaming as well as the rest of the competition. Because remember, this is just the 3rd inning. This is just the 3rd chapter of the Predator League. Philippine qualifiers. Literally, group stages pa lang to, pare.
Yeah, you have 2 more stages. Then we're gonna go to Cebu, where anything can happen, and then we're gonna go to the Asia Pacific Predator League. And I dare say Oasis, they're definitely my favorites right now heading into the rest. I don't even care if it's bias. I don't care if it's I'm rooting for them. Oasis, you take down Naos, you take the best team in the country with just a few days of practice, Chris.
Right.
It's crazy. It's
Look, we saw this team for the first time over, I believe it was Monday. And literally,
I was freaking out about the roster on Monday.
me too. we came into the office not even knowing what type of Oasis Gaming roster we're going into. And now it is the time for them to shine. Naos Esports, they're out of the competition. And Oasis Gaming, we'll be seeing them over at the play-ins. And if you guys want to see more announcements over from Predator itself, well, we have our socials already lined up on the screen right now. On Facebook, on Instagram, it is at Predator Gaming PH. And also on X or Twitter, if you're still not moved on, at Predator PH. Also on Twitch, at Predator Gaming _PH. Unless you're watching us on Facebook, because apparently that's where all the action is happening.
Guys, you're not going to want to miss Stage 4. The only way to stay tuned is to follow our socials. And of course, I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, PC Game Pass. By the way, guys, if you're looking for games, if you're looking for a new laptop, this is the perfect opportunity, because if you get the Predator Gaming laptop now, Predator has got you with the games. So we are gonna Predator is gonna give away 3 months of PC Game Pass access, absolutely free of charge, if you get an Acer Predator Gaming laptop right now. Check it out on the website down below, or scan the QR right there, and you get 3 months of access to the PC Game Pass every time you buy a Predator laptop.
You know what? I'm going to say it right now, man. That was the best amount of Valorant that we've seen today. The group stages has ended on a high note. But ladies and gentlemen, that was just stage number 3. Over at the later stages of Predator League, a lot more in store happening to you guys. My name is Ramon. With me is Datum. It has been an honor and a pleasure to cast all throughout the group stages of the Predator League Philippine qualifiers. And we'll see you in the play-ins.
Attackers. Poison's on. Exterminated. Spike down A. Spike down. Player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Flawless. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Close. Last player standing. Spike down A. Last player standing. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
One enemy remaining.